Copy link. Hey, sugar. You just got home? Hey, nephew, how you doing? Oh, I'm so glad this day is over, kinda. I got some of my stuff, at least out to pack. I haven't packed it yet. I am so ready to get up out of this house. That's good. That's good. You still recuperating from yesterday? Oh, Neff, I gotta give you the latest number. I don't know if I told you. I don't think I did, because I checked it in the middle of the night. Where is it? Okay. As of 11:21, I am at 2726. I picked up 99 watch hours. Oh, you're not home yet, Nay? Where you at? I know. 2,726. I have a feeling. Tell Zamir I said hi, sweetie. It's working. It's working. It's working. Yes, it is. Why you gotta go to Maple Valley, Nay? What's in Maple Valley? I know. At least by the weekend. Maybe. Who knows? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. But I'm gonna go live when I'm in Phoenix. I'm gonna do a lot of live streaming.
Just read this piece.
Here, gotta get closer. You
Hi,
look like you're
guys.
gonna be monitored in a few before. I hope so. I hope so. I could certainly start putting that AdSense away. But it's just fun. You got to go to Vine Maple Place. What's it? Wait, be still.
Wait, you're taking the whole
No,
braid?
I'm trying to get the pieces. I'm braiding this boy's hair. Sorry, I meant monetize. Oh, I'm sleep text. All right now. You're still celebrating, I see. Hey, Miss Grasshopper. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that 4,000 mark. Who was that? If I get one more spam call, I'm gonna go smooth off on him.
On live?
Yeah,
That
I'll
would be
do it
cool.
on live.
That would be
I'll
cool.
do it on live. I
want to
don't
see.
care.
I want to see it.
How are you doing,
Oh,
sweetie?
Mama, chew them out. Chew them out. Chew them out. Chew
Okay.
them out.
Hello? Hello. Yes, may I help you? N- no, no, I didn't receive all that, but did y'all get the last message I gave you when you called the last 5 times today? Don't call me any doggone more. I'm sick and tired of y'all calling my damn phone. You're blowing me up all damn day long, and I'm tired of it. Do you understand me? Take me off your damn list. Thank you and goodbye. Shit. Anyway, hi. How are you?
That was quick.
I'm sorry. I wasn't quite, well, I am done.
Here.
I am done.
Sorry.
Sit down. This boy want me to always do something when I'm busy. Turn that down. I can't hear. They seen me go off earlier. I'm tired of these people calling me all doggone day long. They call me I know they calling me about some bullshit, and I don't want to hear it. Did you get your $340 for Medicare? No. Did you get my message to not call me anymore? I'm tired. I got these kids to deal with, and you calling me about some bullshit. I don't want to hear it. I didn't even do this one quite right, but it's better. She should have put some rubber bands on the end. I'm sorry I went out of character, y'all, but I'm tired. I'm sick and tired. Okay. I'll do some more later. I'm not doing it right
No,
now.
I'm just looking at it.
Okay, quit pulling on it and touching it. It won't come loose.
Ow!
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I scratch you?
I don't play.
I don't either. Remember that. So, anybody that's in the chat, if you haven't done so already, hit the like button, hit the like button. Smash that like button. Bam! Smash it. And then pretend that it's somebody you don't like. That'll work.
Oh my gosh, bro!
Did you? You need. Get your nasty butt off of me. Oh my God.
How to get juice world second style. Go to chair and
That was so nasty.
then return to lobby. Easy.
Really, Zay?
Jeezy.
Janae said, really, Zay?
Yep, really. And I'm not playing. I'll do it
That
again.
booty hole ain't playing. Dang. Something done crawled up there and died, okay? There's a dead corpse up in that booty.
What?
Yeah, and it smells bad.
Usernames I hate.
Oh my God, y'all want a grandchild? I'm taking applications. And we gonna take him to Phoenix with us.
How are you gonna tell me that you're my favorite?
John, how you doing, Neff? How you doing, baby?
Yeah, I know.
You doing okay?
I know you love my hang time.
Hi, John. When are you gonna take this boy off my hands? Play some doggone games
Who?
with him. You. You've been
John?
bugging me to John. Remember you guys were talking about playing Roblox together?
Oh,
Yeah, thanks, Nay. Yeah, that ain't gonna happen anytime soon. But anyway, I usually have this time to myself where I can go live and, hit that out the way for a while and, kind of chop it up with everybody. But Xavion's here, and Xavion has to have all the attention. Yeah, yeah. Oh my God. Hey niece, how you doing? I had your stream on last night. I saw the doll thing smoking again. Yeah. Hi niecey poo. Hey, but did y'all see what I did last night? I set my iPad in front of my little fireplace. Ooh, but that iPad was hot. I had to, I had to kind of innovate. You shouldn't do that. You might confuse someone. He has a YouTube channel, y'all. They said, "Hey nephew." He cutting up, niece. I mean, he's cutting up something fierce. Y'all need a babysitter.
no.
Well, I'm gonna get Mother Jones on you.
Mama.
Mother Jones gonna get ya.
You are Mother Jones.
Oh my God.
She gonna rise from the dead. She gonna beat my
Yep,
tail.
she done rose from the dead a few times. She been gone 24 years. Girl, please, beyond busy. You see how he just
I'm
takes
going.
over
I'm going to Phoenix tomorrow.
tomorrow night? Like you bought the ticket.
I go to Phoenix.
Okay. Oh my
I'm
God.
going to Phoenix.
Yes, you are. You are. You're going to Phoenix. And you're going to go stay with Uncle B while we're there.
I know.
Me and my husband's going in. Hey, Jamal.
Ooh.
How are you, love? It's good to see you. Been popping them videos out left and right. Pop, I want to encourage you. Pop, I want to encourage you. Pop, I want to encourage you. Yes, girlfriend, he got too much energy. I don't know what, I don't know what to say. Definitely, remixes.
Okay, that's not me.
Your grandson's like me. I got a lot of energy too. I think I'll jump even faster. Okay, and me too. Hello, Brandon. I enjoyed you so much yesterday.
I'm gonna
Y'all
show
did a
you
good
guys my
collab.
Fortnite account.
Oh, wonderful. We get to see the Fortnite account. Thank you for being there. Absolutely. I wasn't gonna miss it. Wasn't gonna miss it. Y'all did a wonderful job.
I ain't going nowhere. Where?
And then you was Abdul's Ed McMahon. You was the sidekick last. You did it. You did the doggone thing. You handled that. You handled that. Wonderful job. It takes a good sidekick for something to roll smoothly. And you did a wonderful job. Yes. Wonderful job. So y'all doing okay? It's it's only Tuesday. It's just Tuesday and it feels like Wednesday. Oh
Already?
my goodness, I can't wait until we walk out this front door, get in this Uber, and go to the airport.
Wait, we're taking the Uber?
It did look good, didn't it, Jamal? Man, yeah, we taking an Uber. I'm not parking at that airport, please.
Please.
You're already over the week, honey. You and me both. I just got a big dose of reality. That was your Ed McMahon impression. Yeah, you did a wonderful job last night. Now I want to see you cook next time.
Go.
Brandon, do you cook vegan as well?
But I ain't going nowhere. Well.
Nene, you missed it last night. Abdul, he's a vegan chef. Boy's bad. Oh my God, he's bad. This man got on live and created a turkey. He pulled Frankenstein out the rafters and went into his diabolical whatever you want to call it. You know, like Frankenstein created the doctor Frankenstein created the monster. Abdul went in that kitchen and created a whole turkey. And it wasn't no part turkey. Looked like a turkey. If he'd have gave that thing lips. Pastor Ray is fine, Jamal. He's at work. He's doing much better now that he's not here. Because when he's here, he's dealing with children. But man, this man went into his studio of creativity and created a whole turkey. That bad boy looked like a turkey. Really?
I don't have any skins.
Really?
What? What happened?
Man, wasn't he was thrown. Hi, Valerie. How are you, sweetheart? Good to see you, hun. Y'all hit that like button when you come in. We want them likes to match the room. Don't mind this person over here.
I don't have any skins.
He's showing. Okay. Would you get on your own channel, please?
I don't have my tablet.
You can, all these iPads around here. Yeah.
Psych, I'm just joking. I have skins.
He's got lots of skins.
Yep.
If he ain't careful, he gonna be missing some on his behind.
Wait, what you mean?
You'll get it when you think about it.
Yeah, I have Juice World.
I know, huh? Would you get that thing out of in front of my face? Thank you, sir. Stop.
Sigma, you get in my way.
Oh my God, this is a good time to smoke some weed, and I don't smoke weed. I don't smoke weed, but there are times I wish I did, like now.
Sigma,
Y'all want to send some puff through the YouTube algorithm? It was amazing, wasn't it, Brandon? He was so creative with that. It looked good, man. You know what, Jamal? You are absolutely right. Let's see what I can pull out of my hat. Before somebody else sees it. There we go. Yes, these are the ones they have the little crispy stuff in it. And I'm so addicted now. I still have the regular peanut butter cup. And then I had some chicken today. I know, huh, Jamal? I don't have no more hyper in me. Hi, Ansel. Yeah, I just went live, hun. Yes, Rice Krispie stuffs. Those little Rice Krispie things in there. Yes, it's your fault, Jamal. Because I done turned my back on Snickers. Snickers used to be my go-to. I think I got a little piece of Snickers in here somewhere. Or maybe not. Doing good, Ansel. Now that the major part of the day is gone.
Still have some more.
Yes, but then there's Snickers as well, Nay. Let me see what else I can find in here. I had a receipt. It's 5:06, honey. Snickers are the bomb, Jamal. Man, Snickers got me through some hard times. Oh, you got some in your purse? I had 2 Reese cups, and I think I got jacked.
By who?
I don't know. Can you tell me who?
I don't know who did it.
I can't find that phone. I can't find my other Reese cup. Yes, Ansel, it's Xavion all day. Ooh. She said, hey, Xavion.
Hi.
Okay, hon, bring me one tomorrow. Idle hands spend time and the candy box. Yes, it does. Idle or not. Yeah, he's dancing. Child, this is the TikTok king. Thank you, Valerie. Don't tell him that though.
What? What she said?
Nothing. She didn't say a word. She didn't say nothing.
Yes, she did.
No, she didn't.
Let me check.
Oh, see, now you know how to check messages.
Oops.
She said you're cute, Zay.
I know.
Yeah, I know. Lord have mercy. Yeah. But he just started up his YouTube channel a couple weeks ago. Yes, Jamal. He gives me tons of joy and anxiety. I'm telling you. Where would we be without him? On vacation.
Aren't we going on vacation?
That ain't no vacation. That's just we going to dinner out of town. That ain't no vacation. Going to Phoenix is not vacation to me. A vacation to me is on going somewhere else. I would try him. I would take him to a Zumba class so we can dance it out for 1 hour. Oh shoot, my son's mother-in-law has a Zumba class, and she does Zumba at least, I think it's 3 times a week. One of them is water Zumba. He got all the Zumba he can handle. Oh, Ansel, that don't wear him out. You should see this boy in water. You hiding in my suitcase, Janae? I'm not even taking a suitcase. I might take me a plastic bag. No, Valerie, no thank you. Not unless you pay me. Oh my God. Yes, I'll take the kids as long as I get paid for it. I had to tell him, I said, look, you got to behave when you here. Yeah, water aerobics is fun. He comes with his own debit card, huh? My mom got me to go with her to do that. Sure am. I'll go in that too. Shoot, I'm gonna get me a plastic bag from Walmart and stuff my clothes in there that I'm gonna take. I ain't taking no suitcase. I'm just gonna take a plastic bag, a Walmart bag. Put your stuff on the conveyor belt. No problem. Boom. Walmart plastic bag. I'm not checking no luggage, but I probably will take a carry-on. That's what I'll pack my stuff in. A real carry-on. But I hope they got a doggone wheelchair because I can't be walking. I can't do that this time. Last time it was killing me. Mm-mm. Oh well, ma'am, you have to you have to prearrange that. No, you can go and get me a wheelchair right now. You ain't gotta push it. He can push it.
What? Push
You,
what?
the wheelchair.
You got me messed up.
You know you got me messed up. Cause I'll put you back on the Uber back home. Then you won't be going.
You can't leave me in the Uber. I'm too fast.
Look,
I'm the Flash, literally. Mama, this
y'all
is.
better tell this boy something.
Mama, do you want to know how I'm gonna move if you lock me
What?
in?
You know, girl, you know he don't know how to pack for 3 days. He got to pack for a whole week. Yes, he is. He's a trip Ansel. Yeah. He and he looked just like his daddy.
24 karat magic.
I think that's the only reason why I don't kill him. Because he don't need to go meet his daddy in heaven right now. He needs to spend some time here on earth with me.
I'm too fast for you, boy. You feel me?
I'm gonna send you to your brother.
Huh? You said yeah? He said yeah?
No, I said I'm gonna send you to your brother. Keep it up. You want to go with your brother instead of Phoenix?
I want to see him after.
He ain't gonna be here after. He'll probably be gone somewhere. He'll probably be in California. Knowing his mama, she'll take him to California.
Look at my antennas.
Oh boy, isn't that awesome? He's so proud that he has hair now.
Banana. Banana.
I see the lightning in your eyes. You are ready to calm your grand. Yeah, I'm gonna get some melatonin. Is that what it is? Melatonin?
Yeah.
Yeah. Adult melatonin.
No. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Do right now.
Something to knock him out. Or I'm gonna go find something in that refrigerator that I can spike with some Cavassier. Oh no, he don't need no pizza. No. He gonna eat some of that fried chicken that's in that in that kitchen right now. But they will get pizza tomorrow. Since they won't be here for Friday. Because Fridays are Pizza Friday. When there's older kids here. The babies don't get the pizza. Except for Zamir. Mm. They have Jamal, they have Domino's. Sell you crazy. um Domino's has definitely stepped up his game. So I get Domino's a lot. But I know she did. Ask Loyalty, Janae, ask Loyalty what does she want? Cheese or pepperoni? She gonna probably say cheese. Cheese. Cheese, Miss Mickey. I appreciate you too, Jamal. Keep them videos coming. I be needing them. Pepperoni pizza is your favorite. I love it too. Pepperoni and mushroom. Mmm. Always have loved that combo. But yeah, Domino's is good. Oh my God, there's a place called Godfather's. Of course, Janae, she said cheese. I knew she was going to say cheese. She loves that cheese pizza. But now when there ain't no cheese left and there's just pepperoni, can I have some pizza? Can I have another one? Okay, Zamir will eat. Look, if I drew a piece of pizza on a piece of white paper and handed it to Zamir, he would probably try to eat it. Cheese with bell peppers and mushrooms. Oh, yeah, that sounds good. Janae, what you say? Save you a piece if you can? Oh, good luck. You know that ain't gonna happen. That never happens around here. Pizza goes. It goes bye-bye. If you have the app on your phone, you get free pizza sometimes. I use it to order pizza for the kids when I'm at work. Yep. Godfather's pizza was the best ever. I hate that they, oh my God. And that was out of New York City. There's one left though. It's in Auburn. Not a lot of people don't know about it. I hope it's still in Auburn. Godfather's puts them all to shame. We used to go to Godfather's all the time back in the 80s. And it started in on the East Coast. Made its way up here. I don't know why they all went bye-bye. But shoot. There's that one in Auburn that we found and I was like, yes. But I don't want to go all the way to Auburn for some pizza. I done got lazy in my old age. My back be saying, Hef, I have a seat. Say what? Oh, you talking to your mom.
Here.
Who is this? Hello? Xavier, I don't want to talk to these people.
Dang it.
I'm not telling nobody else off. I've had it.
Oops.
Don't call them back either, because they're going to call us back. I don't want them calling me. Yes, Jamal. Oh, you just laughing at me. That's okay. I had to tell one of these spammers to, look, don't call me no more. I done told you 5 times today, don't call me no more. I don't want to hear nothing about no. There's one Parkland, Spanaway area. There's one Parkland, Spanaway, nay? Really? Yeah, but that's so far. That's far. That's so far. Domino's is down the hill. And they bring it to me. I just have somebody call me right now. And how did the skies, my voice, tell? Next time if somebody calls you, tell him to call me. I'll do them for you. Okay, Jamal. I'll call forward and I'll send it to you. Yeah, they got these people to be calling to me. Did you get your $300 Medicare package? No. You gonna need Kaiser in a minute though. Keep fooling.
Ooh.
Put you in the hospital. Honest to God. They get on my nerves. This thing in my neck is getting on my nerves too. It says there's 2 people in the chat. I know that's a lie. Said he did not want me to make a YouTube video of him making pizza because of the possible bad. Why? Why would he say, Brandon? That would have been so cool. I love watching people make pizza. They throw that dough up in the air and spin it. I tried doing that one time and you know it fell on my head. It just went bloop. I had to, I couldn't breathe. I was pulling it out. All you saw was 2 holes. Oh, yes, sir. Jamal, when are you going live? Do you have enough subscribers, don't you? All you need is 50 or more. Exactly, Brandon. That's free advertisement. That would be absolute free advertisement. And if his product is good, be on and popping. I want have a couple. Oh, you went live a couple of times, but that's never my video. So that's why I stay on restream. But that's never my video. I don't understand. So that's why I don't get it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, well, if you decide to go live, you just hit that little plus button at the bottom when you go to, you know how you hit the plus sign or whatever, and it give you a choice of a short video or live. Just hit live and let YouTube walk you through it, but make sure that you change your settings to go public and not private, because sometimes it sets it automatically to private. And it sometimes it takes a while for it to upload. You're spoiled pizza now, Brandon. It must be good. Oh, I cannot stop yawning. This is ridiculous. But I have a good time watching you and everybody because I enjoyed myself and you guys helped me out a lot and you guys have positive feedback that helps me. Okay. Well, we're going to continue to help you, Jamal, as well as you help us too. Hallelujah. Mother Jones just came out. I'm sorry. Oh my God. I appreciate you. You encourage me a whole lot, and everybody in this chat encouraged me. Grateful. I just want to tell you that. Oh, thank you so much, hon. We appreciate you too. We family. We's family. We got to stick together. I know I would watch. Y'all know Jamal can sing, right? Jamal get up there and start singing. Yes. Jamal get up there and sing. It's a rap. Oh, you did a great job last night, and I love talking and the laughs last night. You guys made me laugh. Yeah, we did kind of get crazy last night. That was fun. I love when grown-ups can talk freely, not have to worry about the kiddos. I spend my whole day worrying about kids hearing something. I gotta mute myself sometime. Oh, yeah, I got to meet this Solomon dude for real. Solomon had me howling last night. I gotta see this man. Oh, you saw him, Brandon? You saw him sing? Yeah, I really want to see him in action. I went to one of his videos and it wasn't funny, so I'm gonna have to go to another video because I was in the, I think I had to get back to the kids or something. I had to take me a quick break. You was singing, Jamal. You. We talking about you, sir. He's like, well, yes, sir. We talking about you when you sing on your videos. Oh, that's right. He was talking about finance stuff. I need to be listening to that too. I'm scared of this Bitcoin stuff though. People talking about buy Bitcoin, cryptocurrency. That's scary to me. I guess I'm set in my ways. Oh, I hear you, Brandon. You did a great job doing that. You handled that part. Cause it would be hard to do all that cooking and pay attention to what the chat was saying as well. But I'm glad people started going in their pockets for him. That was my main concern, y'all. Hey, pull it out. Hit that super chat. Send this man some money. Okay, Ansel, I see you, sweetie. I'm still standing better than I ever did. Oh, you seasoning your turkey? Oh, you starting early, honey. Good job. Good job. I'm so glad I'm not cooking this year. Lord Jesus. Yes. Yes, you guys deserve it. You deserve it. Absolutely. Y'all work very hard getting all these people together. This tribe of knuckleheads. We good knuckleheads though. Okay. Okay. How many pounds is your turkey this year? Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah. Pop. Damn. Oh, it did, Brandon. I kind of saw you dabbing at your eyes. I think it was because Abdul was emotional, had all emotional. Couldn't see everybody, but we could see you. We could see him. That was awesome, though. Let's get rolling it in. Just got to inspire people. Sometimes you just got to inspire people to give. You know, people are so willing to receive and don't want to give anything in return. And it shouldn't be that way. If you got it to give, give. You ain't got to give above and beyond what's appropriate or, you know, within your means. Just give something to show people that you appreciate them. Shoot. Doing all this work for us. My tag is not on it. I think the people from the turkey drive ripped it off. I'm going to take a guess. Oh, okay, they took the tag off. The live stream neck. Does it feel like you got a rubber band in here? And whenever you turn your head, you can feel it pull and you have to pop it. I mean, it literally goes pop. It's like a nerve, but it's like a tendon or something. And sometimes when I go this way, it just stretches and I can feel it pull and I have to pop it. It's so weird. Yes, he was very grateful. It's been a long time coming, Brandon. He's been waiting for this a long time. But I enjoy this community. You know, I really enjoy this community. It's no drama. No drama at all. And no hidden agendas. hmm Everybody has their own little niche. And sometimes a niche doesn't have to be specific. It can just be whatever you want it to be at any given time. I struggled over that. Okay, if I go on YouTube, what am I going to do? Besides sit there and talk a lot of shit. Pardon my French. But, that's what I do. But I've always liked variety shows. Coming up when I did, it was a big deal to see a variety show. Yes, I'm so grateful to meet so many wonderful people that I call family. That's right. Everyone has their own unique gift. That's true. Thank you, hun. hmm I always liked those shows like The Tonight Show and, with Johnny Carson or Jay Leno, depending on what season you were watching or what time era. And then like Arsenio Hall and uh who else? Conan O'Brien. Uh there's a couple of other ones that are out now that I really don't like. Jimmy Fallon. I enjoyed Jimmy Fallon when he was on Saturday Night Live. So I like variety shows that have a variety of different things. I don't want to get stuck in one little Johnny and Egg. That's right, Brandon. That you was Abdul's Ed the other night. Abdul was Johnny and you was Ed. But that sidekick was always important, you know. But yeah, I always enjoyed that stuff. Your troll reaction videos are from Jimmy Kimmel. 10 year. Jimmy Kimmel's funny too. But I just like I don't want to just do one, paint myself into one corner. So I try to do a little bit of everything, you know, comedy, serious stuff, book readings, reactions. Just try to just mix it up. Gotta mix it up, make it interesting. And then, of course, the live streams. Live streams are definitely, whew, that's the key to get them watch hours. That's the key. Now, they don't run ads on live streams, do they? Yeah. Do they run ads on live streams or just on the replays of live streams? I'm curious. Because I got to find a book soon to start reading for when I'm done with Portia. I'm kind of leery now of going and looking for videos to react to. You said that in your Ed McMahon voice. And here's vegan. I almost done. I'm almost well. I'm going for the 4. I know the 3 is like real soon. But the 4,000, that's what I'm waiting on. But I got to start looking into getting some other books lined up to read because people tend to like those. And I think once it kind of takes off, people will start watching those videos more because a lot of people don't have time to read. And on the replays, for sure, I don't remember the actual live if they do. I don't think they do, Brandon. I've never seen an ad pop up during a live stream, but I'm sure that they pop up when you replay them and watch them. I'm trying to get that AdSense money and might sell one or two merch. I'm trying to be very simplified. Get me a t-shirt that says, "Who you calling a white girl?" You know, something like that. I didn't even have one that says, "Who you calling a white boy?" There's a great book about a Cuban man who was flown over here as a child when Castro took over, and he had to learn. Oh my God, come back, come back. And he had to, when Castro took over, and he had to learn American culture. It's called Learning to Die in Miami. You know what? You told, you told Mother Jones about that book. And she says, "I don't want to learn to die." But sure, I'll check it out. If it's interesting enough to hold people's attention, I certainly will read it. Yes, must sell them t-shirts. Maybe baseball caps too. Yeah, that should be cool. Something that I'm not going to have to create from scratch. You know what I'm saying? Like when Dodash, she was creating, I guess before she became Dodash, she had a hair care product, or kind of a hair product, and she keep up with the orders because she physically with ingredients. I ain't got time for all that. Nope. Just the beauty supply and hope it works. That's about it for me. Oh my goodness. There is only one person. According to YouTube, there's only one person in the chat. YouTube is tripping. Now it says two. Okay. You get them from the live app, Brandon? Awesome. Awesome. Lies. Lies. I bought some books during the pandemic that I never cracked open and read. Yes, I'd been drinking and I had no idea what was going on. Oh, you had me so tickled. I was so tickled. What he is talking about, Brandon? Oh my goodness. Girl, it was funny. Oh my God. This is why my tea cools off so quick. I don't drink it fast enough. Yeah. The books that I bought during the pandemic were real political. I don't definitely don't want to read about Trump. No, thank you. I got that Trump book. I got, I think it was the one that his niece wrote. And then I got a book that Don Lemon wrote. And then another one from, she was a black police chief here in the Seattle Police Department, and the name of her book was called something in blue. I can't remember, but it was about the black female perspective of being in law enforcement, and she ended up retiring. And she's a member of my church. She just doesn't come very much. But now she's got to deal with CNN, I think. She does either commentary for them or MSNBC, one of the two, because she's retired. But yeah, I think it was in Code in Blue or something like that instead of Code in Black. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it was probably pretty good, but most of the books that I had at that time were kind of political, and I don't want to touch it, you know. But I'm sure there's other things out there that are very captivating. Yeah. I got a chance to look at other people's videos today, and it was nice. Tajmir made a couple. I stay away from politics and religion generally. Yeah. You too? I know you are, Neff. I know you tired. I know all that cooking you did yesterday. Shit. All I did was watch and I was tired. So I know you were tired. Yep. But look how much he did, you guys. Oh my God. Can you imagine? Just one person put all that together. We have to start 2, 3 days in advance. Oh, you know what? We haven't eaten yet, nephew. My husband's at work, and I don't know what I was walking into and had no expectation. My grandson is here. Just thank God he's not behind me cutting up again. But we just chilling for now. Yep, your body is telling you. Yep, you did it. And I would still just relax another day or so, because you definitely need some time down. Let me see, where did that message go? Auntie, family, how's the husband? How's everybody? Did you eat? Yeah, everybody's fine as far as I could tell. Xavion, like I said, Xavion is here. And yeah, he's feeling himself. Not actually feeling himself, but he gets in these little moods where he's just all over the place. He's in look at me mode. And that just wears me out just watching him. As you can tell, my eyes are about to close. I will tell him. I'm not going to tell him while his little, heart is on his sleeve, but I'll let him know what you said. Because that boy, don't give him a compliment. You gonna be his friend for life. Absolutely. Law and crime. Yeah. The what I can do. He already said he knows that he's cute. When I did, I what? When I did, I he got a compliment and said he knows. Look what I can do. Yeah, he already said he knows that he's cute. Yeah, child. Can't tell him too many times because he just lets that go to his big old waterhead. But he's one of the loves of my life. Wouldn't trade him for the world. Yes, sir. Ooh. You know, I need to break out my knee massage. That might help now that I think of it. Have I ever showed you guys my knee massagers? Xavion is something else, Ansel. He is, oh my God, look at me. He's the look at me boy. I think I'm going to break open my knee massagers and let them bad boys just work on my knees, work on this arthritis. I need to find a doctor that's going to shoot me in the back with a shot. I just want three months of no pain. I'd be so happy. Just 3 months. I'll take 3 months. I know it wouldn't be permanent, but oh goodness gracious. When you're so used to walking and you find yourself maybe 6 months later having a hard time just standing up without that discomfort in your lower back and in the stomach area. And that's where I am right now. So who knows? Maybe this chick will call me back sometime soon because it's been 2 weeks now. Yeah, it's about 2 weeks saying that she's not going to be available for appointments until I think she said end of December. Nobody has time to wait for that. Yes, pain free. I just want to be pain free. You know, you deal with children a lot. Isn't it amazing how each one has their own little personality? Yes, definitely. Definitely. And you know, the funny part about it is that if you were to put them all in the back of a truck or something and pile them up like meat, they would fall asleep just like that because they wear themselves out during the day. Come on, come on. I could tell with one of my daughters that she was going to be trouble at 2 years old. I love her, but she also gave me generations of tall and short. Yeah. I could tell with one of my daughters that she was going to be trouble. I love her, but she gave me lots of headaches. Oh, I missed that one. You deal with children a lot. Isn't it amazing how each one has their own little personality? Children are special. Yeah, they are special. Absolutely. You guys pardon me for a second. I'll be right back. I got to go get my kneecap massagers so I can be productive as I'm sitting here on this stool and getting this flat ass sitting here. I gotta get up and move around. That's true. My son and daughter are like day and night. My daughter is a social butterfly, and my son, it doesn't want to be bothered. Exactly. That's how my boys were, night and day. His daddy was the real calm, cool, and collected one until that boy turned 19 years old and went way off the rails. And that's when he was diagnosed as bipolar. And that was one of the scariest times in my life. Yeah, just just one of the most laid back kids you'd ever see. And then one day he just started tripping. And I mean, right where I'm sitting right now, there I had a seat. I had a leather, like an office chair, and I'm right by the window, and I could look out the window, and he dropped to his knees and was praying, talking about, "She's my God," and what the hell, took off running all around the neighborhood. It was crazy. It was absolutely nuts. But that's what it was. He was in a manic state. So, but I'm gonna go get my daughter. Gave me trouble. Is now 19 and doing well on her own. Good thing, Brandon. I bet she learned a lot from you. Yes, us girls can be a pain sometimes. Yeah, I'll be right back. These things look like little Star Wars helmets. I couldn't put my finger on it, but these go on my knees. And they've got the infrared light inside. Let me turn it on for you so you can see it. Oh, come on. Don't tell me you're not charged. See? You see that light? That's where the kneecap goes. It goes right there. And boy, oh boy, it feels so good. I use this for my arthritis. Old Uncle Arthur has moved in and taken up residence in my knees. All those years of walking the pavement. May the force be with you. Yes, very unfortunate, Brandon. Very scary. Very, very scary time. And they have no clue what's happening to them. None. I had no clue. It's just a trip, you know. I think about how hard that time was and never thought that I could ever go through anything worse than that. Thank you, Ansel. Thank you so much. But you know, I think back on how hard that dilemma was when he was diagnosed as bipolar, because his episodes would be so they would be so night and day. He was either depressed or manic. There was no in between. And you know, the healthcare system, you know, they experiment all the time. Ain't nobody trying to experiment on my baby, and he couldn't function. I believe that, nephew. I believe that. I really do. He had to self medicate. He did better self medicating than he did that crap that they had him taking. Me a gift of cooking, but he taught me what I should do to make. Come on back here. To make a better life and live even. Yeah, 101 minerals. Some people never even get all that. So certain things that we take will give that to us to have the body we fully function as a human. Yeah, but I tell you, when Isaiah started smoking weed, he was able to function much better than when they were giving him all that other crap, uh, Risperdal and Depakote and lithium and he said, "Ma, I can't function. I can't function like that." Oh wow, B12, D3, and K2. You'll end up. Oh my goodness, and zinc. Wow, that's something to take note of. I'm glad you said that because I can refer back to that. But after I went through that with him, he was I'd say for about 13 years, 13 or 14 years until he passed. That, but he wasn't having episodes nearly at hardly at all in their teens. Yes. Yes. You're absolutely right. But I look back on that now. For a long time, my doctor told me I was pre-diabetic until I became a diabetic and realized all the things that I did wrong. But now that I know, I try to spread the love and the information to everybody. Thank you. Because these doctors are lying to people. They lied to me. They said, you're pre-diabetic. I remember having panic attacks and being full of anxiety, and then me and my wife realized that I needed to take zinc, which changed my life. Absolutely. Something as minor as that. But the pharmaceutical thing is, of course, money's always gonna play a role, the biggest role in our healthcare system and everything else. You know, that's the land of the free and home of the brave that we live in. Yeah, they're legalized drug dealers. That's all they are. The doctor told them to eat sandwich meat. Sandwich meat was carcinogens, and you're not supposed to eat that. So for a doctor, school for yeah, they told me once you pass this point, you can't come back. People that concerned me, they're definitely gonna try to kill me because I'm gonna tell people how to heal their body. Yeah, you gotta be careful because you don't know who's watching, and heal the world. They don't want people to be healed. They don't want nobody to be healed. They want people to stay sick so you can keep on buying their damn medicine. They just want you to keep buying their doggone medicine. I figured that out when I was addicted to opiates for several years. And I was throwing money away on pills. People think that when you get older, that's when your body get weaker. Honestly, it's a lie. At the age that I am now, come back here. I noticed that once I hit 40, I became stronger. Stay addicted, get them addicted. First rule as a drug dealer. That's right, Brandon. As long as you take certain things, you're good. But we don't know that a lot of us were vegan or not when we're malnourished and we're missing key minerals to make the body fully function. I'm telling you, when I was addicted to opiates, I finally went through detox. I went through a 5 day detox. And you know what they did in the hospital? They put me on another drug to kick this one. Suboxone. Have you ever heard of Suboxone, y'all? Let me know if you ever heard of Suboxone. It's an opiate blocker, and it's to prevent you from relapsing. That's what they tell you. Y'all know about Suboxone? It's you talking about? Is it like methadone? Yes. However, methadone is like the old version. Suboxone is a little bit more man-made and supposedly less addictive. The only thing I can say that these medicines that they have is to keep people addicted to something else, to make you spend money the human body don't need anything as long as exactly, which makes my point. I had a friend, I had to drive up to the clinic every morning at 4 a.m. to get his methadone. Yes. And those people are so strung out on methadone, you might as well be back on heroin or whatever other opiate you're on, because that's all heroin is a high form of opiate. So glad you got off of that. That's horrible stuff. He eventually died from it, overdose. Well, check this out, Brandon. They put me on Suboxone. This was in 2006. We're in 2024. Do you know they still have me on it? But now I take it when I feel like it. I don't take it just because I'm supposed to. And the reason being is because when they put me on it, they did not tell me it was addictive. They say, "Oh no, it's non-addictive." That's bullshit. Because when I tried to stop taking it, I got physically ill. Literally. I was sick as hell. So I resigned to the fact that okay, they say it's safe, so I'm gonna keep taking it. Well, apparently it was doing a number on me somehow because they would let me keep taking it. They would have me keep taking it 3 times a day. And now all of a sudden, here I am, 62, and my stomach done blown up when I stopped taking it as much. What's that all about? Suboxone makes you constipated. It's just not good for you, especially on a regular basis. I can see if you're trying to get somebody in the beginning off. You know what I'm saying? I only take it when I want to go to sleep, and lately that hasn't been the case. Cravings or carvings. I haven't had any carvings, Brandon. But yeah, opiates. This Suboxone is an opiate blocker. All it does is it blocks the effects that you get from opiates. The high that you get. Opiates are basically painkillers, and they're necessary for when you have surgery and stuff like that. And some surgeries there's just no way that you're gonna just take Tylenol and feel better. No, there's just some surgeries you have to have some kind of painkiller, and that's how I ended up getting it in the first place. I had surgery, and they gave me them Vicodins, and I was like, ooh, I like this. I was the nicest person you'd ever want to meet. Because I was in customer service. Now, them people at the airport, I wanted to cuss them out all the time. Because these people would act like assholes all day long. And I'd take me about 3, 4 of them bad boys. I'm like, hi, how are you today? Nice to see you. Well, I'm really sorry that you didn't catch your flight on time. Oh, Lashana's live? Okay. I'll see you later, Ansel. So yeah, I was taking them not knowing that they're just as addictive as the painkillers themselves. So, with that said, I weaned myself off. And I take them every now and then. I still get the prescriptions. I don't pay for them. Them things are, if I had to pay for them things every month, it would be 900 and something dollars out of pocket. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. But yeah, I don't. Oh, excuse me. I hardly take them. I may take one on a Tuesday night. I'll take another one on a Friday night, depending on what I got planned. But they mainly make you sleepy. You know, my father got hurt and they prescribed him oxycodone. He was addicted and had to get off. Constipation goes with opiates. Absolutely. Imagine taking Suboxone does the same thing. It has the same effect on your body as opiates. They constipate you. Imagine taking that since 2006. Now you see why I'm so crazy. Oh my goodness. But anyway, now that I've poured out some more of my business, I don't mind. I'm transparent. I got to be transparent. I can't be fake for people. I just can't. But one thing I wanted to say, my dad did to get yep. One thing I did want to say though is that when my son died, the only way I could get myself through it, only way beside relying on God, of course, is to say, well, at least he don't have to deal with that bipolar shit. Thank you, sweetheart. But that was my saving grace in my mind. That's how I was able to cope with his death, by him being suddenly taken from us. And I'm like, at least he don't have to suffer from that bipolar shit. Especially in today's, ooh, there's just too much going on in these streets nowadays. You can't drive a car without getting pulled over, driving while black. And next thing you know, you dead on the street because you made the wrong move. And imagine him getting pulled over during an episode. It's crazy. I have a video of my son that I keep in my phone right now. It's the only video I have. And it was a video that he made. He himself made this video because he was starting to experience an episode and he recorded it. And he went into this real paranoid thing. He thought people were following him and people were watching him and stuff like that. He was crying and, oh, I didn't. I still have it, Santa. Nephew. I still have it. When my friend was doing heroin, let me go back. When my friend was doing heroin, I remember before he got his fix, he wanted to stop at drugstores to get enemas. Oh my goodness. Well, they gave me this. I don't feel like anything he said was wrong. Somebody was following him. Something was going on in your son. Uh-oh, wait a minute. I've just lost that. Yeah, whatever the case is, sweetheart, he was going through. He was, if YouTube wasn't a public platform, I would play that video for you right now. But I don't want to traumatize him because that's his daddy. But oh my God, the agony he went through in his car. He was on his way to work and he felt like people were following him and watching him. Enemas, can you believe that? But he needed relief. Brandon's friend needed relief. That shit plugs you up and has you can't take a shit for days. It's ridiculous. So yeah, I thank God, even though I lost him, I thank God that I don't have to worry about him getting gunned down in the street. Because that would have possibly happened. They don't have no understanding about mental illness. You know, I mean, they talk about mental illnesses in this country as if it's trick or treat, but they don't do nothing to treat it, especially with African Americans. The African American community are the ones that deal with the bullshit the most because number one, society always looks at African men, African American and African men on a negative level, you know, like they're less than human. You know what I'm saying? Or that they're you know, they're all drug dealers, they're all gang members, or they've got some ulterior motive and, you know, that kind of shit. But not only that, our culture has always taken on this persona of when you do have somebody in the family that's suffering from some kind of mental illness, they don't acknowledge it. They go into denial. Oh, that's Uncle Jojo. Yeah, he's fine. He sleeps in the back room. Y'all don't need to bother him. He's okay. And they keep him stuffed away in a back room with no treatment. No treatment. They just keep him back there and take care of him when he could be a fully functional person on his own. It's such a taboo subject matter in our culture, and it's a detriment, and it's take generations to pull up out of that. Mrs. Robinson, the song. What is that, Brandon? Is there a song called Mrs. Robinson? I gotta go pee. I'll be back. Okay, I done forgot where we left off. You were suffering from depression. I think that's what my dad was suffering from too. Who's Johnny Boy? Mm, I need to hear it. I'll go find it and listen to it. Simon and Garfunkel, huh? This boy is going 40 Norty in the other room playing a game. I'm not going back there to check him. Mm-mm. I'm staying out of that. But yeah, I just looked at it, even as tragic as that was, that's something I didn't want him to have to suffer through for the rest of his life. And they said he would. Yeah, hiding. Exactly, Brandon. That's exactly what that must be about. It's terrible. I had so many friends that had somebody like that in their family, and you go by the house on a holiday or something, and there was that one relative in the back that they'd fix the plate and take it on back there. You never seen that relative, you just knew they were back there. That's a sad existence. It really is. You ever seen that movie Soul Food back in the early 2000s? Soul Food is one of the best African American made movies ever, in my opinion, because it showed the real fabric of our culture in America. Remember that? Remember the uncle in the back room, Brandon? He came out with a TV that was stuffed with cash. Didn't really pay it no mind. Mama had. Hi, Mocha. How are you, sweetheart? No on Soul Food. Wait, you didn't see Soul Food, Brandon? Tell me you didn't. You tell me you saw Soul Food. That movie, man. I don't know. You an honorary brother right now. Okay, you got to see it. Soul Food. Soul Food is, oh, wonderful, Mocha. We just up here talking real talk. Honey, you can jump in anytime. I'm sure you may have something to say as well. But we were talking about culturally how mental illness is not addressed in the black community as it should be. And in the movie Soul Food, it touched on how rich the black culture is in terms of the family unit, and all the bullshit that we all go through. Now, which one was Terry, honey? I can't remember the names. Was it one of the sisters? And are you talking about the movie or the show, the TV show? Wait, was Terry the one, the Vanessa Williams character that was an attorney or something? She was the rich one of the girls. She had all the money. Okay. Man, her husband did do her foul. Ooh, ooh. He should have got his ass whooped. And her cousin, her little dancing cousin. That heifer would have I'd have mopped the floor with her ass. I mean to tell you. Don't come up in my house and sleep with my husband. You got me fucked up. Yeah, uh-huh. Yep. But what we were talking about, I brought that up. I missed it the last minute or so. Okay. What I was saying, Brandon, is in Soul Food, there was this African American family, and the movie addresses the rich culture. Okay, you were booted out too, Ansel. We talking about Soul Food, not the food, but the movie. I can't believe y'all got booted out. What's up with YouTube these days? They tripping, man. We get on a good topic and they want to fuck stuff up. Oh, that's right. You went to Luciana's live. Okay. We broke it, didn't we? We broke it, especially yesterday. Mercury retrograde. Hey, I hope so. I'm not gonna claim nothing until I see it in my face. But I know it's gonna come. It's gonna come. But I was explaining to Brandon about the movie Soul Food, and how, that movie showed the general public just how black family unit is, the culture really is. And what started yesterday? Mercury retrograde. Why watch a content creator that steals others' information to try to preach they're not even off the okay? You can say that again. Air source soul food. Oh my God. Brandon never saw soul food. Okay, so y'all know what I'm talking about when we talk about the uncle in the back room. Y'all remember the uncle in the back room? Big Mama's brother. Y'all remember Big Mama's brother? And she took care of her little brother? Okay? They take care of them, but they don't go out and get the help they need. He never came out. He was always in that back room. And she would make his plate and stuff, and everybody be out in front having Sunday dinner every Sunday. You never seen the uncle because he was in the back room. And that's what I was saying about our society right now, but especially within the black culture, we still have that problem of acknowledging mental illness. You know what I'm saying? And he was always in his room. But when Big Mama died, remember when Big Mama came, when she died, and there was a rumor that she had some money stashed somewhere in the house? There was a fire in the kitchen because somebody left, what's his name? The boy left the rag on the stove and it caught fire. And they trying to put the fire out. And the uncle comes from the back room carrying his TV, and he dropped it, and all this money comes flying out of this TV. I guess it took that for them to realize that this man was a human being. Ain't nothing wrong with me. I don't need no help. The whole time they're in a denial, and the family be like that as well. It's not just the person that's going through, it's the family that don't want to acknowledge that there's a problem in the family. You wrap yourself around that enablers. You wrap yourself around that person that is in need and get them the help they need. Get them the help they need. You know, when my son went bipolar, family didn't go see him in the hospital. I think there was maybe, beside myself and my husband and my son, I can't think of any other family member. Maybe my brother-in-law. Maybe. I think. I'm not sure. And the cold part, my sister, my blood sister, half sister, used to be married to my husband's identical brother, twin brother. So our kids are double cousins. They had two boys together. Me and my husband had two boys together. Matter of fact, my sister and brother-in-law got married before me and my husband did. See, but family don't wanna. Hey, Tashmir, how you doing, my love? I've been watching your videos. Yes, sirree. I remember when I was a teenager and I was very depressed. My mom prayed over me and called it a day. Don't get me wrong, prayer works, but I should have been placed in therapy. Thank you. Do the Right Thing by Spike Lee. Good
Can I get
movie.
some? Can I get some fries and some chicken nuggets?
Why don't you eat some of that chicken we got? You want fries and chicken nuggets? Okay, hold on. I need my phone. You're in therapy now, Mocha? Honey, therapy works. People, too many folks have fallen by the wayside because they figure, oh, that ain't gonna work. Too many marriages have gone down the damn drain because somebody is too doggone proud to take their narrow ass to therapy. It will save your life. It will absolutely save your life. Shoot, we gonna all need therapy pretty soon. Just wait. I ain't gonna say nothing else. Hold on, y'all. I gotta order this boy something to eat. Shoot. Ooh, that chicken pot pie was bomb. Hold up, you guys.
You guys like my hair?
My parents took me to a therapist. I was getting picked on. I was called egghead because I had a big head, and the doctor looked at me and said, "You realize that egghead means that you're really smart." That's why I immediately placed my son and daughter in therapy when I noticed they were dealing with stuff emotionally. Who's that handsome young man? Yes, Tajmir, that's my grandson. He's a mess. Yes. I told my parents they should have continued to save their marriage. They were married almost 40 years. Absolutely, sweetie. She said, yes, she loves your hair, darling. Your hair looks gorgeous. Ah, yes, Tajmir, that's Xavion. That's my boy. That's my grandson, Xavion. Here, go order what you said you wanted. But don't you add more to it. Don't be. Get your booty out of the. Get your ass up out. You ain't even got no ass to be twerking.
Yes, I do.
Go in the other room, please. And handle your business, please. Love your hair, bro. Looks awesome.
No, look
Yeah,
over
they're
there.
laughing at you because you have no booty.
I keep trying to help.
He's a mess. He is, boy. Take it in the other room. I'm busy. He made me lose my train of thought.
This fat butt.
Yeah, but you made me lose my train of thought. He does. He does, Mocha. You are absolutely right. He about to get busted in his mouth.
Hey.
He's shaking what his mama gave him. She don't have much either. Lord have mercy. She got less than him. She about this big.
What? What?
She said shaking what your mama gave you. I said she don't have that much either. She about this big.
It's not funny.
It is funny
No,
because she is skinny. She's small.
she's not skinny.
Well, she's still tiny. Get out of here.
Why are you talking about my mom's butt?
I ain't talking about. He said. I mean, Brandon said you're twerking because you were. You were shaking your butt. You talking defensive. Okay. So so
Talking about my mom.
did I lie?
Yes.
No, I didn't. Your mama is this big.
Oh, I thought you were talking about her butt.
Get out of my room, please.
I thought you was talking about.
Get out of my room. He better back the fuck up. I'm not playing. I'm not gonna say what I want to say. Anyway, we were talking about families that keep the person in the back room. and not deal with their issue. And instead of dealing with their issue, they kind of, get around it. They move around it without dealing with it head on. Tashmir, you don't know, you don't know, you don't know. I don't want to lose my channel. Yeah. Or my license to provide child care. Put my foot knee deep in his ass. He don't know. Hide them. Yes, this is. Yeah, they do hide them, Brandon. They hide them in the back, but it's really unfortunate because those people don't get the care that they need. And I hear you. They don't get the care that they need, and especially in America, this. I'm so tired of hearing about land of the free, home of the brave. It's bullshit. All bullshit. It was all built on a lie. When it's all said and done, black people don't get the same health care that other people get, and that's a fact. She needs it, Mocha. She need therapy. Shit, I wish they would have had therapy back in my day. My grandparents sent me to the doctor, thought I was crazy. She's 17. Oh, bless her heart. Yeah. My grandparents sent me to the doggone doctor when I was 10 or 12. They thought I was crazy because I was rebellious. I couldn't do what the other kids could do and all this stuff. And I was acting out. So they sent me to the doctor and had the doctor put all them damn things. They did a EKG on my head and thought I was crazy. Crazy. I was pissed. I was PO'd. Yep. It's appalling. And statistics show that more and more black women are dying in childbirth than any other race combined. That ain't no fluke. That is no fluke. And it don't even and it ain't about money. Not shock therapy, Tashmir. They're not doing that. They're just not treating people equally, even in the healthcare system. It's one thing to not get jobs and equal opportunities in other areas, but when you can't get equal health care, yeah, when you can't get equal health care because of the color of your skin, and they don't just come right out. Of course, they're not going to tell you, "Oh no, we're not going to help you because you're black." No, it's that undertone of racism, depending on who's treating you. You know, and it ain't even about how much money you have because we got some rich people that are black women that have died in childbirth that was more than capable of paying them high prices for health care. You almost died giving birth. See what I'm talking about? Yeah. They're sending people that need treatment. They sent my grandfather home. I took him to the emergency room. It was clear that he was suffering from a stroke of some kind, or the onset of a stroke. The entire, I think it was the left side of his face dropped. Okay, his eye, his lip was just it wasn't contorted. It dropped, and he was complaining about this pain that kept shooting up the back of his head, back of his neck, from the base all the way up. And his left arm, I believe, was tripping. I took him to the hospital. I was like, "Grandpa, come on, we gotta go. We gotta go." The doctor said Ma'am, we believe that your grandfather has suffered a mild stroke. I'm like, oh God, thank you, Jesus. I'm glad we caught it at least. And 15 minutes later, and why I don't have therapy anymore. It was racist as fucking didn't like knowing it. See, 15 minutes later, three doctors back in that room. I remember they did that to my mom. She went to the ER. I think her pressure was up and something else was wrong too. They didn't even give her a room. They had her on a bed in the hallway. Hello. They sent my grandfather home. They said, ma'am, we've decided that he hasn't had a minor stroke. We've decided that he has something called Bell's palsy. Now, I knew what Bell's palsy was. I had seen Bell's palsy in someone else. And it was similar in that the face contorted. That person didn't have all the other symptoms that my grandfather had. Okay? Bell's palsy is one side of your face, muscles contort and screw up. You know, like, not a stroke. A stroke is when your shit drops. Decided. One doctor said stroke. Three more come in and decide. Because this man's in his 70s, black, that he didn't have a stroke. He died a month later. I'm going to just say that. The hospital let my mom leave, and she didn't even make it to the parking lot. She passed out in the field outside of the emergency room. I hopped out of the car with the ran toward Jesus. Did you take her back to the emergency room? I've seen it happen all too many times. I've seen it happen all too many times. My husband. Oh, we can go as far as my husband. My first son was born. My husband had he had to have his appendix taken out, and she had just walked out of the hospital door. Good Lord. He had some kind of I don't know, something wrong. Wow. Something after he had his appendix taken out. May I ask, Auntie, are you mixed? Yeah, yeah, all mixed up. But yeah, my husband had his appendix taken out. He recuperated from the surgery, went back to work, started having some severe pains in his abdomen. They called the ambulance, took him to the hospital. The hospital that they took him to is a major trauma center in downtown Seattle, one of the best in the country. The other thing about that particular hospital, I know that's right, Answer. You have to advocate for your family. You all mixed up too. I hear you. But look, next thing I know, they are strapping my husband down on a gurney. Was it two? I think it was 2-point restraints. And I'm in the hallway at that. They haven't examined him or anything. And apparently, this particular hospital runs a make on every that comes through emergency. And my husband had a warrant out for his arrest. Apparently, identical twin brother had put traffic tickets in my husband's name and didn't pay him. So rather than treat him for why he's in the emergency room in the first place, they strap him to the gurney to take him to jail. You know, I want smooth off. He went to jail. And when he went to jail, I went and got my husband's mother. Okay? It was on a Saturday night. I'll never forget it. Me and my mother in law went and found my brother in law a house party and took him up out of that house party and took him directly down to the jail because he did not want to believe that my husband was telling the truth. That wasn't me. That was my twin brother. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. We've heard that story before. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're going to jail. You haven't addressed the issue. He's you haven't even checked him. You just put him on a gurney in the hallway and ran a make on him and then strapped him to the gurney with 2-point restraint and took him to the jail. So we had to go find his brother and drag him out of a house party. Exactly. Quick to dismiss. Now they don't dismiss white folks like that, but they sure do dismiss black folks like that. And we literally took my brother-in-law down to the jail and shoved him in front of those people and said, "See? Oh my God, it's true. He does have a twin. You dirty bastards. You more concerned about throwing the brother in jail than making sure he's okay." That's our healthcare system. That was in 1982. That happened in 1982. My baby wasn't even a year old yet. So I've seen quite a bit in that respect. Our healthcare system sucks when it comes down to how they administer care to our demographic. Put it like that. You was a itty bitty baby in 82. I had me a itty bitty baby in 82. My baby was born in 81. I was 18 years old. And then his daddy came along in 84. And then I was done. No more. Pickle it, jar it, sell it at the swap meet. He was born in he was born in July 15th, 1981. So you're a few months older than my son. You were born in 81, Oka? Got some 40-year-olds in the house. Yes, sir. 43. February. Okay. Okay. 44 is creeping up on you, Mo. It's here soon. Okay. Send me the paperwork. Send me the paperwork, Kashmir. Oh, you were born in 87, Anson? That's the year my grandfather passed. The story I was just telling you about when I took him to the hospital. 80. He passed in July 1987. That's right. So let it be written, so let it be done. Wow. It just seemed like it just yesterday that he passed in 87. It's a trip. I talked about that in my book when my grandpa passed. That was the first time I'd ever lost anybody. It freaked me out. I was like, oh my God, the hell? So I can't remember the chapter I talk about that. Your wife had her first child at 17? Okay. I'm surprised I didn't. Girl, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, I've got one to three. My husband was a father at 15. Yeah. They were born when as soon as he turned 16, his twins were born. 16 years old. Father of twins. And they're 46 now. Yes, three. So times haven't changed. They just look different. It's more acceptable now. Shoot, back in the way back. They talk about how fast people are nowadays. Hell, I'd believe if you said you're 40. Oh, baby, thank you.
Skibbity dub dub dub.
Skibbity to you too, baby.
Okay.
Thank you so much. What?
You're not the dead alpha like I am.
Hey, I have no idea what he was talking about. All I know is that he better tread lightly. I ain't one to gossip, see from me. I forgot what I was gonna say. Geriatric. All my skibbity to him. Brandon, what is this new language? Skibbity toilet. What does skibbity toilet mean? I don't understand. Oh, I know what I was. Skibbity alpha slang. Okay. Thank you for enlightening me. But they say that, young people are so this and that. And to a certain degree, yes, it's different because we're in different times. But a lot of these old folk act like, young folks is so
My
off.
other coming.
What other stuff? What else did you order?
Mom, I bought chicken.
So you said your other is coming. What other?
See? I forgot how I bought these.
You bought two things? Two orders?
No, I got. Let me see what's in here. Okay, so these.
So you forgot something on your first order, so you ordered it separate?
No, I forgot how to. Yeah, these are the chicken nuggets. Chicken nuggets, and then the fries are coming.
Okay.
And then I got
You
something
ordered
to
them
drink.
separately.
Yeah.
Okay. You asked your kids what? Wait, let me see that. I asked my kids what music I should put to videos that I post. Okay, I had no idea what it means, but baby girl like that skibbity toilet stuff too cracks her up. I have no idea what.
Use the slang.
What does it mean, Zay?
Here,
Skibbity
you want me to
toilet.
show you what it is?
Yeah, there's something to see.
There it is.
I mean, just tell me, what does it mean?
This is what it is.
I was watching you. Today I'm gonna be.
Look, that's a skibbity toilet. You hear the music?
What are they? Those
They're
are little tiny toilets?
they're heads, but in toilet. I don't know why they call them skibbity toilet. It's just weird.
Okay. I guess I should plug in my
What's 9
iPad.
plus 10? 21.
How did my cord out? Hold on. Okay, here we go.
Sigma skibidi. Ohio Sigma la skibidi. Ohio Sigma skibidi.
Ohio Sigma.
Sigma skibidi.
You want to hear a slang? The slang?
I've had enough.
Slang words.
I've had enough. I have my own slang.
Get out here.
I have my own slang. It's been around for ages. It's even in the dictionary.
What is it?
It's profanity.
Hey, yo, it's from Baltimore, and I have an accent when I go other places, but I can't really. So I'm gonna say some words and phrases and something. Okay. Blue, two, avenue, curfew. I'm ready to go to the store. Earn, and iron, earn. Where
Mama, she's from Baltimore. They have an accent.
Uh-huh.
you from? What are you talking about?
Fuck with you. Eat some fruit, baby, but nothing see him. Fuck with you. Fuck with you. He trying some supple yang. Fuck with you.
Okay, I don't want to. Take that out of here. Thank you, baby. Thank you for enlightening me. Stop. Stop.
Wait,
You
but let my
ass
tang
now.
tang
Stop.
gonna do it?
It's enough. I love you. Go get your food. I need that Brandon. Hey, the dictionary. Take him to Phoenix. It's all right. Me and Pawpaw staying in the hotel. My other grandson, they can go stay. Look, I watch kids 5 days a week. I'll be damned if I get stuck on my little day watching other people's children. This one, this time. But I'm trying to say before I was rudely interrupted by the skibbity man that a lot of older people make it as though young people are off the chain and promiscuous and
No, I couldn't even understand what he was saying.
okay, can you take that?
He's like, semi doodle.
Okay.
Whatever he
He's
said.
probably from another country, huh?
And
So that's why he talks like that. Just like you talk skibbity. Nobody knows what that shit is. So
thank you for knowing our slang.
you're very welcome, honey.
Bye, Bola Jillian.
Okay. Get the Sam hell out of here and leave me alone. Skibbity man. But anyway, getting back to adult conversation. Um, a lot of these older people to make young people seem as though they're just so off the chain, blah blah blah. They forgot they ain't always been so righteous. Because I can recall a time I heard stories about the hotel they went to. And it wasn't no hotel, it was just a mattress in the middle of the field with a roll of toilet paper. That's right. We just had a different means of going about our dirt. I'm just not gonna tell him. Don't bring me no babies here. No, thank you. Yep, every generation does it. Just don't do it up your nose. You going to respect me, as Mother Jones would say. You gonna respect me. Every generation. Can you imagine us now, or should I say, can you imagine if we had then what they have now? Ain't no what we would be doing. Oh, that's respect. Got to put that T on the end. I know it's how you express to your grandchildren, your children, what you went through when you did some bad shit, some stuff. Yep, I'd be wild and even more. I know, Ted, girl, you already know. Already know. See, we wasn't exposed to a lot because our parents wouldn't allow us to be exposed. But then that truth started creep later when we got older. Found out devilish our parents and grandparents were. Shoot, oh, y'all was just trading. You can't go out because it's not appropriate for a young lady to be out at this hour. Yeah, mama, but you met grandpa at a theater and you never met him before and you let this total stranger could just come up and kiss you on your neck during a movie picture. But you saved though, huh? You saved, ain't you? You was then too, huh? Oh my god. Mama was hot. Hot to trot. Praise God. Oh my goodness. That is funny to me. That is so funny to me. I remember listening to music that was not meant for my ears, going to places I wasn't supposed to be at. Yes, ma'am. I remember, okay, my daddy, when I tell him about himself, he wasn't always a minister. Okay, preach, preach, Mocha. I'm here to tell you, look, my husband is a pastor now, but he ain't always been no pastor. He was a hoe. When we met at 15 years old. He was a hoe. And he stayed for a long time. Yes, we had to let the phone ring once in the middle of the night to signal a meet. Yes, we had to let the phone ring once in the middle of the night to signal meet up. See, you had that opportunity to get away with that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying, Brandon? My grandparents wasn't having it. I didn't have a phone in my room. They gave me a phone, one of them little princess phones. Back then when we had dial up or the push buttons, and I thought I had something because my phone was push button and it was pink. And they gave me an extension because back then your landline was one phone number and you could have the cord sent out the bats, okay? With the drawers pulled halfway down, right up in the sky. It's time to party. But look here, all it took was some boy to call me one time, snatch that phone from me so quick. Damn, it's a phone call. They be listening in on me and my friends on the phone. I'm like, I hear you. They, dang. Then my next door neighbor, the Bird family. The Bird had a brother named Randy. Randy was fine. Oh my God. He was nice looking. The family was kind of had some issues. And it turned out as I got older, it to realize that really have a sexual curse on that family. I just didn't home from school. School was and straight to my shenanigans. Okay, now what's up? I had to catch the bus home. I could conduct all my shenanigans on the way home. But the Bird family had this demonic type of attachment. No, the phone was in the living room attached to the kitchen wall. That's right, Brandon. Ours wasn't in the kitchen, it was in the living room. Cord went as far as maybe halfway into the dining room. You couldn't go far. Yeah, my mom wouldn't let me go to the movies with my friend. He was a boy. I had a crush on him too when I was a senior in high school. Imagine these guys trying to use a phone now. Brandon, I'm telling you the truth. It's the funniest thing you'd ever see to see a teenager try to figure out how to use a rotary phone. They stand there, because I've done it. I've literally put a phone in front of them to use it. She still let you date in college? Child, I'd been and left. Yeah, they would, Tajmir. I've seen teenagers be brought that experience of, here, try using this phone. And they pick up the receiver and they're like, how do you make it work? They can't figure that the buttons mean something. The problem is that nowadays you don't have to memorize phone numbers, but back then you had to memorize them phone numbers you wanted to call. But one night I said, I'm out of here, and went out to eat with this guy. Okay, you busted a move, Ansel. You went out to eat. How do you go online with this thing? Yeah. How do you go online with the what are these buttons for? They ain't decoration. But man, I mean to tell you, the Bird family with this generational curse that they had. No, there was no online at that time. Randy was so handsome, and Randy was about 6, 7 years older than me, maybe more. Might have been 7 or 8. And during her senior year, she got married, and her husband lived with us. Oh wow, yeah, them shotgun wearing weddings. Mm, yeah, they do forget it. But let me tell you what happened. Randy started throwing pebbles at my bedroom window because their house was literally right next to mine. When they would walk out of their back door in the kitchen, there's my bedroom window. And what separated us was a chain link fence. Randy was nasty. He was throwing pebbles at my bedroom window. I'm still a little teenager. I'm like 15. Yeah, about 15. Randy was a grown ass man with his fine self. My grandfather caught that man out there throwing pebbles at my window, and do you know my grandfather came to the window with his 38. Yes, Randy was trying to get some, Tajmir. Now, mind you, I was like the baby sister to them all because there was 6 kids in this family, and the youngest of this family was 2 years older than me. So they kind of adopted me as the baby sister next door. And here you got the oldest boy in this family trying to hook up with the baby sister of the family, the adopted baby sister. My grandfather heard this tapping going on my window. He came in my room, he peeked out that window, and he saw Randy out there throwing pebbles at my window. My grandfather walked out of the room, went back in his room, came back in my room with his Saturday night special in his hand. You was throwing rocks at windows, Brandon. All my grandfather did was show him the gun. He stood in the window like this. That old man didn't play. Randy didn't say a word. He just went in the house. Do you know about, I want to say about 12 to 14 hours later, I come home from school that day. Yes, I'm sure they did, Brandon. I came home and there were bars on my window. Bars. like I'm in jail bars. And the cold part about it was this house was so old that the windows didn't open but this much. How am I gonna get out? Why you putting bars on my window? Yeah, you done put bars on. Look, don't let there be a fire and I can't get out of the house because you think somebody gonna snatch my coochie in the middle of the night. You gonna let me burn instead? Literally? Exactly. Let me tell you what happened to Randy Tajmir. Let me tell you what happened to Randy several years later. I'd say maybe about 10 years later. Randy got locked up in prison for molesting his own children, sodomizing his own children. Ooh, it got quiet, didn't it? Sodomizing his own children. He had 2 or 3 kids. And when he finally got out of the Oregon State Penitentiary, he had served 23 years in prison for that. Crazy business. That whole family was weird. As time went on, look, I'm gonna tell you a little story about that family. I'm hoping and praying that they never see this live. A couple of them are already passed away, and the mother's passed away, so I think I can swing it. Okay. The father of this family was a preacher. Okay. Reverend Bird was a very good man. Okay. There were 6 children and him and his wife. And beautiful looking kids. I mean, everybody in the family was good looking. Okay. My dad did that to my sister. She was 13 years old. Mom ran with me and my sister when he was locked up. Sick. So Reverend Bird died. And the kids were fairly, let's see, the oldest had just graduated from high school when he passed. She was valedictorian of her school. Beautiful girl. She was actually a model. And she ended up going on to modeling and all that stuff. She never left, well, at that time, she never left home. She didn't leave home until she was damn near 40. Stuck at home. Randy, of course, by this time has gone to prison for sodomizing his children. The next child, who was also a boy, he moved to Atlanta or Memphis or somewhere. He ended up with this girl. The girl shot him. He was paralyzed from the waist down. Then there was the last 3 were girls. The oldest of the last 3, 2 of them were, okay, no, I take that back. One was a model, beautiful model. Oh my God, beautiful. She got married, had some kids. She ended up dying from breast cancer. The second to the last one is still alive. She lives over in Detroit somewhere. The baby, the last one, who was 2 years older than me, she ran off in the middle of the night 2 weeks after I had my first son. Now, let me give you a little bit of a backstory to this. Me and this family were like this. But when I got pregnant, the mother just kind of said, "You're not allowed around my girls anymore." Okay, duh. I'm I'm the baby. How am I influencing your grown ass kids? Okay. Now, don't get me wrong. they did a lot of stuff for my first son. They bought him a bunch of nice clothes and stuff. They decorated my room when I was in the hospital and all this stuff. But I was banished from their house because I was pregnant. And they all, but part of that was also because of Randy, the one that was throwing stuff at my window. Yeah. So the last daughter, 2 weeks after I gave birth to my son, that girl ran off in the middle of the night with her boss. She was working for some rich millionaire who dealt in exotic tiles and, stuff like that, stonery and whatever, people getting their countertops done and all these exotic tiles and stuff. So this man was a millionaire, at least I'd say 30 years older than her. And he was a white man. He was an older white man. Old. I don't even want to say older. He was an old white man compared to her, cuz she at the time was 20. I was 18. She was 20. So he was about he was in his 50s if I'm not mistaken. And she ended up marrying him and had a couple of kids. She named her first child after me. Her first child's name was, she named her Michelle, and nicknamed her Mickey after me because she got this little biracial baby. So the only biracial person she knew was me. I guess they do, don't they, Brandon? But I mean to tell you, this is the weirdness of the family, though. I just told you about the kids. When the father died, his brother also preached, and he convinced this woman, the wife, that he wasn't going to die at first. He was in a coma. He had been on the operating table. He went into a coma. Something happened, too much anesthesia, whatever. He slipped into a coma while in an operation. And so they went and they had this big revival at an arena at the Seattle Center. You know where the Space Needle is? You ever heard of the Space Needle? Well, that's considered the Seattle Center. It was built in 19 they opened it in 1962, the year I was born, for the World's Fair. And the Space Needle's still there. Big historic landmark. So, they have this revival at this arena down there, and all these church folks show up there. They're going down there to pray the preacher back to come back to us. He's in a coma, and we gonna pray him out of that coma. Well, he ended up dying. So the brother of this man that just died convinced his wife that he's coming back from the dead. Yeah. So much so. What now? She fell for this shtick, whatever her brother in law was feeding her. So much so that they took, let me see, before the funeral, before the funeral, my grandfather asked one of the boys, I think it was the younger boy, he had come to the house to borrow some sugar. 2 weeks had passed since this man had died. Okay? No, they don't do World's Fairs anymore, I don't think. They used to. Those, from what I understand, they were really fun. But when the preacher died, 2 weeks had passed. There had still been no funeral. Nobody had heard a thing about it. Nothing. And one of the kids from next door came over to borrow a cup of sugar. And he was 12. I was 8. That much I remember. And my grandfather asked him, when is your father's funeral? We haven't heard anything. We would like to, pay our respects or blah, blah, blah. And he informed my grandfather that there's going to be no funeral because my dad is coming back from the dead. My mom told me my dad is coming back from the dead. So there's not going to be a funeral. This is a 12-year-old saying this. Now, my grandfather was not the most religious individual. He was quite the heathen. He told that boy, he told this 12-year-old boy, he said, young man, let me tell you this. You tell your mama, if your daddy come back from the dead, you can have this whole motherfucking neighborhood to yourself. We all leaving. I was mortified. I was like, Grandpa, why would you say that to him? He said, baby, ain't nobody coming back from the dead. Nobody. But it just, this family had this ticking weirdo time bomb thing going on. And then they started thinking that they were seeing visions and just all kind of crazy shit. You got your son done went away a few years later, of course, after sodomizing his kids. And when I talk about generational curses, that was a true testament to generational curses. They packed up the brand new car that preacher brought, that he bought. I'm sorry, because the wife didn't know how to drive. The only one that knew how to drive in the family was the oldest son, the tipper of my window, Randy. He was the only one that knew how to drive. He's a grown man. And his mama, they ended up going ahead and having a funeral. And about a week later, they drove the car down to the cemetery and parked it next to the cemetery plot. Left the keys in the ignition and a fresh change of clothes in the car. What you think was going to happen next? What do you think they thought was going to happen? They thought that man was going to climb up out of that grave, get dressed, and drive home. I shit you not. You want to talk about crazy. You want to talk, okay, free car, anyone? Oh no, they wasn't going to give up that car. Nah. That son ended up driving that car. And it had the big white wall tires on it that was big and popular back in the day. Man, that was a true pimp mobile. But ain't that crazy? That's insane. And all the kids believed it because the mother was pushing that agenda. And she believed it because the brother-in-law was pushing it on her. Generational curse. It was a family curse going on in that family. And it was very sexual. A lot of sexual demonic crap going on. It was crazy. You can't make this shit up, Taj. You couldn't make this shit up. They used to have church down in the basement because the man's dead now. So they wasn't going to join another church. So they decided to have their own church down in the basement of the house. And they would have church every Sunday down there. I could hear it from my front porch. And then one day they decided to come out and they had choir robes on. And they were marching up and down the sidewalk singing gospel songs, playing the little tambourines. And the neighborhood is like, Yeah, church in the basement. A lot of folks had church in the basement back in the day, Tajmir. That's not really all that unusual. Church in the basement. Yeah, they was definitely confused. They didn't stay crazy for long though. They got somebody hipped them to some game. Someone hipped them to some game. She was sending those kids because she was getting social security checks for them kids that were under 18, and she actually pulled two of them out of school. They never finished school. Um, the older ones did, but for the most part, they all stayed home except for the boys to a certain degree. And as far as the church thing in the basement, Tajmir, that was kind of normal back then because I've seen other people have church in their homes when they don't have a church building to go to. But she started sending them girls down. Don't do that while I'm talking, baby,
Sorry.
please. Thank you. They all needed therapy, starting with the mama. I don't think you'll ever see it there, baby. This is a culture thing. That's more cultural than anything. But she was sending them girls downtown to go shopping because she was, collecting. The man left behind a great retirement portfolio because he did construction work in addition to pastoring. And, not like nowadays pastors, most pastors, especially the big pastors that have big congregations, that's their only job, you know. But back when I was coming up, a good preacher, shoot, he had a full time job and pastored on the weekends and in between where he could fit it in because he wasn't doing it for the paycheck. He was doing it for his calling. That's what he was called to do. But nowadays, it's not necessarily a calling for some people. They do it because it's a nice big fat paycheck from a nice big fat church. But anyway, do people still do that now? I don't think so. Not many. But I recall last one I saw was about 10 years ago. Um, she's dead and gone now. The woman, it was a female pastor, and she was having church in her. It wasn't a. It was like a redone garage, a separated. It wasn't attached. It was a separate structure on her property, and she would hold church in there. But you don't see a whole lot of that now. But it was just crazy the things that she was sending them girls downtown to go shopping, and then bring the stuff back and do something and switch tags and take it back, return it for the difference in money or whatever. It was a scam. She was scamming. And the only reason why I know that is because one of the girls finally told me later, years later, when she got with her mother. And to make a long story short, after all those years with all those kids, guess who was her caretaker in the end? Me. I'm the one that was got her put in her place. Yeah. None of her kids were there for her. I hadn't talked to them people in 25 years. All of a sudden, I get a phone call from a neighbor saying Miss Bird in the hospital. To the hospital, go see about her. Found out that she was still living in the house, but was real sick. And but kind of, and then kind of not. Because of the fact that the girls, by this time, had left. They had married off, you know, and no matter what, she's still your mama. I don't care. You can be loony as a goon, but at the end of the day, that's your mama. And when your mama's ill and can't take care of herself, you don't just not answer the phone. It just don't work. So I ended up getting the phone call, and I'm the one that ended up, seeing about her, and she ended up basically losing the house and her car. She actually learned how to drive several years later. As a matter of fact, several years later, she married and made him stay in the garage. I could go on and on. It just hurts my forehead to talk about it. Two of those daughters tried to steal the house from up under her and tried to have her declared as not able to mentally care for herself. Well, it depends on what kind of damage you're talking about, because it wasn't cuckoo land all the time. This was in their younger life. These girls grew up into their 40s and 50s. You know what I'm saying? They didn't break away from mama and didn't have nothing to do with her. But it's just, to a certain degree, they tried to a couple of them tried to capitalize off of her and tried to get her house. And they actually ended up being very instrumental in having the state take all of her property and making it to where the state had to take care of her. And when that happens, they take all of your assets. If the state is going to take care of you, meaning if they're going to put you in an assisted living situation, uh, they're going to take all your assets. And at that time, her asset was her home and her 1990 something Cadillac. And I ended up buying that Cadillac. I bought that Cadillac from the state, and then I would drive her around wherever she wanted to go in her Cadillac. Oh, you heard about the church in the basement, Michelle? Hello, Michelle. How are you, sweetheart? Good to see you. Yeah, we talking about some crazy stories back in the day. Way back in the day. So, yeah. But she lost everything, basically. I went in there before they took possession of the house, and I sold everything I could for her. Because when you get into one of those situations, okay, Michelle, when you end up in one of those situations where you don't really have a say in the matter, crazy stories with Auntie. What the state does, and what they do, is what they did to Wendy Williams. You know what they did to Wendy Williams, right? Anybody know? Assigned a conservator to her. She has no say in what happens with her. There's somebody else, the puppeteer, making all the decisions, all that. That's what happened to this woman. And it was her daughters that initiated it. They convinced the state that she was not capable of mentally caring for herself, which she was actually capable of taking care of herself. Getting close to my bedtime. Sorry, I have a wonderful night. I enjoyed it. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. I appreciate it. But her daughters were out for the money. They wanted to liquidate that house and cash it in, and it backfired. So not only did they not get the money, guess what happened later? Out of 6 kids, those are the 2 that died. Think about that. Out of the 6 children, those 2 daughters that tried to screw her over and screw her out of her house and everything in it were the ones that died. Both of them. One died of breast cancer, the other died of some other cancer. Like you said, Tasha, karma. I'm glad to see you, Michelle. I don't see you often, but it's good to see you. I mean, see your name in the chat. Put it like that. Has no name, but it has a target though, don't it? You can't do people any old kind of way. It'll come right back on you. You got to be careful how you treat people. Definitely. Can't be using people all willy-nilly. It'll come back on you fierce. It really will. But yeah, I haven't, she died several years ago. And yes, that target is precise. Well, for a few days I was here but couldn't chat. I saw that. No, you can't, Ansel. Yeah, he did say something about that, Michelle. He said that you were there, but you weren't able to comment. But we know that you were there. Oh, you were there in spirit. I know you wanted to say so much. I've been and beat my keyboard up. Been and had a tantrum. I could only imagine, Michelle. Want to say something and can't. That's a trip. My ex got stabbed by his girl after he treated me like trash, so yup, karma. Okay? My aunt did that to my grandma. She horribly suffering now. You see what I'm saying? You can't just, you can't do that to people. Whether you have an issue with them or not. You made Chat GPT pissed off, John? What'd you do to Chat GPT? Did you insult Chat GPT? Yeah, I'm curious. How did you do this? We all sitting here with bated breath. I tried to get it to make an image for my t-shirt saying, Boom Shaka Tits. It said, I violated. You violated their terms. Boom Shaka Tits. Imagine Chat GPT got their nerve to have some terms and conditions. Man, get out of here. The nerve. Boom Shaka Tits. That is so funny. They just wasn't having it, huh? That is crazy. I gotta go to the bathroom again. I'll be back, you guys. I need to stop drinking so much tea. Okay. Sorry it took so long. I had to pour me some more tea. This thing is falling off my legs. Thank you, sweetheart. I forgot to turn on my knee massagers. Ooh, come on. Do your jump. Do your jump. Wait, what did I do? There we go. Oh, that feels so much better. He's slacking, Michelle. He's excited about this trip we're about to take tomorrow night to Phoenix. So I think the last one he made was the one that he made about the storm. The Terminator stuff. You hear my massagers? Oh my goodness, it feels so good to my knees. I love these things. I wish I could wear them all the time, but can't walk around with these things. They look like Stormtrooper off of Star Wars. The Stormtroopers. I guess they were the ones in white. That's what these things look like. The helmets, but they work. Yeah, they come in handy. No, you definitely wasn't slipping. As a matter of fact, he'll probably make some videos while we're in Phoenix. Yeah. Oh God, man. It's made by a company called Nooro, Nooro, and they run about two something a piece. I usually buy them in pairs. We're leaving tomorrow night. Our flight leaves like 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. I can't wait to get up out of here. Jesus, take me somewhere. I got to go. Oh, you're going to Phoenix next year? My son just moved there in August, him and his wife. And they love it, I guess. Oh, yeah. You know who I am. I'm going to wait until I get through security, though. Okay, cool. That should be nice. What part? Are you going any particular part of the year, Mocha? Yay, you. Because, man, Phoenix gets hot. I told him, I said, I'd cancel my reservations to hell after experiencing that kind of heat. Mm-mm. Yeah, yeah. Well, shoot, when we went to Vegas back in July. It was ridiculously hot there too. And I can't get around like I used to. Doing all that walking and stuff, I can't walk like I used to, so I stayed indoors all the time. Otherwise, I'd have been out there baking in the sun. It's hot. It's cold where you are now, Taj. It's cold here too. Don't feel bad. You ain't the Lone Ranger. It's cold here too. And now I understand why older people go to hot places when they retire. Because that heat just does wonders for their body. I'm in home all the time too, but one day I want to explore. I hear you, John. You gonna get out. You gotta get out. You gotta explore some things. That's the one thing I hate about being in this position right now. I'm not accustomed to just sitting around the house all the time. 39. Oh, I don't know when. Let me see if I can find out what the temperature is here. Let's see. It's 41 here. We just a couple degrees warmer. Actually, it was 40 degrees earlier. Tomorrow it's supposed to be 37. Then Thursday, which is Thanksgiving, 33 is going to be the low. The high is going to be 45. The sun is going to peak out on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. But Monday is going to be out completely. That should be a doozy. Well, I'll say. Oh, I missed a message. 37, yeah. 39 is hot there. Shoot, 37 is cold here. Amen. Oh, you're Celsius. I don't know what the comparison is for Fahrenheit. 39 Celsius. I don't know what that would be in Fahrenheit. Huh. Let me see if Alexa knows. Hold on. Alexa, what is the Fahrenheit equivalent to 39 Celsius?
The Celsius Fahrenheit conversion for 39 degrees Celsius is 102.2 degrees Fahrenheit.
It's 102 degrees Fahrenheit down there, Taj. Wait a minute. 39 in Fahrenheit. I asked what is the 39 Celsius equivalent in Fahrenheit. They said 39 Celsius is 102 Fahrenheit. Did Tosh say it was hot down there? Because if it is 102. So Taj, is it hot there? Is that hot? Is 39 Celsius hot? I'm confused. I'm confused now. "39 Celsius is flaming hot," but that's not what it is right now where you are, correct? Hey, nephew. Is it a heat wave right now? 3.8 degrees Celsius equals 38.84 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay. No, right now it's 6 Celsius. Okay, so what is 6 Celsius in what is the equivalent to 6 Celsius in Fahrenheit? 42.8. That makes sense. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Michelle. So it's not all that warm there. 42.8 Fahrenheit right now. Okay. Ooh, that made. Mmm. I was like, wait a minute. This boy done ate up my chicken. I know, right? This little boy. Mm. And ate up my chicken. I had a nice big breast piece too. I hate it too, Ansel. I don't do well with cold weather. Not at all. I hear you. I will clean this bone. Mm. Me too. Me too. Okay, Michelle. You too, sweetheart. So Taj, who was the guy that you did the collab with? This most recent one. Not that one. The other one. There was another one I saw today. This one wasn't Guy though. Maybe that was it. I don't remember the guy's name. It was a short, I think. Oh, okay. I don't know why I thought it was. I am pooped. It's almost 8 o'clock. I gotta start packing. Yes, that guy, Scott Rouse, Roos Rouse. Who is he, huh? We're gonna leave Sunday morning. Our flight leaves 6 a.m. Sunday morning. Unfortunately, I can't stay longer. Otherwise, I would. Your internet crush. All right, I hear you. A body language expert. Okay, I think I. Yes, Jamal. Mmm. I'm tearing up what's left of this breast. Mm. Oh, you were? Mm. Y'all still kicking with King Exhibit, huh? Wait a minute, what am I doing? He always talking about the hungry. I hear you. Jamal, the one that got me eating Reese cups. That's right. That was my brief entanglement, so to speak. Yeah, that pot pie was good. Oh my God. It lasted a long time. It was so big. It was huge. So what y'all over there talking about, Jamal? They still keep posting? Oh, Taj, I'm sure you'll find one, a good one. What it exhibit? Oh, okay, good. I've never seen that over there before, but then again, I've only gone to his chat a couple times. It's good that they're having a good time. Yeah. I'm sure that'll come along eventually. We have that capability now, it's just not everybody has a laptop. And then some people are not comfortable getting on camera too. Wait a minute. Let me get. This thing disappears so fast. Mickey, but I'm glad that when I come on your live, I enjoy it. Plus, you eating the peanut butter cups. Yeah. Now you're gonna make me pull out another one. I had two regular size Reese cups in my drawer, and them things seemed to disappear. I don't know what happened to them. Ain't no telling. But it's probably the best. Oh, excuse me. Here you go. Here's your Reese cup with the little stuff in it. The Rice Krispie stuff. But I realize what the YouTube channel we are family in too. I love to see everybody grow. I love it. I love to support everybody because everybody. Mm-hmm. You're absolutely right, Jamal. Mm. I ain't gonna eat no more of these. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Thank you, Jamal. That's true. Very true. How's your wife doing, Jamal? Oh, she's sleeping. Okay, good. She getting her rest in. So it must be, what time is it there? That's right. People will grow on their own time. This ain't about competing. Me too. It's 11:07 at night there, huh, Jamal? Yeah, it's only 8:07. 8:07 here, but I got to get a video done. I got to do chapter, what is it? Chapter 6. Chapter 6 of the Portia book. Got to knock that out the park. And I'll try to remember to bring that with me on this trip. Okay. It's 5:07 now, Tajmir. Is that 5:07 a.m. or p.m.? Okay. Okay. Oh. Oh, I'm gonna still go on live while I'm gone, nephew. I'm just, it won't be an all night thing. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna be on, but I just won't be on as much. But since my son has a YouTube account and his wife has a YouTube account, I'm gonna make sure that they get on here and watch these videos and be in my live if I'm on live. Okay. I appreciate it. I'm working toward it, Tajmir. Jamal, you are so sweet. I'm working toward it. Nephew, did I tell you my numbers or did I just tell the wife? Yep. 27. Well, it's a little, it's almost, it's actually a little bit more than that. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. 20, 27, 26. Yeah. I'm almost there, sweetie. I'm 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 on the hump train. Whatever that is. Yeah. I'll be there by Monday, I think. You still hungry from yesterday, Jamal? Yeah. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Don't, Jamal, I don't know. It just flew out of my mouth. Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. But it's funny with this YouTube thing. You figure if you do 10 hours, you'd get 100 at least. That's if you what, have 10 people at all times. And I think it must have fluctuated because there was a couple of times that I was on there 10, 11, 12 hours in one point, and the most I got was 99. Okay, that part. The names shall remain. Not yet, Jamal. I'm on my way though. Okay, that's the only way. That's the only, you be sending the tribe over. And I so appreciate it. I really do. Very soon. Yes. I'm excited about it. I'm working my way there. Yes, we have John to thank for this. Yes, we are proud of you, sweetheart. Yesterday was so emotional. That's what's up. Gotta lift one another up. John did it. John knows he knows who to link to where. Because I sure was in the wrong spot for a minute, and then I had to let that go. Yes. Yes. John is the connection. Absolutely. I think what I'll do tonight is I'll prop it up in front of the fireplace again and let it run. Thank you, John. I appreciate you. I really do. You did wonders for me. I was struggling. I ain't gonna lie. Yes. Okay, where am I? All right, Tajmir. You enjoy your evening, sweetheart. It was so good talking to you. Very much so. I really appreciate that girl is crazy as hell. I love her. I love her to death. That beautiful gray hair. No one tell you that you're nothing in this world because you sure have been. See there? John, you the man. You the man, John. You are the man. Love you too. Jamal is crazy. I wish I had hair. Oh my goodness. You know, I'm not too far behind her. I need to get started on this packing. Oh my goodness. I hate waiting until the last minute to do stuff. But I'm gonna leave my live going and I'll check back. You told your wife you was gonna buy you an afro? Baby, don't do it. Don't just leave it alone. Leave it alone. Please leave it alone. Ain't nothing sexier than a bald man. Now leave it alone. Leave it. Jamal, don't you do it. Mm-hmm. Don't do it. That's right. It would, wouldn't it, John? Let me set this up real quick. I'll be back.
I'm gonna ask about. Whoa. The front light just cut off.
Oh, it does that.
Hey, hit it, hit it, hit it.
Hang on. Hang on, where?
with my friend
Where?
in Seattle.
No, we're leaving tomorrow.
No, I'm talking about like, not like, I'm talking about like in the afternoon, not like at 8, nothing. I'm talking about like early.
You're not leaving this house going anywhere until we get on a plane. We're not doing that. We're not going to be doing that. Mm-mm. Papa ain't got time to be trying to come and pick you up from there and all that stuff. He got to leave work to come all the way out here so we can get ready to leave. We got to be at the airport. We can't just leave the house at 8 o'clock. Our flight leaves at 8 o'clock.
I thought you said 9.
No, 8. Man, these kids, I tell you. He want to go visit a friend over in Seattle. Like we ain't got nothing to do tomorrow. We flying out of here tomorrow night. Okay. Big Juicy Lucy. Juicy Lucy. Like to play with the goosey. Got hooked on that Tootsie. Hi, bestie. How you doing, girl? I'm setting up my backdrop tonight. You got abducted by aliens? Jamal be spreading all that extra love. I was rapping when rap came out. I don't want to do the white noise. I don't think I'm gonna do the white noise. First of all, I need something to plug it into. But I'm gonna do my fireplace. Got my little fireplace right here. And I'm just gonna prop this iPad up in front of it. I might even let the little smoking lady sit on top of it. And she can smoke occasionally. I'll light her up a couple times. But I'm not gonna be up and down all night so she can smoke. Yeah, my little portable fireplace. It's like one of them little stove fireplaces. It ain't real. It's just electric. Yeah, it's cute. But I have to be careful. I have to keep the heat part turned down to a minimum. Otherwise, my iPad will melt. Because I got it propped up right in front of it. But your little scenery was so cute last night, bestie. It really was. So I'm going to get this set up. You guys go ahead and keep talking. I'm going to set this up. breather.
We believe in redemption. So I ask you to please remember that during and after the state's closing. To remember that when you're deliberating. To remember that each of you individually gets to make that decision of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. So I'm going to ask for the sale. That is what we're supposed to do. Right? And I'm going to ask you to go back there, deliberate, come back with not guilty verdicts for Mr. Henry on all the charges against him. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for participating in your life, for sacrificing your life. For your existence. I really do.
Oh boy. There we go. There's my girl. There she is. I wish I could make it continuously blow out. Thank you, Mocha. She's my smoking lady. Hold on. Okay, so this little thing right here, this is the incense that I gotta light. I keep forgetting to get it from my best friend, Bestie. Oh, the rice cooker she was talking about. Ansel, do you guys have Wendy's there? Have you seen their latest Frosty? OMG. That's all I can say. Salted caramel. They have a new Frosty, Ansel. A new flavor. Oh, 2 minutes away from your house? Oh yeah, that's on and popping then. They have a Frosty. The the salted caramel Frosty. Just the name of it makes me wanna Oh my god, ain't it good? Okay, here's my girl. And here's her little hand. When she, trying to be proper and whatnot. Why you had said that? Y'all was talking about some Frosties up in there. Look at this girl. It just don't smoke. She don't smoke long enough. That's the part that gets on my nerves. It only lasts for a minute. But it's real cool when it's going on. Oh my god. Salted caramel is good. Oh my god. It is so good. It is wonderful. Oh, yes, sir. I had to sit down for a minute. It's very addictive. She just blowing smoke in my face. I'm gonna set her up on this table. I am so tired. Them kids wore my butt out. Oh yeah. Man, pralines and cream and then pistachio. Pistachio is heaven. But I'm a cherries jubilee girl. I love my cherries jubilee. I was wearing out some Haagen-Dazs for a minute. I can only imagine if I was eating it now. Mm. That sounds like something I might just have my husband go get for me tomorrow instead of this tea. So I'll be able to drink all that tea before we leave. Just get me one of them salted caramel frosties at Wendy's. I might even get the kids one. Pistachio ice cream is the bomb. Netflix chill. I can dog out some ice cream though. The Cherry's Jubilee is my thing right now. Or the vanilla, the cherry vanilla Haagen-Dazs. If I get a good batch one day, man, I'll sit there in the middle of the bed and eat the whole thing from beginning to end. Ooh, those were the days. Can't do that now. Can't do that now. I'm half packed. Oh, let me get some more stuff packed. It has pretzels, brownies, caramel, and peanut butter. Ooh, ooh, that is so good. Man, I don't feel like packing a whole bunch of stuff. I really don't. I better pack me some eyelashes though. Oh yes. Build your own. Just make your own ice cream. Own ice cream combo. Yes, yes, yes. 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 As they say in church, yes. That is what is up. Oh, God. I know there's got to be something better than this on. You know what? It's hard to say. It depends on what you get from Baskin and Robbins. Baskin and Robbins that's the OG of ice cream. But that Cherry's Jubilee at Baskin and Robbins is like, I won't even share it. My grandkids come, can I have some ice cream? No. You can have some of that vanilla in there. Go for what you know. Okay, did y'all know that TD Jakes is about to file a mega lawsuit? Let me see. I heard he's going after content creators. He better worry about that stroke he just had. Y'all hear about TD Jakes? Yes. Who's going after TD Jakes, John? They said TD Jakes is going after content creators. That's what I was just about to say too. Against who? Don't know quite yet. But he's about to launch some big lawsuit. He need to be worried about that stroke for talking about him. Ansel, he want to go after people for talking about him and Diddy. Okay? If you didn't want to be associated with all that, you shouldn't have been hanging around that fool. Everybody knew he was what he was mixed up in. Please. They say he's a bottom too. Man, miss me. Okay, sit way down and hush. He better not mess with any of us. Ain't nobody thinking about that man. He just had a stroke in the pulpit. Now he talking about suing people. Yeah, he's a bottom. He taking it all up the bottom. Yeah, that's why he's so stressed out. He's stressed out because there's another minister that came out and just told it all on how TD came on to him, starting years ago. So he's stressed out. Ansel, you are wrong for that. Mocha, you wrong for that. Chi Chi, man. Y'all is crazy. All three of y'all. I love it. I'm going to turn this up so you guys can hear it. Hold on.
Once you hit that bell, you'll see an all button. Click all, that way
Can
you
y'all
guys
hear
get all
this?
the updates.
I turned it
Whenever
up
I release
loud so
video
you can hear
content
it.
on this channel, y'all won't miss the updates, man. If y'all can hear me in the comment section, press 2.
Can you hear this,
Salute to
John?
everybody in the comments, press 2. Appreciate all of you guys who's showing love and tapped in. Let me get a mic check real quick. Make sure y'all can hear me. If y'all can hear me, press 2. As I told you guys, there's been a lot of slander going on the name of Bishop T.D. Jakes. A lot of people have said a lot of slanderous things about Bishop T.D. Jakes.
Okay.
And
Ladies,
now
can
he's
you
fighting
hear?
back. According to reports coming out tonight,
Okay.
the Bishop T.D. Jakes is now blaming a lawyer for one of Diddy's accusers for a recent health scare in the church. According to reports, Bishop T.D. Jakes has blamed his recent health scare on stress caused by allegations by a lawyer repping a man accusing Diddy of sexual assault. And it goes on to say, Tyrone Blackburn, the attorney representing Rodney Lil Rod Jones, the man accusing Sean Diddy Combs of operating a sex trafficking ring, has set his sights on another high-profile figure, Bishop T.D. Jakes. It says, in a lawsuit filed in the U.S. District Court for the Western District of Pennsylvania, T.D. Jakes has accused Dwayne Youngblood, Blackburn's client, of defamation and civil conspiracy. According to the report, it says that Mr. Youngblood, who is a lifetime registered sex offender and a two-time convicted felon, recently made allegations on the podcast Larry Reed Live, claiming that Bishop T.D. Jakes had groomed and attempted to sexually abuse him when Youngblood was a young minister. T.D. Jakes, however, has forcefully denied the allegations and is fighting back with a defamation lawsuit claiming
Everybody
the
can't be
claim
lying,
was
Mocha.
patently false and malicious. It goes on to say that T.D. Jakes' lawsuit describes Youngblood's statements as carefully planned effort by a convicted criminal, and those acting in concert with him to rewrite history, to deflect blame and accountability for his reprehensible and criminal conduct. T.D. Jakes also accuses Youngblood of attempting to publicly smear a renowned and eminently respected religious leader in a blatant and explicit attempt to extort him for millions of dollars. It goes on to say the Youngblood's allegations were broadcast on two widely viewed podcast episodes on October the 28th and November the 3rd.
I
And it
saw him
goes
too.
on to say, according to the complaint, the episodes were titled Larry Reed Live Interviews, where Dwayne Youngblood, the abused, become the abuser. The lawsuit alleges that Youngblood made statements claiming that Bishop T.D. Jakes groomed and allegedly sexually assaulted, sexually abused, and preyed upon him. According to the reports, it says these accusations are patently false. The lawsuit states Bishop Jakes never kissed or tried to kiss Youngblood, never cornered him or forced him into any situation, sexual or otherwise, and certainly never told him that he wanted to sleep with him or had any conversation of a sexual nature at all with him. The interactions described by Youngblood during his LRL interviews on October 28th and November the 3rd never happened, period. The lawsuit further claims that after the
Blah,
second
blah,
podcast,
blah.
Blackburn, acting on the behalf of Youngblood, sent a letter to T.D. Jakes on November the 15th demanding $6 million to resolve this matter quickly and
Dang.
privately. According to the
Pay me
complaint,
to keep me
this
quiet.
demand amounted to an attempted extortion. It goes on to say
Mm.
information and belief. The defendants retained a lawyer in New York to represent Youngblood in a blatant attempt at a money grab. The filing alleges the
They always
motivation
say
of the
that.
demand was clear. Pay
Womp
millions of
womp
dollars
womp.
otherwise, the podcast strategy and other similar tactics of attempting to publicly harass and shame
Hello,
Bishop T.D.
niece.
Jakes will continue. The lawsuit also
This
details
dude
the
actually like
toll
he
of
can't read.
allegations have
He is
taken on
kind of
Jakes.
difficult to listen to.
This is it mentions that the pastor suffered a medical crisis on stage in the middle of his Sunday service on November 24th during a sermon at the Potter's House Church in Dallas, attributing this incident to the stress caused by Youngblood's claims and widespread attention they have
I got
received.
something to say when he's
Jake
done with all
is
that.
seeking damages for defamation, emotional distress, and punitive damages. It goes on to say that the lawsuit asserts that Youngblood's claims were accompanied with malice, wantonness, and continuous desire to cause injury, and
Wantonness.
were made heedlessly and with reckless and wilful indifference to the truth.
Willful,
Bishop
not
T.D. Jakes is
wileful.
now fighting back in the biggest way. As Bishop T.D. Jakes is fighting for his reputation, you guys,
He need to
as he
fight for
says
his health.
that these allegations
Up there having
are
strokes on a Sunday
categorically
afternoon.
a lie. Now, salute to everybody that's tapped in to this channel. Salute to everybody that's tapped into the stream. I will let you guys in on, uh, you know,
What?
because here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, right? This guy
Uh huh.
apparently had given his story, right?
Exactly.
So he gave his story about what he claims
What's this?
had happened
Wileful.
in that situation, right? And so, Bishop T.D. Jakes has now fought back. He's tired of the foolishness. After this guy accused him of,
Ain't today Tuesday? And didn't he have this so called stroke
From
Sunday?
10,000 years ago, when our ancestors sowed the first seed to the
Who
ages,
has a stroke and 2 days later they're suing somebody?
might
He
seem
should
like
still be in
science
the
fiction,
hospital.
but the truth is, every one of us is a natural grower.
Is it me?
Growing is in our blood and soul. Once you start,
Now look, this dude that he's going after, apparently this ain't the content creators this time. This is this Youngblood dude. Now Youngblood is also a minister. Youngblood is a convicted sex molester or sex offender twice.
I'm gonna let you guys hear
But when he was a younger
what this
man,
guy had to say. I think this went under the radar for a lot of people.
came on to
A
him.
lot of people, I don't think they knew or got to know.
And this guy, this Youngblood dude, went on 2 different podcasts telling his story about TD Jakes. And in the process, he was also telling his own story about his downfalls. I'm like this. If you lying on somebody,
Go after
would you be telling the bad things that you've done as well?
claims about you.
I mean,
You understand what I'm
I
saying?
would take the word of someone who is literally
Um,
telling on themselves like they telling on the person that they telling on.
various
In other
accusations.
words,
Uh,
yeah, he's doing that da 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 da, and I can't talk because I used to do so and so, and I've been convicted of this, that, and the other, and I'm not ashamed to tell you, but I'm here to tell you that this man is doing da 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 da. I've done it, so I know. Do you follow what I'm saying?
so
He
again,
was at the Diddy parties. Now they try to say that
and
the Diddy parties weren't all freak offs. I get it, okay?
and
But in the industry, see, we just outsiders. But people that are in the industry, they know what's up. They know what's going on. And that's why they announce at those white parties, for instance, That's why they announce, okay, y'all, time for everybody that's gonna get up and leave, take the kids home, because it's about to get real up in here, blah, blah, blah. They're letting those people know. Miss Vegan, he was at these parties, and Jaguar said the only things that are at those parties are drugs and sex. Absolutely. Even at the white parties, they're not as outward, they're not having orgies at the white parties, but they're doing some suspect stuff at the white parties. And there were kids at the white parties. Diddy is into voodoo, if you guys didn't know. Wait, hold on.
What they did. I want to get here. Oh. And they're gonna also
Here's the
tell me their story about
second
I'm
podcast.
trying to understand. That quick.
Exactly.
Was the conversation looking at him and seeing the other? This is my personal story. I never thought I matched up. I never thought I was equal to him. All right, so hold on, you guys.
This guy talking on that podcast is the minister.
Channel.
I believe Jaguar too. Jaguar, she ain't no joke. She like,
I want to get to some
and she seems over the top. But see, that's what they do. They portray
so,
people to be crazy when they come out with the
that
stories.
VIP
That's what they did to Cat Williams years ago. Jag's story has never changed, Ansel. You're absolutely right.
As a boy, look at boys as the other.
Listen to this.
And when people say same gender, loving, things of that nature, it's really the fact that something in me was looking at him and seeing the other. This is my personal story. I never thought I matched up. I never thought I was equal to him. So I always was drawn to him because he had what I didn't have. Way it makes a difference how gifted and how anointed the way. Wait. Yep. I don't know if you guys got what I just got. That I have not ever heard articulated, but I have just everything here. She's a therapist. I have dealt with somebody that, oh, so you're moving too fast now. You're dropping nugget after nugget, and it's going into our pain body and our past, and it's shaking us up. So you gotta give me a minute. You just articulated the reason why, and this is not all same gender loving people.
He sure didn't, Mocha.
And talk to. Because y'all gotta remember my degree is in therapy, my master's. I've had thousands of hours. So many men who began to sleep with other men because they saw the man as what they needed to be. They measured their chest by his chest, his arms by their arms, their legs by their legs. And so they went to explore what everybody else called a man because within themselves they didn't feel like it. That's right.
They didn't feel mannish.
I feel like I need to cut. Are you effing kidding me? Yes, sir. That's it. The way you just articulated that. That's it. So I want to say this, that I think it's very important. I'm not discussing who you're going to like tomorrow, but I will say this to everybody listening to me. When we say a same-sex attraction, I think people just gloss over this too fast. Because in reality, you're not really drawn to your own self. We spend all of our time talking about who you like, and we've not stopped long enough to say it's not really a same-sex attraction. I don't care. Even if we're talking about heterosexual. You're really not in a place to like because you don't like. Yeah, you don't like. Yeah. So even if you got that, it may not be because you like. It may be because of your dislike. And the dislike is most often in my own self. Absolutely. And I mean, the men I know who are said to be heterosexual men sleep with a lot of women, but I know they hate women. I know they hate women.
I know.
It's because they hate what their mom, their grandma, their sister did to them, said to them. So sleeping with the woman.
You are telling the truth.
The woman and giving them back. And that whole thing makes them erected, hard, sexually turned on to get them back. But the woman don't know that he really don't like you. And he ain't with you.
Don't like women at all. Some of these abusive men.
There's so much in this. This is the conversation. This
Conversation.
Talking about this guy
So,
talking about
so look
on the
here.
show. He's alleging.
So the two people that you hear talking to each other,
And
they both
also, like I said, this is
are
where
in the
Bishop
ministry.
T.D. Jakes
They both
lawsuit
sleep with
stemmed
men.
off of, right? This is where the Bishop T.D. Jakes lawsuit stemmed off of, and in this lawsuit again, Bishop
The
T.D.
dude
Jakes,
that's
he
interviewing
basically put
the
in
man
his
that's
lawsuit,
telling
he
on
said
TD
this
Jakes
right
is
here
he
is causing
himself
the stress that he had
like men. He
for
just
his
got a divorce
family
from
on
his
Sunday
wife.
at church. Was this situation right here, these
He like men.
allegations that have been levied against
But
him
they were talking
by
about
this man, and this man
how
apparently, because of
sometimes these
these serious
men
allegations
they feel so inferior in themselves
against
that
Bishop
they
T.D.
end
Jakes,
up
and where a lot of
looking at
people
other
were
men
starting to,
to see
well, a lot of people
how they
have
can measure up because they
well,
may see another man who seems more masculine or whatever, and they start messing with that man trying to be his equal.
what it's doing is that it is
But
basically
it's crazy to me
um
because there's men out there that sleep with
tearing
women
down
and
the character
hate
of this man.
women,
You understand what
but
I'm
they
saying?
still sleeping with them
Is basically what he's saying is doing.
because they're getting even
He's
with their
saying it's tearing
mama, their
down the
grandma,
character
their auntie, or somebody that
and
done pissed them.
so
Larry Reed, you know who he's talking
and
to,
basically
Mocha.
causing him,
Larry,
a lot
that's
of
that's who
different
he did the interview with.
things. Let me play this for you guys.
Going to the service that night.
I'm gonna turn it
And
back up.
I told my mother, I'm not going to go to the service tonight. She said, no, no, no.
This is
You know
what he
we
was
got a
talking
rule
about,
in this
TD.
house. If we go, you go. I
This,
never told her what he had done. I went to church.
Now let me put this
he's
back.
telling the story about
Hold on.
As
TD
well
came
with
on
God
to him
myself. Because all this stuff is
as
happening
a
and I begin
teenager.
to explore some mental things myself. Put on my night clothes, put my bag away, and when did you start preaching and when did you realize, wait a minute, there are other people in the church who like men like me? Well, let me tell you, it's been a horrible journey with that question for me, as far as all that related to. I started preaching probably around 17, 18. Nothing official. It was very interesting. My brother, who you're saying may be in the chat tonight, my brother had what they would call his first night of preaching. And that particular night, my grandfather was our pastor, and my dad was the assistant pastor. And my father was very, very fearful that my grandparents might be trying to create some kind of attention because my grandmother was saying, well, maybe Wayne wants to preach tonight too. And my dad said, no, 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 this is going to be Richard's night. He's going to preach it. So my brother preached it, and we were happy and celebrated him having that initial message. Well, what happened with me, we were in the middle of Sunday morning service, and I was leading what we had back then, testimony service, and somehow just ended up exhorting the people. And my grandfather got up and said, what he said today was what I was going to preach. And that's how my preaching ministry literally began. I never had an official opening. But as far as coming to connect with people in the church and things of nature, these are, I was in Greater Mayo at the time. Greater Mayo was led by Bishop Carter Wilson. And Bishop Carter Wilson is one of the most respected, highly energized kingdom teaching back in that day, and a lot of people didn't do it, but he was, and so it was special if you got to hear him preach. So when I was 16 years of age, I got my driver's license, and Bishop Wilson was preaching at our church for revival for 3 days.
I bet it was a Kojic church.
He goes up to my dad and he says to my father, can your son drive? And I was within an earshot of hearing the conversation, and my dad said, yeah, he just got his license. And he says, well, you know what, tonight I'm going to go back to Columbus, where he lived in Columbus. I'm going to go back to Columbus, and I would love to take him along and let him drive.
I need this, but I
And
have
my dad
another one,
looked
I
at me and he
believe.
says, yeah, you can. Now, you have to understand from my perspective, I am looking at this man, my father, through the lens that I have had with him. Totally, you don't deserve to be in this place, and I don't want to hear you, and I'm so glad to get away from you. So this is the most exciting news I have ever heard in my life, is that this chief apostle is getting ready to take me with him on a journey back to his home, and I get to ride the car, and this was exciting. So we did. He agreed, and I got in the vehicle. We drove back to Columbus. It was late. He did all the driving back. When we got to his home, we pulled up, big, beautiful white home, and we got in the home, went upstairs. It's late already, and he's saying, well, I don't know which room you want to go in. There's 5 big bedrooms. He said the bedroom at the end of the hall has the biggest bed and the big TV. And man, I'm 16 years of age. You know where I'm going. And I said, well, thank you, well, Bishop. You know, I'm gonna take that room. And so I walked in there. It's late. I put on my night clothes, put my bag away, and I get in the bed and I start watching the television. About an hour or so later, the door opens and in comes Bishop Wilson. And he comes in and he changes his clothes. And in that moment, I realized this is his room.
His bedroom. Lord have mercy.
Just dropped. I can't even tell you the same fear that I felt all those years with my father every morning. I felt that same fear come over me again, but I lost all ability to say anything. So he got his clothes changed and climbed in that bed with me, and he said to me, don't worry, Happy is not going to hurt you. And I'm just like, I just got to go to sleep. So I went to sleep. About an hour or so into my sleep, I'm awakened by his hands on my genitalia. And when I woke up, he started speaking in tongues like he had been praying for me. I realized, number one, this person had something with men, whatever it is, he had, but it was the most uncomfortable experience.
I ain't never heard this part.
Here's this, and in between him, I didn't even talk about it when I was 12. I was also raped. But here is this man who is the head of our organization.
The bishop.
Touching me in his home is just the two of us. So I rolled over like I was asleep, laid there, couldn't fall asleep. In the morning, he said, I got to do a little travel, do something. And we would then get back in the vehicle, head back to Pittsburgh. We got back in his vehicle, and we drove a little bit. He said, I got to pick up somebody. And he picked up Elder Brian Keith Williams, a very well-known person out on social media now, Bishop Rocky Williams. And when he got to the car, he said, let me sit up in the front with the bishop. And I was so glad to get in the back seat. And I sat in that back seat in pain and hurt and confused because I drove back to our home church and he preached and he prophesied and I went home more damaged, but certain that what I had been feeling about men and stuff, that this was something that was...
So he didn't just accuse Bishop T.D. Jakes. He accused another
ministers
as well.
Another minister.
Certain
A bishop.
things, man. And this thing had gotten real out of control, man.
I'm part of that church now. We... No, this is Bishop Wade Jones. Okay.
Bishop Wade Jones.
We befriended, got kind of close with Bishop Jakes. And we decided, in one of the times he was there, it was going to be his birthday. Now, I remember like it was yesterday.
So he met T.D. Jakes through this other joker that molested him.
The person who was in that church...
They all run together.
Okay. He and I were going to
all rubbing nuts against each other.
Eat after he preached.
Busting nuts. Literally.
So I was able to convince my mother to let me drive her car as I didn't have a vehicle. I said, well, we're going to take him out to eat. I'm going to drive your car.
Nasty.
So we took him out to eat. And it was decided after we were done taking him out to eat that I would be the person to take him back to his sleeping place, which at the time there was a lady named Sister Giles. She always wanted to house and take care of him when he came to that church. And so I came in there, drove through him to eat, and then...
Absolutely, John. You are absolutely right. We are living in some crazy times.
I still felt... You can't imagine being 18, 19 years of age. This person is killing it, and they're saying to you, come on in, let's talk. And so I did. I went in. We sat down at a very long dining room table.
But you know what, ladies? The thing is that this ain't nothing new. People are just talking about it. They was keeping this shit hush way back when.
I had finally found someone who could get it. Someone who understood. I'm sitting at this table and for the first time talking to any man.
Okay, that was a commercial.
My health was impacted by inadequate electrolytes.
Mute this. This kind of stuff has been going on for decades in the church. They just now coming out with it. They just now coming out and talking about it. Because I'm here to tell you, it was going on in the church I was raised in. When I was first, my grandmother brought me to church at 6 months old. There was Church of God in Christ. And the pastor ended up being accused of molestation 40 years later. Detective. But it was the craziest thing because nobody knew who it was. And I knew who it was because they even when she did a interview on the news, she actually sued him 40 years later. Can you believe it? She actually sued the Church of God in Christ organization. Yes, Cat was not lying. He said that the year 2024 was going to be the year of revelation. And ever since he dropped that nugget, it's been going ever since. It's like a snowball. The more we hear, the more it picks up as it goes along. And it's picking up people along with it. It's picking up the whole entertainment industry. Now it's done snatched a few ministers in the mix. Well, and that's just it. She wasn't no broke person. She always had money. But she finally decided to come out with what happened, not because she wanted to sue him. She wanted to expose him for what he really was. And that she did. This is the same man. If you ever read my book, I'm not telling you just go read my book, go read my book. But there's a part in my book, I believe I put it in there, where the little church school that I went to, he had a Bible academy. My grandparents put me in there. It was a little private school. And I ended up leaving because, number one, I'm the only light skinned thing in the school. This is the year of exposure. Yes. This man, he was the pastor of the church and he was the head of the school. Very, very, very intelligent man. Very well educated, especially as a black man. Black men were not as highly educated as they are now. So when you saw one, you were seeing one for real. But this man used to whoop me all the time for dumb shit. Running on the playground. I'm a kid, supposed to run. Isn't it a playground? Other kids are running. Why am I getting a whooping for running on the playground? Um, I I didn't bring my homework home back to school, so I got a whooping for that because I didn't bring my homework. And this was back in the day where teachers were allowed to hit the kids. Okay, that kind of nonsense would never go down today. There would be some dead folks laid out in the school at the hands of the parents. So we don't have to worry about that nowadays. But I'll never forget the day that man told me. See, what he used to do was in the classroom, and at the time, I'm in kindergarten. I'm 5 years old. I'm in kindergarten, and all the kids did their little home, little schoolwork. We're sitting at the desk and writing and da 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 da. And after he checks it, he would give the paper back with a piece of candy taped to the paper. Hit you with a ruler, huh? Yeah, they used to do that back in the day too. They had paddles for us. Paddles. This wide with a handle. Sometime with holes in it. Well, this is what this man did. He gave me my paper back, as he did all the time with all the kids. But with me, he never gave me candy on my paper like he did all the other kids. And so finally I got up the nerve to ask him, Rem Smith, how come I don't never get no candy on my paper? You want to hear what he told me? 'Cause you dumb. That's what he told me. 5 years old. Rem Smith, how come you don't ever give candy to me on my paper like the rest of the kids? 'Cause you dumb. I went home because back then kindergarten was half days. And I would go in the morning. Yeah, he was the dumb one. Well, that's the one that got charged or accused. I'm sorry. Accused. It was never a criminal thing. But this woman that was also going to that school, she was older than me. Her name was Michelle as well. And her mother actually used to, she had a bunch of kids and she would babysit me every now and then. When I saw that video of Justin at Diddy's house when Justin got signed, he looked terrified being there. Absolutely, he was terrified, John. But this is the man that this woman accused 40 years later. And it just so happened that we were going to this school at the same time. Yeah, you saw that, John? He was terrified of Diddy. He was absolutely terrified. And this particular pastor that said that to me, he was so terrifying. He was, I mean, he even looked kind of crazy. Yeah, you know what? Usher, he can't be blameless in that though. He brought Bieber to Diddy, and he knew what Bieber was about to go through, cause Diddy did it to him. But nevertheless, that's that. What do they call it? Stockholm syndrome, where you start feeling compassion for your abuser or your, in some cases, your kidnapper, or somebody like that. That's Stockholm syndrome. And I think that's what Dick has, Stockholm syndrome. And he's had it for many, 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 many years. You know, first thing he did when he left that one, I don't remember what show it was. Was it the Super Bowl or something? So if people want to be signed, I guess they will do anything to get there that is sick in the head. Yeah, a lot of people do anything, anything to get there. And that's a way of selling your soul, because what they're doing is they're having you go through a humiliation type of ritual. Yes, the parents, they pimp their kids out. They don't want to go to work. That's basically what it is. Oh, my child is so talented and he wants to do this and he wants to do that and he's such a great actor. And let's take little Johnny and see the little black man with the little Diddy camp. I bet he can take him in and teach him some things, not even considering the fact that this man might do something to their child. You pimping your kid out because you want to live off of that child's money. Exactly, niece. They want that money. And the kid don't know no better. The kid just want to be a kid. But they put these kids in adult situations. And even if they don't do all that nasty stuff that Diddy does, it happens more in the industry than we know. Don't forget, look at that Nickelodeon documentary that they did. Yeah, there was one actor, Gary Coleman. Gary Coleman was, what you talking about, Willis? You remember him? Little short, little midget looking dude? He ended up suing his parents because they were robbing him blind as a kid. And he didn't have nothing by the time he grew up as an adult. This man was working in doggone grocery stores and stuff. Me too, Mocha. I'm glad too. I'm honestly, this is all I need. YouTube. You want to be seen by the world? Get on YouTube. I ain't got to suck nobody's dick. I ain't got to sleep with nobody's man whose ex-wife unalived him. You talking about Gary Coleman? Oh, his ex-wife did him in? That's right, John. It ain't worth it. Cause that's R. Kelly recently admitted that very thing to somebody, that he sold his soul. The movie industry is part of it, John. It's all the same. It's not just rap, it's not just country and western, it's not just, it's the same. It's all the same. Clive Davis is way up here. Who you think groomed Diddy? She was the last person who was with him. Weinstein. Weinstein was he been man. He's had that casting couch for a long time. The whole entertainment business, doesn't matter what part of entertainment. If it's the entertainment business, that's it. You gonna have to do something. Yep, to be a model. It's very seldom you can become a model without having to suck a dick. I hate to put it like that. It's all corrupt because it's corrupt people behind the scenes. The whole industry is foul. And you could be drop dead gorgeous. Drop dead gorgeous. And somebody see you and say, you're gonna make it. That's right. Russell's in Bali. And who, Hansel, who did Usher go to visit after he did that little I think it was a Super Bowl or something. He sang with Alicia Keys on stage, and he got kind of too close to her in that respect. He got married and stuff. He went to go see Russell right after. Russell took his butt to Bali. He said, y'all ain't getting me." He went somewhere where there's no extradition treaty. And I guarantee you, I'm almost willing to bet he got married after the Super Bowl. Exactly. So Usher, that night when he after he got married, he went directly to Bali to visit Russell Simmons. You just got married, dude. What are you doing? But he's part of the machine. It's a big machine. It's not just Diddy. There's a whole bunch of other jack shit out there that's it's it's like a big machine with different components, and I mean you got your Clive Davis way up here. You've got your Weinstein who's locked up. You've got all these different nasty freaknik people. And Diddy, your Jay-Z's are there and your Beyonce's, and they practice all these crazy religious cult stuff. Absolutely. It's all the devil. Quincy Jones, yes. Have y'all ever heard anything about Quincy Jones's mama? Has anybody ever heard about Quincy Jones's mother? Anything? You hear about his dad. He moved to Seattle. He lived in Seattle. I don't either, Ansel. Let me tell you about Quincy Jones's mother. Quincy Jones' mother lived in the same community as me as a little kid. And she was cuckoo. Never bothered anybody, but she looked frightening. She was this really stoic, very, very thin woman. And she always wore a turban on her head. She always kept her head covered. And her face reminded me of a skeleton. Remember Skeletor, the cartoon? She she reminded me of Skeletor before I knew what a Skeletor was. And she would walk past my house a lot. Never spoke to nobody or nothing. She would just walk. That's all I know about her in terms of her the person. But batshit crazy. He took good care of her. But remember what we were talking about? We were talking about those relatives that nobody really talks about. You know, just keep them in the other room. That's what he did with her. Kept her in the other city. Yeah, she can go about doing whatever she want to do. We'll take care of her. But we ain't going to talk about her. We ain't going to mention her. I'm going to find a picture of her and show her to you. But Quincy Jones's mother used to live in my community. I want to say she may have lived about 5 or 6 blocks away. That's how close it was. Because back in the day, the black community was pretty small in comparison to the rest of the community. I was in the red line district, so black people could only buy homes in a certain region. So, but yeah, Quincy Jones's mother used to walk by my house I won't say every day, but especially in the summer. She would walk down my street, walk right past the house. And it was a couple years before I even found out who she was. She was just scary looking to me. But I'm gonna find that picture of his mama. I seen one on the internet and it wasn't that great of a picture, but it was a full-bodied picture of her and it was just the way I remembered her. Scary looking. Where's my iPad? Here, let me turn this TV back up so you guys can hear it while I look for this.
One thing I want to say, it's amazing how you telling your story feels, and your story is a story of pain. It's a story of going from the abused to the abuser to now an advocate for both to experience change. Yep. It's a painful story. Because in my opinion, I feel like you were passed around. I know preachers, and I know how they do women in 2024. They talk. And I just feel like you were passed around. I also can't help but to highlight, and everyone has been abused, including myself, knows that
Yeah, Larry Reed was
abused.
abused. That's why he's
Spiritually, there's been
now.
mark on you, and people see it. And you got two different types of people when they see that mark. Either they're going to do what Mother Casco did for you and protect you, or they are going to abuse you or violate you. One or the other. Yes. I'm not going to call all those that violate you all the different kinds of names that I normally would say. Right. Because all predators and violators aren't the same. But it's clear by listening to you how you got there. If you hadn't experienced, I just believe it, all of this, you wouldn't have had that bend to participate in violating somebody else. It's poison. Yeah. It's a deposit of poison. And you're saying you're looking for someplace, something. My gift was still working. But oh my God, was the pain growing. And if you don't have a crash or an encounter, this thing destroys you. It will wipe you out because you can't make sense of what you've been through. It doesn't make sense. You said you died the night that now what we call Bishop P. A. Jakes. You died when that happened. I want to ask you a question. Is it because of all of what you had been through and you looked at him in that moment as the savior to pull you out and your dreams died? Or was it your hope and ever being different than you were died in that moment when he did to you, according to you, did to you what had already been done to you several times before? And I believe, in my opinion, I want that. None of us know, except for you and Dee Hicks, and you and Bishop Quander Wilson, and you and Mother Maskell, and some parts of your story has been verified by Bishop Brian Keith Williams in the chat. So we know that you're not pulling this out your bread basket. That there's some truth here because there are other people to verify. Now, what died? I want to know what died. It sounds true because you went into that when you have something traumatic like that, you go into a black spot and you can't remember how you got out of the house. You just remember halfway driving home. So it sounds very believable to me, but I don't know. So tell me more about that. Yeah. Well, I lost the ability. I didn't know it, but I lost the ability to believe. I stopped believing all the stuff that we were saying. All the stuff that we were preaching and teaching. Remember, my dad is the pastor. Bishop Wilson is the chief apostle. Here is the man who is leading revival, and it dies because you realize in these moments you don't understand what you're doing, but you start believing that what you said about hope, this ain't gonna happen for me. I thought maybe there'd be a place that I'd be able to talk about what is real and get somebody to give me whatever I need to get beyond it. Because I'm telling you, Larry, up to the point of TD Jakes, I couldn't believe the life I had had. And that night, I thought, oh my, here is help. We managed to start building this relationship, this friendship, and here is help. Here, I have no ability to really trust man, but here's one who is proving to me across the table, you can trust me. And in a few minutes, totally violated. And I'm gonna tell you something, the thing that just further killed me was the absolute arrogance to call me from a bathtub and to tell me you're gonna take care of me for the rest of my life. And I'm gonna be your Vicksburg boy, but I can't sleep with nobody else because you don't want to give your wife something. And so, absolutely, it's devastation. And as I moved forward in ministry, I had decisions to make because my gift and my ignorance allowed me to get right into pastoring for all this. Because I was more studious than my dad and more studious than my grandfather and very serious about my craft, whatever it was, I studied it. So it became pretty natural that, Bishop Wilson started telling me and my brother that you all should move beyond your dad should turn the church over to you all. So I always was inwardly feeling like there was something more in me. Well, instead of me taking it to the place of getting healed, I started a church. It was the natural thing to do. We're going to do it different than them. But go back to what you said about how you couldn't stay in the present. You only could.
So, yeah, man. Wow. He made some serious allegations, man. He made some serious allegations, man. Serious allegations, bro. Wow, bro. Wow, bro. Wow, bro. So, TD Jakes has now come back, filed a lawsuit, saying that this dude has basically defamed his character, defamed his name, you know. Um, and it's on you guys to believe what y'all want to believe because the reason why I say that is because, this guy is a convicted felon and a convicted sex offender himself. So that does throw salt in the game right there, a lot of it. That makes this whole situation very, very, very questionable with his history. You know what I'm saying? So it's almost a he said, she said situation because I'm going to tell you something. If this guy did not have that felon, if he wasn't a convicted felon and sex offender, a lot more people probably would have seen him as credible. You know what I mean? Now, again, that doesn't mean he's outright lying. That doesn't mean he's telling the truth. That just means exactly what I said. that in a court of law, it's going to be hard for him to be able to have credibility because he is convicted himself. You understand? And they're going to ask him, if this was so painful for you, why would you then turn around and do it to other people allegedly? If this was so, unbearable for you, and you know what I'm saying, you could not deal with it, why would you turn around allegedly? Why would you be doing that to other people? That's a question that they will ask him in court. You know what I mean? Because again, I'm not saying outright that he's lying. I'm not saying that he's telling the truth. I'm saying that with his criminal history, him having that on his name, it's gonna cause for pause for a lot of people that's looking at that situation. And I'm just keeping it real. A lot of people gonna sit back and say, you know what, I don't know, man, because this dude's a convicted felon. So are you gonna just go believe in convicted felons and sex offenders themselves and what they say? Or are you gonna,
I just found a picture of Quincy Jones's mother, but it's not the picture that I'm thinking of. It's an old picture though. This is before she got real old and weird. But yeah, there's a lot of them still up here. Quincy Jones has got a brother, a half brother, who's a judge here.
You know, and that's a question I believe that they will ask him if he speaks in court. Is uh, if you were so hurt by these things, what made you do the same thing to other people? If you didn't, because he basically was saying, I didn't want to be around it, I didn't like it, I was this, but he said he never said nothing.
Oh, goodness gracious.
They're saying he did to other people. You know what I mean? And so
He said, yeah, I mean. Yeah, I mean.
Man, the truth gonna come out one day though. The truth gonna come out, man. The truth is gonna come out, bro. We're gonna find out the truth. And whoever it is that is dirty or whoever it is that is lying, because again, this could be, you never know, it could be telling the truth, or this could be a lying smear campaign. You know what I mean? Straight up. Straight up. Against this guy right here. It's on your screen. You just never know, man. You never know, man. You know? So again, I've said this 1,000 times. We don't live with these people, so we don't know how they are in real life. You know what I'm saying? That's why I told y'all I don't praise them celebrities. I don't praise men. That's why I told y'all this, because man can always let you down. Alright? So we just never know. We're gonna find out soon. All these things will be revealed. All these things will be revealed. But I don't see him winning a court case. I'm gonna tell y'all why. Like I said, because of his credibility. They're going to tear him apart as far as his credibility. And I mean, honestly, him having that tag on his name as sex offender and convicted felon, I mean, any court worth their salt is not going to use him in his testimony as a legit witness. You know what I mean? So that's the big thing he has going against him. And that's what Bishop T.D. Jakes pointed out in that lawsuit. You feel me? Now, like I said, in the end, God will be the judge. He'll deal with everybody accordingly. You understand what I'm saying? So, if it's something that somebody gets away with in this life, you already know what I'm going to say. You already know what I'm going to say. And the ultimate judgment, you're not going to be able to duck that smoke. So, again, I think that needs to be highlighted. Highlighted. Again, know what y'all thinking about this. And definitely let me know what y'all feeling about this. Like, share, subscribe, everybody. Appreciate all y'all tapping on in. Much love to y'all. Y'all have a great night.
There is a clear demand for pharmacy benefit manager reform among Americans and lawmakers. These corporate insurance middlemen are driving up the cost of prescription drugs and pocketing huge savings intended for Medicare patients and their families. It's time to rein in PBM's ability to put their record profits above savings for America's seniors. Contact your member of Congress and urge them to pass meaningful PBM reform now.
Instant energy and everybody on the billiard table will part. Swing and a miss. Goodbye, baseball. How do you like that? Swing and a miss. Strike three. Gone. Get out the right, right at the start. It is big. Tsunami time. The Mariners won it.
Welcome back. It is the afternoon of, what are we on? Day 7 now of the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case, but we are on really the second full day of Johnny Depp being on the stand, 2.5 days of testimony so far. We're in the middle of cross-examination and where we left off when the court took the lunch break.
I don't want to watch no Johnny
The
Depp
defense was trying
mess.
to impeach
seen
Johnny
that.
Depp, it seems on credibility and veracity, using a insurance form that seems to indicate that he wasn't using drugs the year before he was on Pirates 5, and they're trying to show that he was using illegal drugs within that time period, and therefore he lied on the insurance form to be an actor in that movie. So that's what we are seeing happening. We will see where that line of questioning goes. Remember, after cross-examination is done, we still have redirect. So I think that Johnny Depp will be on the stand well into Monday and possibly Tuesday as well. When I said I was going to cover all of his stuff, I wasn't sure we were going to do like all of that. Hold on, did I start myself in the wrong stream? No, I didn't. I'm here. We're here. You're here. We're here. We're all good. We're rolling, and I can't wait to chat with you as we get into this afternoon. So I'm going to roll the intro. Go ahead and share out the chat with all of the friends that you want to chat with about this. I've still got food here. You're going to see me eating while we get into testimony today. But let's roll the intro before court comes back. They should be back in just about 2 minutes. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a law nerd. I appreciate all of you. It has been a busy day, and it's going to continue to be busy. So share with a friend, and let's get rolling. Let's do it. Let's do it. Hey there. If we haven't met yet, I'm Emily D. Baker, the badass lawyer and everyone's favorite legal commentator. I'm the host of The Emily Show, and I break down the legal shit behind the news and pop culture stories we all want to talk about. I have been a licensed attorney for over 15 years, but this is not legal advice. I should warn you, I'm a big fan of the cursey words. This channel is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not fuckery. I'm really interested to see what's going to happen on Cross this afternoon. I wonder what the attorneys talked about amongst themselves during lunch. I have so many questions about the logistics. Where in the courtroom are they eating lunch? Is lunch being brought in? What are they bringing in? Are they like having Panera? Like what's coming in for lunch every day? How are they getting it? Because they definitely don't have time to like go wait in line in the cafeteria like I used to do on the days I ate lunch when I was in trial. They definitely don't have time for all of that. So what are they doing during lunch? But we had some moments of snippiness. I'm going to look at my notes because my brain kind of stops as we're streaming, but we definitely had some moments of snippiness with Johnny Depp. We had him saying, I have assaulted a couch or two when we got into the fact that he would destroy hotel rooms. I don't know if that's going to be analogous for the jury as to this relationship. Can it prove that this relationship was volatile? Yes. Does that prove that Amber Depp's statements in the Washington Post are or are not defamatory? I don't know. So with all of that, we are going to see what happens in Cross. It's been a busy day. But it feels like not a lot has happened. Like, I don't feel like we've gotten much other than some pictures admitted into court, and it's like, okay, great. So you've got some pictures of marijuana, and you've got some pictures of lines of coke. I don't think that we are confused that Johnny Depp does and or does not do those things, right? So it's, oh, we binged. Y'all, did you hear it? Did you hear it? Well, court's not back yet. Thank you for liking and subscribing, but we binged, and since court's not back yet, we're gonna bing. Oh, it binged! Move your head! Okay, sure. Oh, there's a brief preliminary matter. Tell me what the brief preliminary matter is. So now they're approaching the bench, which is so annoying because we can't hear. I want to hear. I want nothing more than to hear what's going on. But we don't know what's going on. They just approached the bench. And so we'll see. Johnny Depp's already on the stand. The judge is on the bench. The jury's not in the room. And the attorneys have all approached. And it was a bunch of them. It wasn't just the two that have been dealing with Depp as a witness. But we thank you all for liking and subscribing. It supports the channel. Again, for those of you who are not members, you're welcome to join. You don't have to, but you can subscribe and support the channel. We do have a members only live stream tonight. I might be eating dinner and drinking whiskey with y'all for that stream, but that's what we're doing. I want a Facts Not Fuckery t-shirt right now. I'm wearing mine. That's exactly what I'm wearing today, is my Facts Not Fuckery t-shirt. And that's really what we're here for. We're here to talk about how the jury might see things. And I've seen a couple comments. People are like, oh, you're biased towards Johnny Depp. I'm not. I'm trying to parse what the jury's gonna know, what they're not gonna know, what it means. I'm not really rooting for one side or the other at this point. I want to know everything. I'm rooting for us to know everything. That's what I want. It is okay if you guys are one side or the other. It's totally fair. There's a lot that has come in this case. There's a lot that is known about this case, and we've seen things that are proven lies of Amber Heard. The jury will see those things too. So with all of that, we are going to try to get through all of it. But I'm evaluating Johnny Depp's side of the case that's being presented right now. When we get to Amber Heard's side of the case, I will evaluate Amber Heard's side of the case, because that's what we're doing, and that's what the jury's evaluating right now. So we are trying to get to the facts, and we are trying to get to not just the facts, but how is the jury taking this? What is the legal significance of this? Is it legally proper? Is it legally improper? And that's what we want to see. We want to know it all. I think nobody wins in this case. I absolutely think nobody wins. I think everybody is going to, everybody loses something by all of this being so public. I think Johnny Depp has less to lose because, as he said yesterday, I've already lost nothing short of everything. And if he feels that he's already lost everything, all of this coming out gives him nothing left to lose, which might be that he just wants to see Amber Heard lose as much as he has. And with this, I mean, seeing the dynamic in this relationship, that wouldn't surprise me at all. It's like, fine, down with the ship. The ship is going down, and we're all going down with it. That might happen. But I think he's trying to, I think he's really trying to get his entire story out there, and court is the only way it's going to get this attention. This is a much emptier courtroom right now. People might just not be back from lunch. It's a lot of deputies, but this is a much emptier courtroom than it was. I've actually, this woman in turquoise, I've seen on TikTok talking, no, it's this woman back here behind her. I've seen on TikTok talking about this case. I think she's a podcaster. I've really enjoyed following her. I completely forget her name right now, but it's funny seeing her at the end of the day being like, I was in court today, and being like, no, when they panned the audience, I absolutely saw you in court today. So we are going to see his side, and we're going to see what happens after this. But I think everyone loses in a case like this. This feels like we are in court on a divorce case that has gone horribly wrong. This doesn't even feel like a defamation case at this point. It just doesn't. This feels like a mudslinging mess of a divorce case. That's truly what it feels like. That's truly what it feels like. The merch is all at the lawnerdshop.com. So lawnerdshop.com. Lawnerdshop.com. So we will see if Amber's involvement with Aquaman hurts that franchise or not. I don't know. What is the point of this whole trial? I'm trying to remember. No, I have a case brief on the channel that breaks down what the two sides are, but since we've got a moment, this is a defamation case. Johnny Depp is suing Amber Heard for defamation from her Washington Post op-ed, and Amber Heard is suing Johnny Depp for defamation for statements his lawyers made about her in other publications. I can't remember exactly which statements are in and which ones are out off the top of my head at the moment. Somewhere in GQ and somewhere elsewhere. Calling her statements a hoax and a lie and a fraud and things like that. Her statements being the face of domestic abuse and that being 2 years ago during this divorce proceeding. So whatever happened is resolved. They're bringing the jury in. So everybody's going to stand up for the jury to come in. It's the respectful thing to do. It shows a sign of respect. Johnny Depp has been standing up generally from the witness stand, though witnesses don't always have to stand up during that, but we will see. Also, I've been trying to tweet the photos, and my Twitter on my desktop is not allowing me to, so I might be doing some of that for the phone. What has good Lord, what has Amber Heard lost? We will see when she testifies. I absolutely think there is been harassment of her online. I think her perception and her reputation has suffered. Whether that's of her own or not, I don't know. So we will see. And she will have to talk about it. Her divorce settlement was $7 million, and she said she was donating it. It seems that she might not have, and we'll talk about it for sure. Jervis is me every time I say respect my authority.
All right, your
So,
next question, Mr. Whitefield.
JD is asking for 50 million. Black China wants 300 million. I need to look back at her thing. I think she was also asking for 300. Those at some point they're just numbers. They have to prove damages. So we are back now to cross-examination.
Michelle, can you please pull up Exhibit 1?
Michelle's the real MVP today.
Defendant's Exhibit.
No hate for Michelle. We're cheering on Michelle for bringing these exhibits up. Some of them should have been redacted before, but we are. Kitty, I'm going to do this at the break and talk about the process of jury selection. If that would be helpful for you guys, I will absolutely talk about the process of jury selection in the U.S. So.
Mr. Depp, is this an email exchange you had with Bruce Whitkin?
Who's Bruce?
On June
He's
6th,
asking who Bruce
June
is.
7th, 2013?
Alright, this is June
2015. Okay. And if you scroll down to the bottom, that I'm not going to read it aloud, but that email address is your email address. Is that right? That
be redacted.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Thank you. So this email is an email that you sent to Mr. Whitkin on June 6th, 2013 at 5 a.m. The one with seriously.
Yes. Johnny Depp fought to televise or fought against it. The court to televise.
Right.
He's the plaintiff.
Yes. You met in Florida many years ago,
Oh,
right?
good. We're talking about who it is.
Yes. And then he lived in Los Angeles, and you all were very close friends until a few years ago, correct? That's correct.
Georgia, thank you, and shout out to your mother and sister watching in London.
I move for admission of this, permission to publish with the email addresses redacted. And if they want me to redact Mr. Whitkin's responses, that's fine.
We have no objection to that, Your Honor.
I like that he sees how it's going.
Response redacted. All right, so you just want to have just the identifiers redacted, that's all? That's correct, sir. Okay.
That's fine. It's okay, that's fine. They moved on from the insurance. I don't know, they didn't come back to
Okay,
it.
now, I know this is a few years before
I know, I'm so confused.
Australia.
Why aren't we back there?
2015, which we stopped with right before lunch.
Not really.
But I want to just, if you can scroll down,
Aren't we publishing it? Okay, good.
Michelle, please, to the paragraph that starts brain is on full tilt. Maybe just blow up the first couple sentences there. Okay, yeah, perfect.
I'm trying to screen it out so I can refer to
So
it.
this email to Mr. Whitkin in June of 2013, you write to him, brain is on full tilt. The circus never stops. Feel physically fucked constantly. I'm wired up so tight that I'm barely able to deal with people on any level that is remotely enjoyable. See that? Did I read that right?
And
Now, Michelle, can you please pull up exhibit 350, defendant's exhibit 350?
they don't do that, it's dangerous. No drinking game every time he says Michelle. I think Michelle's the only winner today. She's been on it with the exhibits.
This is a text exchange that you had
seems
with
like
your personal assistant, on March 6th, 2015. So we fast forwarded a couple of years. You see that?
1628.
I appreciate that he is tagging where we are in
Yeah,
time.
yes, sir.
That was
1628.
very confusing before lunch.
Third
And
one
it's
down.
confusing to us, it's confusing to the jury. Yes, he was stressed, who cares? Okay, life is stressful.
And this is a text that you sent to Mr. Duders on March 6th, 2015.
I don't know why they just dropped the insurance. Maybe they thought they were done with it and they're gonna argue it in closing.
Yes.
And by this point, you had been in Australia since about the week after your wedding, right? So for 3 weeks or so? About right?
Seems right.
Okay. And Amber didn't.
Win your share of over $50,000 in payouts during our Knuckle Shoot Madness High Stakes Bingo Marathon on November 3rd. Regular games pay $1,199 each, plus second chance bingos will pay $1,199 each. Knuckle Shoot Bingo in Auburn, your home for Michigan.
Ready to reclaim your body and live pain-free? Review Physical Therapy Rental is locally owned and operated. We offer 45-minute appointment and one-on-one care, so we don't double book. Our team of expert physical therapists offer a wide range of skill sets to address treatments for balance, sport training, pre- and post-op rehabilitation, and more. Call Ready Physical Therapy or scan the QR code to book your free consultation.
And expect a woman to give me what I need to build a healthy relationship. If I pull up in and she's not going to have realistic expectations with us. You need to pull up in a Corsica or an old Geo Crystal. Find an old car that you drive when you first meet a lady. It is probably the only way you can see who she is and what she about.
I agree. That, I agree. And you'll quickly find out, yep, where they're coming from. And
Somebody
when
said
they're,
that the diddler has been released. My homeboy who always give me the information, he said they finna get Diddy a bond, so I wouldn't be shocked if that's true.
Wow.
But back to what I'm saying. Thank you, Saku Landers. What does that say in the yellow? I'm sorry, I don't wanna ignore my people who donate. Mongo slave. Chicks these days have 5 men in 6 months. I think that's very accurate. I think that's very accurate.
I guess
Women
if
go
they're-
through stages
I guess
in
if
life.
they're looking for men, sure, I guess you can get that.
No,
but-
D, we disagree. Women go through stages in life where they fuck 10 guys in a month. I'm talking about, would you say this is foul? Women go through a stage where
It's foul.
the average woman goes through a stage
Ain't no average
where
woman.
they fuck 10 guys in a month.
Well, I don't know
Full of
what's the
shit.
actual number, but they're more sexually active at certain periods in their life, mostly when
See,
they.
it ain't fair.
Wait,
I never want
wait,
to fuck with you and make you think I'm being mean. 0621.
Like I said,
10K instead. We need 10K likes, 5150 for
you
Corey.
can't really do. I can't chase him.
What?
A lot of
You
times.
never had sex with more than 5 guys in a
Oh,
month.
absolutely not. 5 guys in 1 month.
You will never find a woman who will admit that she slept with more than 5 guys in a month. I want everybody to start this type of thing. You know how they start the shit where people be dancing on the car and all that shit? I want you to find women who will admit they slept with 5 guys in a month. You're not gonna do it. They will not tell you who they are.
You can find some people that don't care and they're gonna be about. What do you mean?
Oh, find a woman to say she slept with 5 guys in a month, even though we know it happened.
Right now, there's like a plethora of women that have certain shows and everything that are looking for.
What Jess Dre said.
That are looking for like a boost. Do you know what I'm saying? That are looking like
Thanks,
for a
Jess Dre.
boost in
Jess Dre.
this.
I'm sorry, wait.
No, but people are doing that on shows and things like that just to get a rise out of it, just to get some attention.
Just get some attention with what?
I'm saying that they would probably even lie. At this point right now, there's women, there's a level, there's a particular type of person that's gonna say and do whatever they can to like shock people and get people to like watch them. So I think right now you can actually get that. You can get
So you
a
said
lot
it's just
more.
shock. It's not no facts to it.
No, there's
Females
probably
over 50 get their Walmart great value monkey trash. I got an old bitch.
If you take any of that serious though, women, they got it wrong. If
It's
a woman
booty with the sucking pull motion to it.
if a woman lets any of this get to them, that's sad.
It's not nothing to get to. We are saying
No, but some people
there's
take it.
there's a stage women hit through life. Not all women, of course, but a lot of women hit a stage in life where they just hit rock bottom and they want to get rotted out,
Sure, there's a lot of people have different.
but they never claim it.
Well, who would
They
claim
think
it?
their secrets are safe. And let me tell you something. If I
Not
can
every
find
single
5 guys you slept with,
Again, you're going off of somebody's word. Remember last week? I think I said something last week, and he was like, "Oh, you believe that?" Well, who's to say you believe? That's ridiculous when people start talking. I'm saying when people start talking like that, especially grown men talking about, "Yeah, I had that and I had that." There's a couple of known people or celebrities that do that, and that is just who's to say that any of that is the truth? Just because that person has been out there holding themselves, but. Who does that? A grown person like just throwing stuff out there like, yeah, I hit that. So who's to say? So you believe it? Last week you said something.
we're not talking about what I said. We answered about believing you. What you're doing is deflecting the question. But what I'm saying is this. What I said was this. Darlene, check this out. If a man in the city y'all live in can find 5 guys that slept with a woman in that city, I know 5 niggas in this city that you slept with. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I mean, is that something that can be overcome?
And people know this by how? Again, that's what I'm saying.
Or there's a lot of women that be 304s that hide their hand. Marshall Miller. Thank you.
Like when you said that you know someone slept with them, like how? Because they actually you saw them with them?
Hey, Darlene, listen. Do you know that people can all come up with the same story where the likelihood of them not lying is all factored in? Like, I get it if a woman
No,
will say, he's lying, I didn't sleep with him. I get that. I get that. But what I'm saying, if those 5 guys who claim it were actually in a room talking, they could prove it the same way if 5 women were in a room talking about a dude. You could be, yeah, girl, you slept with him.
And
Because
that's all good.
you know the routine. Do you know a lot of people have routines with sex?
But this right, but you're proving my point. Who does that though? That's what I'm saying.
What you say?
I
No
think
woman will ever say that about me. They all gonna say, he ate my pussy, fucked me, and left. That's what they gonna say about
well,
Corey.
here's the thing about you though.
He left. I tried to get him to
No,
stay.
but here's the thing about you though.
This girl offered me more pussy to stay. I was like, oh.
Here's the thing about you though. You speak on it so much and freely and for the longest that everybody kind of knows everything. In other words, if that's the truth. But you speak on that stuff a lot. So
I speak on what stuff?
your sexual activity, like I'm saying, unless most of it's not true.
Well, whatever
You know what I'm
somebody
saying?
says about somebody not being
So anybody
true or
can
whatever,
kind of throw that out
this is
there.
all female talk what you're doing, D. But it's not fair because you haven't been trained by. One day I'm gonna train you.
Oh God, train me for what?
I need about 3 to 6 months of you in my. You can't leave me. We have to be together. We have to sleep together.
Wait.
I'm telling you how I train you. This is not up for negotiation.
Hell no.
I'm going to train you, and when I'm done with you, you're gonna face this world a whole nother woman. You're gonna be like, I can't believe I fell for the shit I fell. I should have been let Corey train me.
If I can go batty one night, being around you for like a couple of hours, there's no way in hell I would even subject myself and choose that. Cause I go batty like just half a day. Like when he shows up and we're working, there's oh my God, this man and his mind and his now hell no, I would never do that to
Do
myself.
you see this woman right here is acting like this is what happens when you want to do something, but you fight it off. You fight it off. Even though D is late in life, as I am, I could train Darlene to be a superwoman, but she won't submit to something greater than herself.
That's
And
ridiculous.
this is the problem with so many of you
Talking out the
who
side.
are lost, and you know you're lost.
He
You
talking.
late in life going through the same thing. Lisa Ray, Vivica Fox,
I ain't no nothing. And I ain't none of that.
I could save you all,
I ain't none
but
of
you
that.
must submit to something greater than yourself.
What's greater than a man over there just out there throwing that D everywhere, man? It's
It's
tainted.
not just
It's tainted. Nobody wants
the
that.
only reason I
Anybody
would
can
have
have
to
that.
sleep with you to train
Anybody
you
can
is
have
because
that.
I need all of you. I need everything you have
Oh.
to make you a better person.
Oh.
I can't do it otherwise.
Better person in your eyes? I'm good. I am good. Better person to him.
The streets know I ain't lying though.
What?
The streets know this is the truth.
Streets ain't bond.
You're going with some of these kids. What the brother say? Darren McMahon, yo Corey, some of these chicks need whips while training them. I don't need a whip. I just need them to sign something saying I submit to you for I would need at least 6 months with you.
Oh, whatever.
3 months ain't gonna get it. You'll leave.
Who would want
You'll
that?
leave and jump right back into the hellhole after you leave. You'll be back fucked up.
Here we
I
go.
need 6 months of you
Here
not
we go.
going nowhere.
Wait a second. Here we go. Here we go. How about an example of your work, sir?
There's all kinds of examples.
Give it. Who? Give us an example of your work, and maybe somebody will consider that, and you might just have a nice a business. And we'll
I'll
be
tell you
like,
what, D. I'll tell you what. Let's just do this shit.
Uh-oh.
You bring somebody up here you used to fuck. I'm gonna bring somebody up here I used to fuck, and let us all talk about who learned more about fucking Corey versus fucking D. Let's do that. You got the balls to do that, D?
what's the purpose of
Fine.
what's
Don't talk around it.
Here we go with that loud, precise yell over everybody. But anyway, what's the purpose again? No, what's the purpose?
It's way worse for a woman to be entered than it is for a man to enter a woman. P.S. My girl's listening as well. He said, let me make sure I got it right. It's way worse for a woman to be entered than it is for a man to enter a woman. I'm trying to say, this is what's happening. All of the men who are not there for you.
Thank you. Everybody saying it's good to talk about it. Go ahead.
No, she won't do it. She ain't gonna do
I
it.
didn't say I
All
give
of
me
the-
an example. My friend.
I told you I came up with a solution. I said, bring someone on the show you used to fuck. I'm gonna bring somebody on the show I used to fuck, and let's all have a four-way conversation about the
give me a hug. This man, if you were with him or one of his girls, you even give a
I
friend a
didn't say
hug.
somebody who's considered themselves my
You
somebody
could
who
give,
I've saved.
but you
Have
could,
you ever saved anybody?
plenty, I think.
Who?
I think.
Can
I
you
don't know.
pick one?
No, but I'm not out here trying to gather people and have business.
You ain't saved
No.
nobody.
When he gets loud like that, that's what happens. It's okay. I've known the man for January will be 15 years, y'all. So there we go. I know it's getting. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah.
Somebody say I'm a freaky frog. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Tell the freak frog, show his examples. Let's see. Where are they now? You said
I
over.
really do have examples, and you challenging me, I'll do it without you. I can bring people up here that will tell you, when Corey was saving me, I did not even receive it. But now that I have entered this world without Corey, I realize I'm lost without him.
Well, that's great. And where are they now? They're not with
Hoping they get a second chance to enter
Whatever.
the portal.
You taught them so
Corey
much,
Oates'
but you taught them so much, and they're not in your presence.
They're not in my presence because I can't save everybody as everybody be with me forever. I can give you the information needed to be better on your own.
Somebody
I
said
can't
you
keep
can't.
all of the women that I've been around, and I couldn't save all the women I've been around. But there are some who understand my teachings
And that's
so much better without me.
That's
Now,
so
what
good.
can you say about everybody who you allow? Do they ever want anything more with foot?
What do you mean? Anything more?
What do you mean is the greatest chance you will?
You're not you specific. What do you mean?
Don't worry about
If I no, here's the thing.
You
You
answered
say
it.
anymore because you still deal with people once you're not with them. See, in other words,
Please still
first
do
of all,
it.
you
I'm always with you.
no.
Everybody you slept with is with you, D. Do you realize
No,
that?
I'm talking about you still reach out and you talk to people that you mess with. I
People
do
reach
that.
out to me.
And you take their calls. I don't do.
Why don't you take people's calls?
What do you mean? If I'm not with
You used to be with me.
used to, that's the key word. I'm no longer because I'm no longer with them anymore. And all that well they're friends and I'm gonna hold on to them. You don't do that. To me that just is
That's
too
not
much.
true, D.
It's way more
You're not telling the truth.
It is the truth.
Reason you don't,
No, it is the
the
truth.
reason you don't respond to these people
I
is
didn't say
because
respond.
you are not affected by sex anymore. It's not what it used to be because it's happened so many times frivolously. It's nothing no more. And no, there's just so many women who won't admit this. Sex is nothing to them no more.
Whatever he says, because when you
That's
try
why
to
they are so regretful when you be with them. They be, all you want was pussy.
thank
I
you,
get
Bryce.
all, huh?
You hit it on the head. That's all it is.
What's somebody say, D?
Bryce said you got a crush on me. That's probably what it is.
Okay, I got a crush on D.
See?
What the other man say right there who put $50 behind it? What'd he say? I'm talking about Benny the Butcher right there. What did Benny the Butcher say, D?
His name's Benny the Butcher, but anyway, he said.
I just said his name was Benny the
No,
Butcher.
I know, and I'm making fun of that.
What did he say?
He says Corey's doing God's.
Did anybody put some money besides anything you said? They just type this shit because it's free.
But-
These people are showing that the work of God is real.
Oh, and that's all great. Okay, and you get something out of that. I'm happy for you that you get that he's so excited about that. It doesn't faze me like that. But again, bless my friend's heart.
Nobody put a dime behind anything they said with you. They put it behind me because they know a servant of God when they see one.
Dang it, Nail, out of all nights, I forgot that little mini violin. It's in my little case over there. I really do have one. Nail.
Wait a minute, somebody said Corey Hayden. Let me read what that said.
Yeah.
No, that's just, it said, go down some more. Wait, Corey, it said Corey Hayden. Well, that was one that said, Corey is a jealous man. Wait a minute, Corey Hayden, because he making up hypotheticals.
Thank you, Styles
Go
Young.
down some more. It said Corey, a jealous man.
Yes,
Corey is a
dreamy.
jealous man who wants to be remembered for opportunity.
I can't find
That's Gabriel Jefferson.
And look at Gabriel. Wait a second. I
If
think
you
I
think that's him, you are out of your
Yeah.
You are so naive, D.
I can wait. Here's the thing.
You need my training.
He overanalyzes everything. First of all, people can't have fun. See, that's the thing. I ain't got no man. I can say something like that. I'm having a good time in life, and all of a sudden there he is. You see that? I just said, "Oh my goodness, is that his picture?" And right away he just, that ain't him.
I need
Ooh, okay.
cackling hen sounds so when D carries on like this.
All right, Honorary.
Prepare them in the computer.
Me.
I need cackling hen sounds.
Me.
Don't you know if Greg was in right now, he'd be like, yeah, the speculous
We need-
girl
we need-
is so proud of it.
We need a cow's ruminating chew sound for this one.
A cow what?
A cow's ruminating chew.
I don't know what that is.
It's a continuous chew. It just never stops. So when you talk about that stuff about the women, it's ruminating.
Corey did.
Thank you,
hit.
Kenny.
He said everybody who, including me, but I could read it.
Exactly. We need some milk.
We need some milk. Corey trying to smash. Let me tell you something, man. I'm not trying to smash D. If I sleep with D, it's not pleasure. It's
Wait.
work.
Wait. Wait.
It's
Wait.
work.
Oh, but then he says he wants to help me.
If I wanted to sleep with a woman for pleasure, I'll ask back and hook me up with some of the girls that he know out
Why
there.
you gotta hook you up? You just said that you
Because
got
I
all
ain't
this.
got word. Wait,
Wait.
they're gonna be
Thank you.
right
I'm not gonna thank you. No. Where is all his teaching? Where are all your
Corey the Academy Flex.
Where are all your graduated students?
There's somebody else. What's behind that, D? $50, right?
Yeah.
The Angry Man. Salute, Corey. Big fan, bro. And you're definitely doing God's work. Who's saying that about me? All you motherfuckers
The
who
Angry
talking shit, put something behind it.
Thank you, Andrew. Why you can't let it get under your skin? It's like it doesn't make any sense.
Why they ain't putting that behind it? They just typing free
You
shit.
know what? If we not about all that, like, ooh, you guys went ahead and look, they blew that money and gave it to me so you can see it. I'm not about that. I'm a whole other level. They ain't gotta spend it. Thank you. You please don't spend no money to put a message up there. I'm not about that. Don't do it.
D, I got you out. They know he's gonna be there.
No, I just told you, James.
James Brown. Gave $10. D, I got you. I'll donate on your behalf. LOL. But getting chose for one night. But wait a minute. But getting chose is for one night. Getting trained is for a lifetime. He is even trying to tell you that he's donating in your name.
Whatever. He's
All you women who are not trained on the internet, late in life, telling people what you want. It's like a fat bitch at the nightclub talking about, I'm about to get in there.
I'm not on there doing that. So save your extra loud talk.
Better second husband than first. CJ Rich. Congratulations to that woman. We keep the women to get better in life. We do. Who's the girl in green?
I like her glasses
there.
already.
Look.
I can't even see them that great. I like them.
Her name is Miss
Miss Ronnie Simmons.
Not Miss
Miss.
Untrained.
Ain't this
I'm
about
only flirting with you, D. LOL. Ronnie, come to the show. I want to flirt with you.
Oh,
too.
he gonna flirt with
You
that.
can get trained if you look clean when I speak. I can't train you. Who is it? Oh, James Runnell. Did we already do him?
No. Yeah, don't, James.
Brandon Strickland says $10. Corey wants D.
No.
Okay, if I want D, so what? It was just some Kendrick Lamar video.
That was not me.
We know that wasn't you, not
Oh, wow. Whoa. Okay.
Okay, he gonna have to give up my phone. Just
Josh Hodgkins says, train me, D. That's right. Well, I don't, listen, who wants to train somebody? And you're,
Josh Hopkins.
wait though, and
If he
you're,
trains you, she won't
listen,
respect you.
no, first of all, well, it wouldn't happen anyway, because at this age, if you feel the need to train somebody, something not right. Okay. It is what it is. When you meet somebody around a certain age, that's who they are. That's their character, that's that. So, I think it's just a waste of energy and time.
There are women with potential where the training will
Well,
only
that's
be.
great. Good luck. I wish you all
She didn't even hear what I said. What was
the
that?
best.
He said, well, good luck. I want you to. month project. And we will have to get physical. I know it.
No,
That's
it
what
is
I
not.
said.
A pass, y'all. A
Look,
pass.
Deuce Falco. Talk to him, Corey. 100. This is a situation all the real players know. D, you would have to get
God.
physical with her.
Huh?
That's why
I was talking to myself.
sex would have to happen because after you get physical
Security
with her,
checkpoint 5 is closed. Use pre-check at checkpoint 4 and 1. General screening at checkpoints 2 and 3.
you know what I'm saying? It's like being
Okay.
offended by training. You're taught to be offended by training in the States.
Nobody says the word offended. I think
Yes,
it's funny.
most women are offended when you say you need to be trained.
No, if they're not about that or they're not feeling, why get offended? Just let them talk. Let them express themselves.
No, D, what I'm saying is, like, you're not talking about, like, you've never been trained, and it's obvious.
What are you talking about?
You haven't been trained.
Okay, Corey. Let's not go back and talk about relationships.
We could talk
Are
about
we gonna do
we could talk about whatever you feel to talk about to offset what I'm saying.
There you go. I knew that was
Oops,
coming.
sorry.
That was coming.
He ain't the only one.
Hey, upset.
There are so
Okay,
many
what am I
women
trying to
who
do?
have not been around a man who has
What
the
are you
guts
trying to do?
I
tell them,
tried to
hey,
call
hey, shut the
Papa.
fuck
I
up.
tried to call Uncle B.
I've been
He
there,
didn't
done
pick
that,
up.
but
But then a
it wasn't
text
quite
message
sure.
just came through,
Wasn't quite.
and
Shut the fuck up.
it's
But
not
see,
Ooh.
showing.
Knowing that there's action behind that shut the fuck up.
He would never know because he wouldn't want to be, again, like he said, you can't talk,
Your
you
order
can't go
was
out, you can't get
dropped
tough.
off.
I wouldn't want to
Okay.
be with anybody like that. Anyway,
I
so
gotta
we would
take
never,
these old
would
text
never
messages
work out.
off.
It would never
They
happen.
take up too much space.
But I have had, I would like to say, a great upbringing and a teacher in my life that lasted 17 years. So,
What is that? What is that? Oh, you, wait a minute. I want to expand. I want to talk about that. What is that? What does that say?
why you always have me read your little messages that he, right, that he gets all excited about? I think because he can't see one.
Robert Barber.
Yeah.
Preach, Corey. This is the best show. Darlene is way out here, way to me. There's no way to be disruptive towards our lessons. Keep preaching.
Oh, brother Robert, good luck with that. And I want to know how old Robert is, and when you're his
She
age.
always got something to say. Not, she ain't talking about what you said and hearing to that. She's got more venom. How old is she?
It's
She's
here's
not
the thing.
trained, ladies and gentlemen.
If he wants to say that and say venom, really, who's spewing venom? I'm not getting all worked up or anything like that. I just ignore it. It goes over my head.
It's true, but
So look, D, you
Diddy
said
poisoned
about
Jamie
17
Foxx,
years.
and
Please,
Jamie Foxx reposted
You already know. What are you talking
I
about?
don't
Diddy
know
to the
nothing
feds
until
because
I
of it.
enlighten you.
I
or
believe
reported
I've
it.
already been well trained. It's not to your liking, so that's why you hate on it. And you don't like it, and that's why you say, right, and that's why you like to say, oh, if you rather me, you would train, I would train you. Train me to what? To accept your things, like your way of living and your
Zay, can you rub my neck for me real quick?
No can do, man. I don't know.
Here, I'll show you where. It's not the neck. It's like right.
Right here?
Yeah, like if you do that, but hard.
Here we go.
Sure you want to say you've been trained?
Here we go. Here we go. Yeah. Why? But just because you weren't the teacher, nobody. Who wants that? Who wants to be taught that? There are some, I guess, women that want
Big
to.
Spoon, he said
Wait.
something good about you. He said he got a crush on you.
Oh, well,
Trying to
that's
get
sweet.
pussy.
So what? And you mad at that?
I'm mad.
Well,
Now,
why
let's go
say
back
that?
to
Now
this
wait a second. He didn't even say that. So why would you say that?
He said he got a crush on you. What do you think that means?
So what? Oh God,
You
here we
think
go.
that means he cares about you?
Court? No, but I'm just saying.
Use your fist.
Everything,
Yeah.
everything has to be said.
Is that?
You can go real hard, as hard as you can.
Okay, Corey.
You know, when
Just like dating.
men talk
You don't
to you,
date.
how they look at you, like a lot of times.
Just like dating. You don't date.
My muscles are so
See, I
tight.
know because you don't
When
want.
I go out with a woman, she's
It's frozen,
following me
Niall.
somewhere.
Niall, it's frozen.
The reason she's following me somewhere is because
Oh, you got good hands.
But let's get this training. All I want to know, just tell me this. Did you chase your teacher in a car chase?
Yes, and I wrote about it in the book for a hot second when he passed me by with another book. Oh, please.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Hook Auntie up.
Huh?
Hook Auntie up.
He hooked me up. Oh my goodness. Yes, he did.
A better person. You mean someone who's
It's so tight.
your runarounds? Like all people
He took care of mama.
used to speak so, it used to get you. I think his happiest is whenever he spoke about
Ooh, Jesus.
another woman that he was with that was
Somebody say
accepted.
D was trained good, she didn't put him on child support. I'll give her that.
I want to get one of them things that you
None of that. Yep. Nope.
press it and it rolls up your neck and down, up and down your neck. You can just take it and do this, and it's got these wheels that go up and then down, up and then down. I need that in my life right now.
I say it right now.
Right,
say right
right now.
I say
Right
right
now.
Scroll it down. It's the brown one.
I am a student of Corey. This is Brandon Hargraves. I am a student of Corey's teaching. As long as I have access to females in poverty,
Oh, I gotta go down here and get this suitcase. Jesus Christ.
Well, good for you. Yeah, you know it. Well, good for you.
That is a wise brother.
And that's his email.
As long as he has access to females in poverty,
And it's also
they will not go astray until they get on their feet, and that is highly unlikely.
different strokes for different folks. There's somebody for everybody. Go on there. If they want to accept that, then I'm not hating on them, but it's just not for me.
We are up against people who have conformed to a way of living. It's not their fault. All of my students, listen to me. It's not their fault. They are victims of the system. They think what they fight for is going to help them. What they need to realize is being trained by a hellified man like myself, this will not only help you, it will help your children. It will help your neighborhood. It will help your community grow into something special if you are trained by a man who has the will of God in his heart.
And
I can only help you, D.
And that's
a
you.
small sacrifice of 6 months, and you will be better. You will not talk over men as they speak. You will learn to cook, clean, obey, all the things necessary to save your soul and get to the promised land. God is good.
Woo, Lord, yes. Woo.
God is good.
Hit me with it. Holy
God is good.
Oh, God. You know what, go Mac? Stop. Don't egg him on with that. Okay, uh-huh. Uh-huh.
I remember when I first,
Bring out the plate, please.
found God. And he said to me, he said, Corey, my holes are lost, and I need you to sacrifice your happiness and commit to giving the information to save them from themselves, for they know not what they do. And I tried, God.
Sorry. I'm fine.
I'm only human. I set out to make sure that I save as many as I can. As many as I can. But there are some I care about. Like this one right here. I care about her.
Oh, Brent.
Grab her from this hell that she lives
Why can't I
with
see
me
that? Every time.
and put her in a place of tranquility.
What? Oh, that's really, that
A place
sounds
of clarity.
really tranquil.
A place of obedience. But this is what the devil has created.
Oh,
He has turned her into something that thinks that I am the enemy and I have only shown good intent for years.
oh yeah. So romantic. Yeah, so sweet. So kind.
I'm not gonna give up on her, God.
Lord,
And all you fellas out there,
oh shit.
I want you to take one of these challenges in life. I mean, get the ones in poverty. They the ones that you need to have the ammunition to keep going.
Still frozen.
But one like this, if you can save one like this, you have done God's job. One that is a wild. Have you ever seen a wild horse try to get trained? They are vicious. They will kick
It's
the
called the break.
dudes
You
trying
gotta break them in.
to break it.
Break them in.
It's not buck breaking because it's a female. What is it called? Monkey breaking.
Oh, monkey breaking.
Let's break this monkey.
Oh yeah, Foxley. Okay.
Like, what's that? SNBC 123. He prays on week 3. That's the lie. You might say TD Holcomb. I ain't about to fake no stroke. Have you ever been stroked out? Have you ever been stroked out?
No.
Anyway.
No. Somebody said D. Holcomb. Real man.
She could be me Holcomb.
Oh, yes.
Me on. Why
Because
not be one of my wives?
there you go. That's the
You
answer.
think you're gonna be the only one?
There you go.
This is part of the miseducation of the American woman. You think you are supposed to be the one and only. We must take on wives in this land of wretchedness. We can't do it alone. We need the assistance of hoes that are looking to be saved.
Right, and there's plenty out there. You guys got this. You got it, buddy. There's plenty out there.
We that big gladiator, the first gladiator, Maximus, was
Oh,
trying
here we
to
go.
save him. He thought he could fight alone, then he got shot in the knee with an arrow.
Oh, that's me. Oh, gosh.
But in the end, he fought for Maximus and he died for Maximus. Only the butterscotch flavored cake-ass motherfuckers agree with me.
And what's funny is, and that's funny. Oh, that's cute. And what's hilarious?
They trying to get some pussy. That's all they doing.
That too, or they. To me, I think a lot of people when they make little comments like that, like I said, I pray that people learn how you say, work their way around the internet and stuff like that. Like, you can't possibly take a lot of that serious. It's like,
Can't take what serious?
because you don't know if that's the truth. That man's probably sitting, his wife's over there cooking.
Who?
It's probably the only woman. And these when they make comments like that, like when you were like, yeah, he knows what he's talking about.
These men on this internet
You don't
are
know.
not to be taken for granted. These men on the internet who come to get the... First of all, when you tell the truth, you don't have many friends. When you tell the truth, most will not like you. I am not liked by so many. Just like Jesus. Do you know what they did to Jesus when he wouldn't fall? Jesus was slaughtered
I'm like,
by me.
got fries left.
The ones that wanted the world to be like the Romans and all them people like that, they set the law, and there are people out here who want the law to stay like it is just because they don't want no trouble and they want it to be easy.
And Matt Gray, what did he say? He said, join his concubine.
See what I read?
And that's great. Good, brother. You got a good. Oh, that's great. I wish y'all all the best.
Okay, well, stand to the side.
Exactly. Who said I'm not blocking anybody? I'm not in anybody's way.
Stand to the side.
Oh, yes. No.
Okay, you're going to have to submit to something greater than yourself before for a time on this planet has passed.
And here's the interesting thing is, how do people know that?
God with wisdom.
How do people know that I have one? The thing is I don't talk about it. I don't complain about anything that I'm doing with it, and I don't talk about it. So
That's a cap.
okay, Lori. So long as you, like I said, it's not bothering you. Really. You doing you, I'm doing me. You shouldn't have a problem with that.
It's all the same thing. Get your face right now. Get your face.
I'm focusing. That happens when I focus, silly.
I'm just gonna take a second to visit. I'm gonna look at your face for 20 seconds and see you try to hide the pain. Go, try to hide it.
You're forever gonna think that anyway, so you're making me laugh. Stop.
Stop. The pain is hurting you.
Ain't no pain. Nothing hurts you, fella.
I want everybody who's watching this show live to bow your heads. Let's say a prayer for D.
Why for me?
Bullshit.
Why for me?
Bow your heads.
And if you're watching, don't worry about it.
Is a woman who has done enough good for us to put effort into. Dee has tried to be a better person, but what she went through in her younger years, middle years, and now her elderly years,
Oh, Lord help me,
she's
please.
standing on it. God, please.
Oh, God. Yes.
Show her to let it go. Let it go. Let her realize my hand is healing. Even though it's healing from the scooter crash, it's still a healing.
Yeah, and who helped you heal from that scooter crash?
Arlene, you helped me. You helped me. I always gave you credit for that. And I'm trying to help you now.
What do I need?
Stop disturbing God's prayer with your rhetoric.
He hasn't elaborated on that yet. What do I need? Yes,
She
what?
need us, God.
What?
She need the 5150 not to give up on it. She's so obvious.
What?
We see the pain. Take that pain up out of us, God. Take that pain up out of all the men who didn't do right by God. Let it go away, God. Let her leak it out, God. Let the spirit enter her instead of
I can't,
a dude with a spirit plane ticket. Please, God, we ask this in your name.
I can't. Somebody said we were in prayer every day. You know what? Don't. I'm so sorry.
Let the Lord in thee. Instead of some dude named
We won't say his name.
Lawrence or whoever.
His name.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I've done
It
my best
is
to try to
funny.
help
No, he's being silly. Stop.
you. We are going to turn the service over to Darlene with these loose talk about bullshit.
Yeah, well, I see we're so late, so let me just rush through this.
You see her words, God. Let positivity dwell in her mouth instead of someone who's fruit.
What? Bless his heart, please, Lord. Reach into Corey's, whatever he has left of a soul. Yeah. Oh, just take it in, brother. Take it in. Let this church.
Tell me what you think about Jesus. He's alright. Tell me what you think about Jesus. He's alright. He's alright. He's alright.
Anyway, I know we're running late. Anyway, so speaking of Kendrick, Drake filed a second. I can't even believe this man even did anything.
What a kick-ass nigga.
He filed yet a second action against UMG, alleging defamation over Kendrick Lamar's fall song. Now, interesting enough, though, because both lawsuits, none of them have Kendrick's name in it. So it's not like it doesn't mention it. It's the company. So he's claiming that UMG potentially funneled payments to iHeartRadio as part of a pay-to-play scheme. So, to push the blockbuster song. Okay. So, there we go. So I can't believe that
Drake is, he knows he's done. This is one guy who actually was defeated by someone to the point where it's hard for him to sell his shit. And he is a vehicle of the machine. He's a vehicle of the machine. So I think that it's very cowardly when you put out diss records for not only Kendrick. This is what happens in the culture. But you got totally destroyed by Brother Kendrick, and now you're resorting to foul. You're doing the Aries Spears. Just throwing lawsuits out there, which I want to talk about. I'm so glad I got some help and sucker shit out of here. You know, it's like,
What now?
no, I'm just saying.
Oh. Anyway, so yeah, so he, of course, is accusing the music giant, the record company, of defamation, claiming it could have halted, that the record company could have halted the release of a song that he believes is falsely accusing him of being a sex offender. Man, whatever happened to good old rap beat? That's so weird. I can't believe that. Anyway, dude.
It's a whole bunch of bitches out here saying shit about me. But see, I you know, I don't really worry about certain things because I say to myself, I'm not no guy who goes around capping on people like that. So, I have, like that lady who went on that show, Breakfast Club, act like she know me. Just state stuff. She was way out of bounds. Like, if you notice, when I brought up the lady who I think she's messing with, I said, who is that? Who is that? I didn't say directly for sure, but I said, who is that? But I didn't like the way that, you know, it's like this guy Drake keeps filing lawsuits. Okay, all right. I don't like when people lie on my name. Lying on a motherfucker's name is some foul shit. But I have been lucky enough to get some help.
Oh, legal help.
Legal help. Because, see, let me tell you something about legal help. Most of the time, they just take your money. Legal help. I could have been gave the lawyers some money, but I'm serious when I say this. I let God handle it. I let God handle it. And through my research of lawyers, it wasn't easy, but I have finally found somebody who I feel is going to help me sort out all of the nonsense.
Defamation stuff.
I'm saying, like, there's this little fucker out in motherfucking one of these little promoters. He's a piece of shit, and in the end, I'm going to prove he's a piece of shit.
I remember that.
But you can't prove in court. It doesn't matter what facts you have. It doesn't matter what evidence you have. It matters who's speaking for you in court. And I honestly believe, through the grace of God, I have found a lawyer that is going to sincerely help me.
That's great. Good.
Brother out of Texas named Derek Dion. He got an Instagram, it's @Derek.Dion. I say this because I want to put him out
Other
there.
people can
I'm
get
going to tell you stories about this guy. First of all, what I understand, he graduated at the top of his class. And that means something.
Oh, yeah.
He ain't just a regular guy.
Right.
This is, and I called lawyers trying to get some real help.
And you already cut off the bullshit.
It's all that shit where you be like, this brother came to me. I reached out to him first, but we had a misunderstanding. That's all it was, because I didn't know. But when he started reaching back out to me, long story short, he is trying to help me, not work me. He's trying to help me. And I'm going to tell you the truth. I want to help him.
That's
because,
good.
you know what I'm saying? That's how it's supposed to be. And I'm so happy that I got somebody where the people who was trying to take advantage of me have received information saying, I'm on the case now, send all that to me. That's what I've been waiting on for the longest. This crooked guy in Texas who has all kinds of And what people can do, they can sue you in the state where they're from, and you have to deal with it in that state. Imagine if somebody in Texas is suing you and you go to California and you got to deal with it in Texas.
Yeah, that's a headache. Yeah,
It's
hell of a
really a lot, but I honestly believe because I'm a good dude, I have been given favor, a lawyer who I know can handle what is going on.
Well, that's great.
And I'm saying, I put his name out there because I want people to know, because I'm going to tell everybody about what happened with my case. This ain't just 1 week story. This is what's going to happen. I want people to know. You know what I'm saying? When you come at me, I'm not alone no more. I'm not by myself no more. All that shit where you people think you can just lie on me, stop. Now, if you say something about me, like if you tell the truth, I'm cool with that. Because it ain't nothing I've ever done that I won't stand in front of. I'm not embarrassed about who I am, what I did. I don't, stuff that ain't bad, I'm not gonna keep doing. I mean, stuff that's bad, I'm not gonna keep doing it. I don't wanna live in the dark. Because I believe if I live in the dark, I'm gonna always have dark things happen to me. But all you people who be lying on me, I have an ally. And here we come. Here we come. Brother Derek, I'm so glad. Look,
What's his
he
handle?
got an Instagram.
Okay, what's his Instagram name?
At DEREK.DEYON. And, you know, when I talked to him on the phone, I really feel like I gained a true ally in this game.
That's
Because it's not
big.
easy.
Yeah, that's
It's not easy to get an ally for real. Especially a lawyer.
Oh yeah.
So, what I'm saying to all you people who try to be foul by me, I got something for that now. And I'm proud of it. And I'm so glad Brother Derek stepped up. Brother Derek Dion stepped up. And we on the same page. I see
That's
testimonies where there are people saying this brother helped them become what they needed to be. That brother is right there. You know what I'm saying? And I'm saying all this on my show because I ain't gonna lie. I pray that somebody out there has the same story I have from the help of Brother Derek and guys like Derek.
Good.
There are people out here who lose by default. You know what that means?
Yeah.
People lose a lot by default.
That's mostly, and a lot of those like child support cases, things like that, is when they just don't
Default
show
is
up.
when
You
you
just
don't show up, you don't have
Yeah.
nobody. I talked to this judge out there in Texas.
A lot of cases.
I got on the phone. I was like, why is he able to do this and the other when obviously that judge wasn't trying to listen to me. You have to have representation that actually is trying to help you. Hiring a lawyer that's out the blue, okay, good luck with that.
Yeah.
You gotta have somebody that's like, yo, this is what we gonna do. And talk to you in a way where you can see. And then you do research.
Sure.
Look at the testimonies that are said about him.
Yeah.
Next week on the show, I'm gonna have testimonies that's been said about him. I ain't got it
good.
together this week, but I wanted to put the brother out there, man. You don't know, man. I've been able to rest at night ever since we have finally connected because I needed you, bro.
That's good. And
I
how,
needed you, bro.
how did you find him, or did he find you?
I found him through trusting the process. That's really how I found him.
Okay.
You can't just look somebody up a lot of times and find somebody.
Just word of mouth.
Yeah.
Somebody that you already.
A guy in Chicago turned me on to it. And then in the beginning I didn't understand some things, but he reached out. He reached out. And I'm so glad he reached out because now we on point. Now this bastard in Texas who tried to pull it ain't gonna be able to pull it. Because the bastard in Texas owe me money. And trying to sue me. One of these, what's the name of that thing Master P used to do? Was it Pretty Promoters or something like that? Janky Promoters. Janky Promoters. A janky promoter tried to flip it because he had connects in the courthouse out there where he lived. But I believe he's not gonna be able to pull it like he tried.
Well, good.
Along along with everybody else rely on me. Like, I mean, like, I ain't got time to be suing people. That ain't what I do. But I'm saying, like, all these people who be lying on me, like Tasha K and the doctor bitch ain't got no money. Ain't got no money. But I'm saying, y'all can't just cap on me no more, man. I got something for that. You don't believe? Wait and see.
Yeah.
Good luck. Thanks, Derek.
Well, good. I'm glad Derek has your back.
That's right. Try to win.
Anyway, congrats to Cat Williams. Apparently, he has purchased land. I forget the amount of acres he had said it. He's purchased land to specifically open a movie studio on. So during an interview with GQ, Cat revealed that he has acquired a former military base, which is located in Alabama. So his publicist has confirmed it. And Tyler to be by himself in the music. And even though, and 50, I think, has one too. He's going to, right in Louisiana, so he's going to develop one too. So that's great that all these people are having.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like if you got the money, you gotta create your own Hollywood now. Because Hollywood is dealing with plants.
This is what he said. I'm sorry. He said this about. He said it's just not fair to put all this pressure on Tyler Perry to be the only brother to be having a movie studio.
Yeah, you have to create your own Hollywood. Hollywood is dealing with plants, people who are not really the business talented. And we can't let this. This is like, oh, we ain't got to get him nothing that's good. We get him what we want to get him, and then they make the best out of that. I'm glad brothers are starting to make their own Hollywood because Hollywood is full of a lot of Hollyweird. And people, they're not our best talent. So I'm glad Cat's doing that.
Yeah, that is. So congratulations on that. And then people get shook when people get old, like when in their uppity years, like 70s, 80s, all that. When people start getting worried about them, as rightfully so. But recently, the one that I just peeked out was Morgan Freeman. Because a lot of people are like, wait, we haven't seen her. People are like speculating all these things.
What?
What?
That was his name.
Oh, is it? Oh, you know the movies. Okay, you know the movies. Anyway, so they did, a lot of people were making all these speculations and putting out videos and stuff and trying to find him. But he did go out this past weekend. So they said despite his limited public appearances, Freeman continues to act frequently, so no worries. And then people were worried about what was on his hand. He has, what is it called again?
Handshake.
That's a good word, handshake. Yes, he has something wrong with his hand, but I forget the proper diagnosis. Anyway, he said not to worry, that keeps him from feeling the pain and everything all day. So it looks interesting because he's got it looks like a big prosthetic type deal over his hand. So he says not to worry about it. But anyway, they saw him out this weekend, and
he's still fucking?
well, he did have that younger girlfriend. I don't know if he wiped her or not, but he had that younger girlfriend. So he has 2 new movies coming out. My Dead Friend Zoe.
I mean, his voice, I just can imagine him saying, come here, young lady, and let me fuck you in the ass.
I know.
You know how he talks.
Yeah, he's God, right? He played God. So anyway.
You want to fuck me in the ass? I'm in Hollywood, young lady.
Stop. Anyway, so we wish
I say
him
his
best.
morals are keeping him alive. This is stupid motherfucker.
I cannot.
Sterling, you a stupid motherfucker.
Who said that? And really quick, as we come upon Thanksgiving, somewhat of a Thanksgiving story, I guess. There was a major controversy wrapped around one of the biggest turkey selling producers, Butterball. So what happened was PETA put out a very old video. They did admit, Butterball said, yeah, that happened, in 2006 in Arkansas in a plant where these workers were violating their owners. When I say violating, you have to look at this.
Put their hand in something.
They did all that. Fingers. You'd have to see the videos and the pictures. It's totally disgusting. But PETA thought that they were going to put out this video and say, look at it. And it did affect. Butterball were like, hold on. We fixed all that. Matter of fact, it bettered our company know, but they set all these different new rules and laws in their company. But they said it was they said it was old, very old. And they said it's over 20 years old. So shame on people. Some horrible stuff. I mean, I do know. Disgusting. No, it's on video, Corey. No, you might exactly. Yuck. Anyway, so they said, because they said yuck. S. Brown said yuck.
That one turkey looks shocked right there. Look what they did to the house.
Yeah, so Butterball said, man, that is, we took care, it's not current. And they said, yeah, that it actually, they actually have the best basic reputation in,
They're
like,
good to the turkeys before they kill them.
they're not humane. They're not, they didn't, this was over 20 years ago, so, anyway, but just telling you that it's, don't worry about it. You know, you need to be reaching.
Somebody say taking turkey buns is nasty work. Money Mars did that.
Yeah, they definitely said we're proud of this, our designation that no other turkey company can ever claim. Anyway, they have zero
Free costs with turkeys.
That was so disgusting, bestiality, exactly. And they you can look at us. Ugh, it's gross. Exactly. What? Oh my God, no, that's not. There you go, Mr. Speculation. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, how about you? How about you?
Oh, I would definitely.
A lamb? A sheep?
I heard lambs get good pussy.
No, well, that was an old thing. Isn't that a thing like back in the
Did
day?
you get a lamb pregnant? I heard
I can't, you know, it's against, Corey, it's against the law. That's called bestiality. You know it's against the law.
baby come out here. Be like, what?
Oh, it's against the law, so anyway. All right, so.
Somebody say Diddy Farms. Yes, dude. You got it all off me.
Yes, I did.
So then what did we learn?
We learned that you have a new business, like you have classes or whatever it is that you're doing. But
I've been giving classes. I just don't
Right,
get
so
credit
good for you.
because my delivery is too straightforward.
you don't need the credit. It's fine.
I could sugarcoat it.
Just so long as you're doing, like you said, the Lord's work. You don't need credit. Who
Could
needs
be on
credit?
here like I'm Dr. Ford.
I want to counsel you and make you a high vibration person, and I will.
Fuck up.
I do want to make an apology to someone, though, can I, on air?
Please do it. What I think it is.
Yes.
God damn, D, look, we in
I-
the snow. We gotta let the snow go. We can't have no fucked up shit with the stove. People who support us, we have to be on
I
top
know
of it.
this, and it happens every now and then. Something happens where I will mess up, and I owned it. James Walker, if you're watching, please check your emails because I sent you a couple emails the last couple of days. Anyway, we apologize. He's a huge supporter.
What do you mean the last couple of days? You sent my email yesterday?
And the day before that. Yes, so that's what I mean. In the last couple of days, I've sent an email. You want me to show it to you?
Yeah, I want to see the emails you sent him.
Actually, can I tell you? And guess what, James? Anyway, I'm gonna look and see if you reply. Wait, can I?
Hey, yeah, go ahead.
Because I
Fucked up.
did, and I own that. Oh my God, I sent it to the wrong address, and it didn't come back, right? And I didn't know any of that. So, but James had to go through a lot to try and get his money back.
If you have sex with a chicken, you're like, I'll fuck the Kentucky out your ass.
Oh, see how he? And that was so important, but he had to interrupt me for that chicken. Okay. Anyway, James Walker, I apologize profusely. Also, I emailed him and I even said, listen, when I saw where you were located, I will personally bring you that full order to Rancho this week because I'll be in the IE and I have no qualms, no problem.
No charge.
Hand personally delivering your goods. There we go. I will come to
No, you have to say no charge.
Oh, well, no charge, of course. And I've said it in all the emails, but yes, no charge, of course not. He's a huge supporter. When I say huge,
I don't, if,
Anyway,
if it's just a mistake, that's okay.
It
I'm
was a huge
saying
mistake,
be in
it
front of
was.
the 5150 Nation. If we're going to run the store, we have to make sure that the stuff at the store is on point delivery wise.
of
If we
course.
don't do that, we have to stop the store and I will just sell the stuff at shows I do.
Right. And has this ever been like a big problem, a huge problem? No. Just like with any other business, you're gonna have a few snafus here and there. And I owned up to it. Just say if you don't want it anymore, that's okay.
He
You
wasn't
know.
the only one. No, I'm saying if we're not gonna run it efficiently, we'll
No, but
stop
there
the store.
have been some. Nobody's completely perfect. I didn't say he was the only one, but it's not a continuous thing. Oh,
I'm not saying nothing. I'm just.
yes, you are with your eyes or something. Anyway. So yeah, somebody said how much did he spend? Quite a bit. Let's just put it like that.
I just hope people don't run game with the store shit, man, because it's like
You
to make
can't.
sure you mail off stuff to people and stuff like that. It's actually real work. So I'm just saying to my 5150 people, I want you to get your stuff fast and efficiently because I just don't want a reputation of the store fucked up.
And have you ever?
I want to make sure that if it's got something to do with me, it's some solid shit.
Of course. Remember, it took me 2.5 months every day till about 4 in the morning to get that straightened out. That story. It took over 2 months.
It's
When I
tedious
could-
work.
No, I'm saying to take over when I got it. When I got in there, it
How
was
many years ago was
it was
that?
a freaking mess when I say that.
How many years ago was that?
I'd have to look at the exact.
That was before COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Anyway.
Make sure people get their shit. You handle my shit, counselor. It was Nino and
Teach me,
that was
sir.
Nino. That was
Teach people. Teach me.
that movie where he was Sugar Hill. Anyway.
It happens. It was right. I know.
Two.
Thank you, Chris. Mistakes are never. I know. Yeah, no, and I own it. I was like, what? And I looked at again. Thank goodness there's a trail, so you can look and see the tracking. You can look and see who got what. You can look and see when it's sent.
I know what you're saying, but like the store has been slow, but I'm getting ready to put out some stuff in a couple of weeks for like people who want to give people Christmas 5150 stuff. So we're about to get busy, D. It's about to come.
Okay.
I got some shirt ideas.
Great.
And I want to make sure that when we have this rush, because you know we up against a lot around Christmas time.
Thank you,
People
Deanna
are not
Cherry.
waiting
Thank
on
you.
it if they can get what they're supposed to get. You know what I'm saying? Somebody said, y'all merch arrives on time for me. Starburst.
And you know, I actually have like 3 orders.
Shut up, Vic.
I have like 3 old orders where I've emailed to people and they never respond back. They just didn't. Their stuff came back because they had it wrong. They had it wrong address.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Sometimes things happen.
And no. But I've reached out to them and umpteen times and said, okay, I guess not. But it actually, the orders are still there.
You know what? Darlene is capable of doing this.
Yeah, and it was, yes.
She's been trained to do this.
Oh, wow. No, I actually trained myself. You left me with a mess.
You see what happened when you train somebody should be fucked up?
Oh, wow. Here we go. And you need me. Again, who helped you? Who was there? Who you call, homie? Who'd you call, fam?
What you mean?
When you got in a wreck.
I did you a
Do you
favor
want me
and
to show
called
you the
you.
video? Do you know that my car videotaped us when we pulled up on you?
Do you know that I could have called?
Coulda, shoulda, woulda, but you didn't.
If I coulda, shoulda, would. That's what folks always say.
Tyrese, I'll bring your stuff to St.
If
Louis.
I could, I should. But it's always too late.
Anyway, no, I will. If he hits me up, if James hits me up, I'm gonna bring it. I'll bring it all to my aunties, and then I'll go to Rancho. Rancho's right up the street.
I know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said, Corey, do the fly laugh.
Oh my God, who said
When did
that?
I do that? I did that.
Wait. Consider that was a horrible joke, but it was funny. He said that's why turkey's so dry. Oh my God. Oh my God.
We did the show without Craig packs this week. Craig sick and motherfucker got them. Motherfucker ate some bad pussy and that meat is
house, but I have to. We got to take care of our people, so I'm gonna bring it to James. Let me bring it.
Well, listen, man, the 5150 show ain't going no motherfucking well. So all you haters and everybody, what's your shirt say, D?
It,
Come on, girl. Like a normal.
like a normal girl, but cooler.
Oh, I couldn't see it.
Oh.
The rest of your shirt was blocking. That's nice, D.
Well, look, if he can move like that, he's all well and good. He's done. He's recouped.
No, I'm going to this doctor. Listen, ever since I hurt myself, I'm even worse if you ask me. I really, like, people don't understand, man. My shoulder got knocked up, and it's still like that. Remember I was fucking with Diana about his shoulder?
Yep, see
My
now.
shit is worse.
Now Corey got that
I think
perch.
that's what happened to me.
He got the little bird perch. That's what
Is
happened.
that what it's called?
No,
Like, I can't wear tank tops no more.
Yes, you can. Just give it a cute little name, and I told you get a little parrot. Just set a little parrot on that.
Okay, that's your best joke.
All right.
Anyway, I want to tell y'all something, man. We done built something, man. 5150 doesn't get its proper respect from the haters. They want to act like this is nothing. They want to act like 5150 is just whatever. But let me tell y'all something, man. We done built something. All you people who are fucking with us, supporting us, you know what I'm saying? You know, I'm talking about the haters too. The people I used to watch, but I don't really watch no more. Okay, right there typing it. You know what I'm saying? I want to tell y'all, man. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you, man. I built something with the guys, and we have something here. I don't know when this is going to turn into this jackpot for everybody around me where we can motherfucking go buy these houses out here on the hill. But it's coming. It can't be denied. How many people in the chat now? We was at 10 at one time, right? Yeah, it's getting late.
It gets late. Okay.
I appreciate y'all, man. You know this thing on hit YouTube. Hey, it's called the Corey Gospel Show, hey. Oh no, the Gospel of Corey Show. The Gospel of Corey Show. We gotta make sure we got enough people get to watch it. And once again, man, I appreciate y'all, man. We are 5150.
That's right.
We are still here. We ain't going nowhere, man. Y'all can give it up, y'all. Oh, you haters. Oh, less hilarious. Oh, you got that 5150. You dead, dumb looking bitch. That's why your baby gonna look like you really look. That would be a compliment. But why is it not? Think about that. Now what's happening with that damn flyer right there? This flyer is for, that's the punchline, December 6th through 7th. We come to the punchline in Sacramento. Punchline in Sacramento. But look, Joe King Tour, Corey Holcomb, Saturday, November 30th, 2024. You see that lineup?
Wow, I love everybody.
There ain't a buster on the lineup.
Nope.
Smokey.
Solid.
That's a hell of a show, ain't it? Like people who know comedy know it. Ain't a buster on the lineup, man.
Oh, that's Detroit.
Yeah. JJ, Marvin Phillips,
Jesse.
and Just Need. Get up there. Just needs to be having that leather band sometime. Goddamn, I know that motherfucker. We got about to tear that motherfucker up, man. That's this weekend, right? It's the punchline. Why the other one go so fast?
Sacramento, yes, Sacramento. Hey.
International Harbor, December 12th.
Excuse me. We can't see
That's
the
out there in D.C., right? That's the D.C. show. I don't be worried about D.C. D.C. always show up. I love y'all, man. I'm about to come up there and tear it up. We got Sacramento coming up December 6th or whatever, but this week is Detroit. Detroit! Y'all get ready, man. Y'all know what I do, man. Ain't gonna be nothing left. 5150 in the house. All y'all people who watching with envy. No. Opera House in Detroit. All you comics who watch it with envy. Hello, McFly. Hello. 150, we're back. Peace out.
Hey, what's up, guys? How y'all doing today? Well, baby, if your name is Drake, you have proven Kendrick Lamar right. Once a lame, always a lame, y'all. Drake is suing UMG and Kendrick for a RICO act. He is saying that UMG, Spotify, and Kendrick were involved in a RICO plot. We have the court documents. And first, this can't be. Drake is just trying to step on Kendrick's toes. Y'all, this claim actually sued Kendrick Lamar. We gonna get through all the legal documents. Drake is such a loser. And the thing is, I get why he's suing, right? Your master law, you literally, so you are your mama's bride. This is the most Karen is sore loser. What are you doing? But the fact that he still refuses to believe that Kendrick won this battle fair and square. Y'all, what y'all want to start at? Y'all want to start with the court documents, or you want to start with the way that Twitter is dragging Drake? Actually, you want to start with the way Twitter is dragging Drake. Drake is so but he literally is trying to sue UMG. Now, let me just say this. UMG know where, let me just say this. UMG knows where all your bodies are buried, Drake. They helped you bury them. UMG literally gave you all those little violence and lights that have violence in. UMG did all this. Second of all, what's wrong with this? This is a very corny Canadian ninja, no offense to the Canadian people, play. Tory Lanez did this, now Drake's doing it. You're trying to gaslight us into what really happened. For get rid of the legal documents for 1 minute. Let me just say this. For you not to act like, not like us, was not the song of the summer. For you not to act like I didn't have that song on my YouTube playlist. Just great. Literally, y'all already know every second. For you not to act like Kendrick wasn't pop locking in those streets. For you not to act like Kendrick's album that just dropped isn't doing what it needs to do. I'm literally trying to like do the two-step reincarnated. Life goes on. I said, oh, literally, for you to not act like he did the big one, but they not like us. Low-key, if we did the big one like that one for a future, everybody thought they were going to take Drake down and take the spoils of war. The crown is heavy. Kendrick literally was like, you just thought they was all really get on. And Kendrick was the breakout star. And then he did this typical Gemini trick where he's like, sorry, buddy. Where people was like, no, it's our time to perform. And he's like, sorry, buddy. It's West Coast only. Future was on one of the biggest rap hit songs within decades. And he ain't never get to perform his part. That's some Gemini magic. But all just aside, right? Remember when Kanye West was like, stuff your mask, the ninja? Here's the thing. I think Drake is filing this because he wants to get out of the contract with UMG. I think it's foolhardy. I think it's stupid. I think it's a Tory Lanez, Canadian, corny. Take your L, ninja. I think it's dumb. I think it's stupid, but I think that's what Drake is trying to do. He's trying to get out of his um, contract with UMG. And he thinks, because he knows the way UMG artificially gave his career, that he can basically be like, well, on your bear and not even bear, you better let me out of my contract, right? Because at the end of the day, Kanye hinted at this. Drake is a glorified slave to UMG. He gets, even now the way he's announced that he's going on tour in Australia, he's not even allowed to stop touring. He has to keep going. All artists say that he makes a lot of money and touring is very physically grueling. Drake has been touring for a while and he hasn't been able to sleep. So even though, and I do think that 400 billion, Kanye said it was all cap. It was probably close to 100 million and a lot. You had to do a lot to get that money. And UMG doesn't need them anymore. Also, I think Lil P, Drake isn't selling the way he used to sell. I think that maybe with tour, they just don't want to do tours anymore. Anyway, right? I think this is his way of getting out of the contract will expose them for getting in the way they artificially inflate numbers. Now, how are you? And he also thinks he's stepping on the what is it rollout? Kendrick's new album. How are you simultaneously exposing yourself and you somehow think that you're somehow hurting UMG or Kendrick when they know everything there is to do, right? Let's get into what the netizens are saying really quick because it's funny, and then we're gonna get right into the lawsuit, okay? The papers, if you will. Listen, like Clay said, he's gonna try and prove that he botched an artificial message to inflate the song by exposing how he has been from those same methods in the past. All right, Drake. Then, Craig Brooks, who said Rico, he literally made a Rico call for Rat Mom, had sent me to the fucking moon. And at the end of the day, Drake is the biggest thing for those rat bots. Because let's not forget that while Not Like Us was blazing the airwaves, Drake bots were all in the comments trying to convince us that Kendrick lost and he won. But I remember those Drake bots. Hotspot Dan Dasani said, Drake thinks UMG did this because they did it for him. Me think Drake was out. He thinks the same thing. Drake was out of the deal with UMG as part of the settlement. And giving up on winning back the culture. He's a pop star for him all out. Drake ain't no pop star. His drops go pop, they don't work him. And that's the funny thing Drake don't realize. A lot of these losers that are his fans, not the people that just casually listen to Drake, I mean the diehard Drake believers, they like hard Drake. They like Drake when he acts tough. If Drake goes pop, he will lose whatever fans he has left. I'm just saying. Please keep going.
Save up to 50% and get exclusive deals through Black Friday. Only at Chewy.
There was one other comment I read with Drake. They said, according to the filing, a petition by Drake and his company, Frozen Moments LLC, asking the court to order UMG and Spotify to preserve all relevant documents and communications in advance of the pending lawsuit. UMG has so far refused to engage with Drake over the issue, instead pointing the finger at Kendrick and telling Drake to sue Kendrick Lamar, not UMG. UMG ain't trash for that. Come on, he's the one that ended your career. Sue him. Okay. Anyway, Lawrence Bernie said the dude whose face was on the cover of every Spotify playlist, even genres he has no connection to, when he dropped an album some years back, is accusing people of having their popularity inflated. Again, I think that when Kendrick's Not Like Us hit, Drake's number wasn't hitting. UMG was like, you know what? Just let him go. Let him do his own thing. And without Drake's artificial inflation of numbers, I think Kendrick just bulldozed him. Listen, they said Drake's PR definitely wrote this paragraph because Billboard said that UMG refused to comment. So this is Drake's team using the media to put a narrative out with zero proof. Okay. Again, listen, Drake, what's this thing that Drake put out? This is it. This is EP just said, mind you, this was Drake a few years ago. Spotify is issuing refunds to subscribers who helped stand by Drake. They put Drake's face on everything. So basically, Drake is exposing UMG. I just want to say this. Drake, and then there's a publicist says, this is what he get for trying to pull it into, they're trying to pull it into Negro style, knowing it wasn't built for it. Listen, let me just say this, right? And this is all I'm going to say about the Drake before we get to the court documents. At the end of the day, Drake's been exposed for actually wearing a lace front. If you guys don't know, there was a huge takedown of Drake in his man unit. He took off his man unit braids. Um, he now has a bald spot in the middle of his head. This is SC Yaya. What's up, Yaya? So either Kendrick got Drake stressed out, or that hairpiece he was supposed to Drake wears pulled his hair out. Because it's looking a little patchy on his head top. Now listen, anybody that's worn a bad lace front or kept it in too long or it was installed the wrong way, you know what it is when it pulls your hair out. Drake leaned down. Please put this on the cover ground screen and go, Drake leaned down, and you guess it's me being petty, staying in a woman's place, talking about lace fronts. Look at this. We just saw Drake's braid man unit. Thick braids, doing this, blah, blah, blah. Drake, when he got mad at his black community, shaved his braids off and said, I never wear the braids. Then he went on the live stream and said that rap's gotten weird. Drake, you was the one on 4K camera beating your meat on 4K camera, talking about, and then made a song about it, talking about the Belly Monday D and his video crew, and thought you really ate, and all your blazers was like, yeah, this video too. And I'm like, what is going on? This is getting boondock. This is giving, I need some thug loving.
This heifer here, sometimes she gets stupid.
Released it, which looking back, it does seem like a
I don't give
humiliation
a damn
ritual.
about no
Why would
Drake.
you do that humiliation ritual?
challenge for the defense, as each charge compounds the potential sentence. Diddy's detention at the Metropolitan Detention Center, MDC, in Brooklyn has placed him in challenging conditions that contrast starkly with his previous lifestyle. MDC, known for its restrictive environment, enforces limited freedoms and austere living conditions, creating a demanding setting for high-profile detainees. For Diddy, this experience likely involves both psychological and physical adjustments, as he navigates life in a facility designed to limit outside contact and maintain strict security protocols. His detention reflects the seriousness of the allegations, as defendants held without bail are generally considered a potential flight risk or danger to society.
There is a reason that people say you don't want to catch a federal case. You have a federal case, the feds bring you in, you've been indicted. More often than not, I mean, what did you say, 95% of the time, they're gonna get you. You're gonna be convicted of something. And that's what Diddy is facing.
Unlimited resources. It is hard to match that if you are a defendant in a case.
But it has been done, as we told you at the beginning of the show. The Lorian case, Lorian did, so it can be done. But can it be done in this particular case? We said that Diddy has incredible resources that will help, but if the case is as strong as it appears at this point, or at least as the feds have presented it, you think there's no chance. But maybe they're not presenting exactly what they have at this point.
Well, the thing is, it's usually, in terms of public perception, the strongest the day the indictment comes out because you haven't heard the defense.
Public reaction has also been intense, amplified by comparisons to other high-profile cases involving celebrities, adding to the pressure on Diddy's legal team to dismantle the interconnected allegations. Federal guidelines offer little flexibility for plea bargains in cases involving coercive trafficking, making it likely that, if found guilty, Diddy could face substantial prison time. The case will test how far his defense can go to counteract federal prosecutorial power in a high-profile context where public perception and legal realities clash. Federal sentencing guidelines for RICO and trafficking charges present significant challenges, as convictions for these acts often lead to extended or life sentences. In Diddy's case, the potential for a multi-decade or life sentence underscores the stakes of the trial, especially since RICO guidelines include cumulative sentences that account for interconnected activity. Legal experts have emphasized the rigidity of federal guidelines, which can leave little room for leniency in cases involving organized acts. Diddy's defense faces an uphill battle, as dismantling each charge or reducing the narrative of organized wrongdoing will be essential to avoiding the full extent of federal penalties. Can Diddy's defense counter the federal guidelines and mitigate the potential for a harsh sentence if convicted? That's it for today's video. Stay tuned until next time.
Sean Diddy Combs is back in a New York courtroom, marking a third attempt to be released on bail in his sex trafficking case. He's been in jail since his arrest in September, and today's hearing is happening as Combs' lawyers are accusing prosecutors of manipulating a disturbing video, one that you've probably seen. It's the one that shows him brutally attacking his then-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, in a hotel hallway back in 2016. CNN's Elizabeth Wagmeister is live in Los Angeles. Elizabeth, does the Combs team have a strong case here to make, especially in light of these recent allegations that he's been making calls from behind bars that could be seen to influence maybe witnesses?
Look, Brianna, so Combs' team says that those allegations about those phone calls and tampering with witnesses from behind bars, they say that that is not true. They are denying all of that. There have been filings flying left and right. Today, we had 2 new filings. Last night, there was an additional filing where we spoke about that video that you just referenced, Brianna. So Combs' team, they are working very hard to try to get him released. As you said, this is going to be his third bail hearing. We'll see if third time's a charm, but right now what we see here is some screenshots from that disturbing video that our team broke here at CNN. Now, what Combs' team is saying in this filing is that prosecutors, they claim that they submitted a version of that video that our team released. Now, we have not seen that alleged video that prosecutors submitted to the court for these bail proceedings. We don't know what was in them, but Combs' team is saying it's edited, that they left out some of the material, that it's out of order, and they are taking decade-long consensual relationship between Mr. Combs and Ventura. So they are categorizing this as a sad moment within a consensual relationship. I think what you saw, Brianna, what I saw, what the world has seen now, is that video depicts a horrific, violent attack against the woman. Now, we do not know what happened behind closed doors. The footage that we have seen occurs in the hallway of that hotel room. So what happened in the hallway of that hotel room, according to the footage that our team obtained and released earlier this year, again, is Combs dragging Ventura, kicking her, throwing a vase towards her, a glass vase towards her. So we will see what the judge has to say, but right now, Combs in a courtroom, the third attempt to get out before his criminal trial. Remember, Brianna, his criminal trial is set for the spring of next year, and he has been denied bail twice. He's trying to get out as he awaits that trial.
Yeah, that may be a tough sell, but we'll see what the judge says. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the report. Boris?
Let's discuss some of the details with Joey Jackson. He's a CNN legal analyst, a former prosecutor as well. Joey, thanks so much for being with us. This is Sean Combs' third try to get out on bail. Do you think he has a better chance this time around?
Well, he may, Boris. Good to be with you. And here's why. You heard Elizabeth reference the issue of the recording, and here's why it's significant in terms of its manipulation. Just to reset, the critical to his denial on bail were really two factors. The one factor related to him being a danger to the community. The other factor being how he would potentially obstruct witnesses. Now, critical in the prosecutor's arguments at those previous hearings was the fact that there's this tape that everyone has seen, and they said, prosecutors did, that tape was in the context of a freak-off. It was in the context of sex trafficking. It was in the context of him being violent as it related to that count in the indictment against Miss Ventura, right, who's referred to as victim one. But here now comes the defense saying, hey, by the way, the prosecution has misled you, court. This had nothing to do with a freak-off, as is alleged, which were the parties that he was allegedly having, that is P. Diddy, with all of these instances going on with coerced sexual activity, etc., had nothing to do with that. It also had nothing to do with sex trafficking. This was a domestic dispute. Now, it doesn't make the violence in the tape, Boris, any more tenable, right? Violence is violence. It shouldn't happen. But it gives it context. Now, when you get down to the manipulation of the tape, the reordering of the tape, did you mislead the court? If they did, that's a factual question. A judge won't be too happy. Second brief point, and that is they're also arguing, the defense team, that there's the issue concerning his ability to prepare and be ready for trial. If you're going through and rummaging through his notes and other records that are attorney-client privileged and peeping at them and looking at them and using them against them, how could he prepare for trial? So those, we know that there was a raid of the cell and there were certain notes that were used that the prosecution now has. Defense team saying, no, we need to be able to prepare him. So those are the two critical arguments that they're making. We'll see whether they carry the day. But to your question, I think this new material certainly gives and may give the judge pause this time in terms of saying, maybe it is that I should grant him some bail package that is reasonable or not.
Joey, about those personal notes, the prosecution has argued that this was a previously scheduled search. I'm wondering how a judge goes about determining where to land on whether these notes are actually admissible, and do you expect that the phone calls that he's apparently made, allegedly made, to be significant? These like three-way calls to try to convince witnesses to do one thing or another.
So, Boris, everything has a context, right? And so when you evaluate the context, let's look at the notes. Yes, it could have been a pre-planned search, and it's important to search in jails. Safety and security is preeminent. You want to ensure that. But when you get notes and other materials that could be subject to attorney-client relationship, there should be a filter team. That is a team of prosecutors who have experience to go over those records to determine whether or not they could be usable. Now, those prosecutors generally are unrelated to the case. They'll look through it and they'll parse out the material, and if it can be given over to the other side, who's on the case, they'll do that. Defense team says they failed, that is the filter team in that regard, because those notes should have never been given and used in this case. That's number one. That's troubling, and there should be a hearing as it relates to that. And so we'll see where the judge lands on that issue. moving forward with regard to whether or not, I think the notes are certainly not going to be admissible, but I don't think the judge is going to be very pleased in terms of you using that against him, and it furthers the defense's narrative that, hey, you know what, we need him out here, right, so that he can prepare with us, not inside where they're peeping and looking at his records and documents.
And Joey Jackson, always great to get your perspective. Thanks so much for being with us.
Just testified before a federal grand jury. He says he is in possession of a trove of digital evidence from Diddy's freak-off parties.
Breaker for my brother who is a artist, and they're after my life. My whole family is after my life, and they're setting me up. And Sony Records owes me $3.5 million, and they don't want to pay me, and it would be in their better interest, just like Michael told me. They owe me money, and they're trying to off. And I'm begging you and I'm pleading you, help me raise $100,000 as soon as I can, so I can move to an undisclosed location where I'm safe. They had cops come and check for a rope in my garage, saying I wanted to hang myself.
Aaron Carter's heartbreaking death just took a surprising twist. And
Wow.
guess who's in the spotlight? None other than Diddy himself.
Aaron Carter begged for help in front of the world. He begged for financial support to help get him a private security team to keep him alive. He said on numerous occasions, if anything happens to me, I promise you, I am not vital. I will not say anything.
Turns out there are some jaw-dropping secrets about Diddy and his connection to Aaron Carter's final days. And now Diddy's lawyer has officially called it quits, adding fuel to the fire. Whispers are swirling. Could the music mogul be hiding something huge? The buzz around Aaron Carter's mysterious death is getting louder, with shocking reports suggesting it might be tied to Diddy. Word is the feds are digging deeper into Aaron's passing and his ties to Diddy, and they're even planning to update Diddy's indictment with more charges. What's even wilder, investigators are reportedly looking into other suspicious deaths linked to Diddy, including Aaron, who tragically died on November 5th, 2022, just a day after Diddy's birthday.
Aaron Carter's cause of death is revealed. According to online records obtained by E! News, the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner coroner determines that the singer died in November due to drowning. Secondary causes were listed as the effects of alprazolam, which is sold under the brand Xanax, and difluoroethane.
Yeah, the same cause of death linked to Kim Porter, Whitney Houston, the near death of Jamie Foxx, and Al B. Sure. And guess what? All of them are tied to Diddy. When you look at the growing list of allegations and the mounting indictment against him, these claims don't seem so far-fetched anymore. What's even more chilling? Most of these people were either speaking out about Diddy or planning to expose him right before tragedy struck. The eerie timing raises eyebrows, doesn't it? Take a moment to think about it. Kim Porter's sudden passing, Whitney Houston's shocking death, and the health scares involving Jamie Foxx and Al B. Sure are all unsettling similarities. Is it just a dark coincidence, or is there something more sinister going on here? Now, we're diving deep into how all of this ties back to Diddy, the allegations surrounding him, and what these mysterious deaths might reveal. Let's start with Aaron Carter. His official cause of death was ruled as drowning, but speculation has swirled that he may have been overdosed before being found in the bathtub. Sound familiar? That's eerily similar to Whitney Houston's tragic end. She, too, was found drowned in a bathtub, with illegal substances playing a significant role in her death. So how does this connect Diddy to Whitney? Here's where things get even darker. Before Diddy rose to the level of mogul he is today, he had a mentor, none other than Clive Davis. Clive, a legendary figure in the music industry, has his own troubling rumors, including allegations of inappropriate behavior involving young boys. According to Jaguar Wright, an outspoken industry whistleblower, Diddy and even Jay-Z may have learned some of these disturbing practices directly from Clive Davis himself. Wright has openly accused both men of being part of a sinister cycle of manipulation and control in the industry, pointing fingers at Clive as the origin.
People. Why? Most likely because he was victimized by his mentor, who loved to control people.
And his mentor was
Andre Ralph. Tell us how he was mentored by Clyde Davis.
Whitney Houston was tragically found dead in her bathtub at the Beverly Hilton Hotel, the very place where Clive Davis was preparing for his iconic pre-Grammy party. Shockingly, Clive decided to continue with the event, even as news of Whitney's death spread, leaving many to question the lack of sensitivity. From being an intern at Uptown Records to suddenly becoming the powerhouse behind the Bad Boy empire. Her theory, Clive allegedly played a key role in Diddy's rise, perhaps helping him maneuver through opportunities that wouldn't have otherwise been available. Jaguar also revisits a tragic event in 1991 during a charity basketball game organized by Diddy at City College. A stampede broke out, resulting in the deaths of 9 young people, including a pregnant woman who was the girlfriend of rapper Father MC, one of Uptown Records' artists. While Diddy has denied responsibility, reports suggest the event was overbooked and lacked proper security, despite warnings that the situation could turn dangerous. Critics have pointed out to Clive as potentially helping Diddy escape accountability for the incident, leaving unanswered questions that still haunt the tragedy. Adding to the intrigue are whispers about the relationship between Clive Davis and Diddy. According to an anonymous source, Clive allegedly helped Diddy establish Bad Boy Records in exchange for replacing Andre Harrell as Clive's favorite. A particular rumor claims that a pivotal moment in 1994 involving Diddy reportedly getting on his knees for Clive sealed the deal for Bad Boy's success. Interestingly, Clive Davis publicly came out as bi in 2013. A revelation that added another layer of interest to his already scrutinized personal life. Previously married twice with 4 children, Clive's private affairs have often made headlines. Similarly, Diddy has now been labeled as bi in a light of allegations revealed in his indictment, which claims he had a preference for young boys over women. So how do these deaths connect? According to Jaguar Wright, Diddy allegedly learned how to create substances that mimic natural causes of death, such as pneumonia or heart attack symptoms, from none other than his mentor, Clive Davis. Jaguar speculates that this knowledge could have been used to make suspicious deaths appear natural, allowing them to go unnoticed or unchallenged.
They have poisons that create heart attack and pneumonia-like symptoms. And then right after that, Al had a meeting, and I was going to meet up with him because we were in Vegas, and then no.
And here's where Kim Porter's tragic story entered the picture. According to Jaguar Wright, Diddy's ex-wife, Kim Porter, might have met her untimely end for similar reasons as others tied to him. It's no stretch to consider these allegations, especially since Kim reportedly started working on a tell-all book about her tumultuous relationship with Diddy before her death. The unpublished manuscript allegedly revealed instances of emotional and physical mistreatment. One particularly shocking claim from the manuscript involved Diddy allegedly attacking Kim with a chair, leading to a hospital visit. But the mistreatment didn't stop there. Kim reportedly described how Diddy monitored her every move, wiring her home, tapping her phone, and even hiring people to spy on her. Things escalated when Diddy sought full custody of their children. Kim, feeling cornered, allegedly threatened to expose everything, including Diddy's darkest secrets. The manuscript also hinted at Diddy's manipulative tactics, forcing Kim into degrading situations and controlling her life to the point of emotional devastation. Perhaps most chillingly, Kim reportedly connected Diddy to the tragic deaths of Tupac Shakur and the notorious B.I.G., suggesting he orchestrated events to maintain control over their musical legacies. Officially, Kim's death in 2018 was attributed to pneumonia, but questions arose almost immediately. The initial coroner's report hinted at foul play, with toxins found in her body that could mimic pneumonia symptoms. Rumors swirled about blood on her pillow and a trail from her bedroom to the bathroom, which painted a far more sinister picture. Even more unsettling was the timeline. Kim reportedly made a 911 call at 2:43 a.m., but help didn't arrive until Kimora Lee Simmons found her hours later around 11 a.m. Kim's family has allegedly been suspicious from the start, reportedly speaking with the FBI about pursuing a wrongful death lawsuit against Diddy. Sources say investigators have urged the family to stay silent to avoid compromising the case. But the web of connections doesn't stop there. Speculation links Kim's death to her relationship with Shakir Stewart, a music executive she was rumored to be involved with before her passing. Allegedly, after Diddy discovered their relationship, he confronted Shakir, and just weeks later, Shakir was found dead from gunshot wounds. Though ruled a suicide, his family disputes this, hinting at foul play and possible involvement from Diddy. And the list doesn't stop there. I'll be sure Kim Porter's ex also faced a horrific fate, reportedly landing him in a coma for 2 months. While he hasn't publicly revealed the full extent of what happened, reports surfaced that he was working on a tell-all book, one that supposedly detailed the shady freak-off that we're now starting to learn. His story eerily mirrors that of Andre Harrell, another industry figure who was allegedly writing a similar tell-all. Andre's manuscript was said to expose how influential figures control the music industry, using substances and other methods to manipulate and silence people. He was also reportedly about to reveal how Diddy replaced him with the help of Clive Davis. But before his revelations could come to light, Andre was found dead. And there's another name to add to this grim list, Jamie Foxx. Before we dive into Aaron Carter's tragic end, let's first take a look at what happened to Jamie. Just recently, he became one of the latest victims tied to this disturbing pattern. Just like everyone else on the list, Jamie Foxx was also very close to Diddy. In fact, their friendship was so tight that Diddy allegedly let Jamie in on some of his freak show activities. But things took a turn last year when Jamie started dropping cryptic hints about the darker side of Diddy's infamous gatherings, which sent shockwaves through those paying attention.
It really wasn't him. I can't blame him. It was actually Jennifer that was mad at me. But he was just trying to come to her, honor. It's kind of, I'm like, damn, shit's crazy, huh? So what I did was, I would show up to the party in my little town car. It's a town, I grabbed a town car so I could skirt. Pump SUVs and road Bentleys the whole night. He get out, and I get out too with a camera. The big Canon, like, yo, pup, I should document this shit, right? There was something like, what you talking about? I said, oh, I should get this, man. You don't file for the whole night. He said, yeah, let him through.
Then came Jamie Foxx's Netflix special, What Had Happened Was, where he continued to drop subtle clues about what he had seen and experienced in his interactions with Diddy. During several live tapings of the special, eyewitnesses reported that Jamie openly mentioned Diddy's name, hinting at a serious fallout between the two. It was clear that something had gone wrong, but the full picture wasn't quite there yet. But things took a shocking twist when Jamie suddenly fell into a coma. This sent shockwaves through the industry, and immediately, speculation began swirling that Diddy could somehow be connected to Jamie's hospitalization. Adding fuel to the fire, earlier this month, industry veteran Choke No Joke, an experienced videographer, producer, and director, shared his firsthand account of attending two of Jamie's shows in Atlanta. In an interview with Comedy Hype, Choke revealed that during the tapings, Jamie had directly said Diddy was responsible for what happened to him. He even claimed that he had reached out to the FBI about Diddy's actions.
Jamie Foxx states in the special that Diddy was responsible for what happened to him, and he is the one that called the FBI on him.
Choke, a seasoned professional in the comedy world, explained that Jamie wasn't joking around when he made these comments. And according to him, Jamie's words were far from a punchline. There was real concern and a serious message hidden within them. Choke No Joke went even further, hinting that Jamie Foxx might have been genuinely scared of Diddy, which could explain why he reportedly reached out to the FBI. Choke pointed out that Jamie's extended absence from the public eye occurred right before Diddy's arrest in September, a detail that's raised even more suspicion. But wait, there's more! In a shocking revelation, another eyewitness, celebrity security guard Big Homie CC, took things even further. During Jamie's shows, Big Homie claimed that Jamie directly accused Diddy of poisoning him. According to Big Homie, Jamie even took a step of reporting Diddy to the FBI over these suspicions. This accusation gained significant traction when Big Homie discussed it in an interview with Cam Capone News, catching the attention of media outlets like Page 6, who reached out for more information.
What are some of the things that you heard behind the scenes that were going on before this indictment actually dropped?
Well, I know he poisoned Jamie Foxx, and Jamie Foxx reported him to the FBI because of it. I know that's a fact.
We're talking about when, what was it, a year or two ago or so, when Jamie Foxx got real sick and everybody said he had a stroke.
Yes.
We're talking about that, or talking about something different?
I'm talking about that.
Just like Choke No Joke, Big Homie took his claims even further, revealing that he got his information firsthand by attending two of Jamie Foxx's Netflix show tapings with a client. According to Big Homie, the atmosphere during these tapings was tense, with Jamie clearly not holding back on how he felt about Diddy. This aligns with growing rumors that Jamie had been dropping cryptic hints about his issues with Diddy for some time. What makes Big Homie's account even more significant is the fact that it echoes what Choke No Joke said. Jamie had serious personal issues with Diddy, and his comments about him weren't part of the usual comedy routine. With two separate eyewitnesses now confirming that Jamie openly referenced Diddy in a serious context, it raises the question, could these rumors about Diddy's dark influence on the lives of those around him actually hold some truth? And that brings us to Aaron Carter. In the weeks leading up to his passing, Aaron made desperate online pleas, asking for $100,000 to move somewhere safe. He claimed those around him were keeping him isolated and involved in a dangerous plot. Just as it seemed Aaron might be turning a corner, tragedy struck on November 5th, 2022, when he was found unresponsive in his home. For those who might not know, Aaron Carter was a teen sensation in the 2000s, known as the little brother of Backstreet Boys' Nick Carter. But after his rise to fame, life took a dark turn for Aaron, as he battled mental health issues and substance mistreatment. Many say these struggles were rooted in traumatic events from his early career. Now, old photos of a young Aaron hanging out with Diddy are resurfacing, and they're raising some serious questions. In a chilling reflection, Aaron once admitted,
"Do you regret ever getting involved in?"
I didn't have a choice. It got bad when I was about 15 years old.
This has fans wondering, could Aaron have been one of Diddy's youngest victims? But that's not all. In the months leading up to his death, Aaron was outspoken, claiming he knew shocking secrets about powerful figures in the entertainment world. He shared cryptic posts online, hinting at the truth he carried. And just days before he was found unresponsive in a bathtub, Aaron reached out to Kanye West, asking for a conversation. But here's where things take an even wilder turn. Kanye West later dropped a bombshell claiming Aaron Carter was taken out by Harley Pasternak, his former personal trainer. Pasternak is rumored to have ties to MK Ultra and is said to act as a celebrity handler. According to Kanye, Pasternak even threatened him, saying he'd have Kanye institutionalized and claimed that he could orchestrate situations like Aaron's tragic death. While his struggles with addiction and mental health were well known, the strange circumstances surrounding his passing have led many to speculate about a darker, more complex story. The initial police report indicated that Aaron's housekeeper found him unresponsive in the bathtub, but it wasn't until 5 months later that the LA County Medical Examiner ruled his death as accidental, citing drowning due to medication and inhaled compressed gas. However, fans were skeptical of the official narrative. Just days before his death, Aaron had posting disturbing videos where he expressed fear for his life, claiming he felt unsafe in his own home. Adding to the mystery were reports from Aaron's neighbors, Anthony and Amanda Cheval, both trained medical professionals. They heard Aaron's 911 call through a police scanner and rushed to his home, concerned for his safety. However, when they arrived, they encountered an unsettling situation. Amanda, a registered nurse, attempted to assist with her defibrillator bag, but the house sitter allegedly locked the door and ran away. This unusual behavior only deepened the sense that something was amiss. The situation surrounding Aaron Carter's death just continues to get stranger and more suspicious as more details surface. The fact that the house sitter allegedly tried to prevent the police from entering the house is one of the most chilling aspects of the case. If Aaron was in distress, it raises the question, why would someone try to block law enforcement from helping him? Could this have prevented police from possibly saving him in time? That alone casts a long shadow over the events that unfolded that day, but it doesn't end there. Another disturbing theory revolves around Aaron's ex-fiancée, Melanie Martin. Their relationship had already been rocky, and it seems Aaron's suspicions about Melanie grew in the months before his death. Reports suggest that she had been in communication with Aaron's family about placing him under a conservatorship, something that triggered deep anger and mistrust in Aaron. He had vehemently opposed the idea, feeling like he was being manipulated and controlled. The tension between them reached a boiling point when Melanie was arrested for allegedly mistreating Aaron. In a video on YouTube, Aaron openly talked about the mistreatment he experienced, claiming that Melanie had physically attacked him.
Where I'm safe. My realtor won't sell my house. They're all involved in this, and they're trying to keep me there.
Just when it seemed like Aaron Carter was getting his life back on track, news broke on November 5th, 2022, that he was found unresponsive in his home and declared DOA. Now, we know Aaron struggled with addiction and mental health issues for most of his adult life, but there were still a lot of unanswered questions about what really happened in his final moments. So at first, most people just assumed Aaron had relapsed and either OD'd or possibly taken his own life. The police also initially didn't consider his death suspicious. However, a ton of strange and disturbing details have come to light about Aaron's last hours over the past 2 years. The first police report claimed that a housekeeper found Aaron's body in his bathtub. However, the cause of death wasn't publicized right away. This article, published by the LA Times 2 days after Aaron's death, says that the LA County Coroner's Office performed an autopsy on Aaron, but officials deferred declaring a cause of death pending chemical tests. Now, it usually takes a few weeks for the toxology report to be finalized. However, it wasn't until April 2023, 5 whole months after Aaron's death, that they finally shared the results with the public. That's when the LA County Medical Examiner coroner ruled that Aaron's death was accidental, citing drowning after taking and inhaling compressed gas. So when news first came out about Aaron's cause of death, most fans already assumed it was linked to substance use. Because for years, the headlines focused on his battles with addiction, and Aaron was always pretty open about it. On top of that, Aaron also dealt with ED and body shaming issues, and just a few years before he passed, he had to seek treatment for those struggles.
I get no fillers. Okay? To fill up my face.
So because of all of Aaron's mental health struggles, some people also speculated that he might have taken his own life, especially since his relationship with his family was strained and he had almost no real support system around him. But then things started to take a weird turn, and a lot of people online started saying something seemed off about the official story. Fans started digging up old videos Aaron had posted in the days before his death, and in many of these videos, he talked about feeling unsafe in his home and being scared for his life.
9 days ago, Aaron Carter had this to say.
I'm afraid for my life. Anybody else have neighbors from hell, or am I the only one too? Huh. They don't deserve an explanation, sweetheart. None of them do. No, they don't. And that's why I'm just moving. My property is completely secluded. These neighbors have been the scariest, worst people. I was threatened by them, by a gang.
Now, to give you some more clues, it was reported that Aaron's neighbors, Anthony and Amanda Shavel, who were both medically trained, tried to help him after hearing a 911 call over a police scanner. But here's where things get strange. Aaron's house sitter refused to let them inside the house. According to the Daily Mail, Amanda, who's a registered nurse, grabbed her defibrillator bag and was ready to assist. But when they got to the door, the house sitter told them she couldn't let them in. Amanda later mentioned that the woman actually locked the front door and she could hear her running away from it. What makes this even weirder is that the house sitter apparently also tried to stop the police from getting inside when they showed up just minutes later. And you gotta admit, that's sketchy, because even if she didn't recognize the neighbors, why would she try to keep the police out? What if there was still a chance to save Aaron? But that's not all. There was another theory that involved Aaron's ex-fiancée, Melanie Martin. See, about a year before Aaron passed, it was reported that Aaron broke up with Melanie because he found out she was conspiring with his family to put him under conservatorship.
But apparently she was in communication with his family to put him under a conservatorship. Or at least that's what he thinks she's doing. Yes, the same type of conservatorship that Britney Spears fought years to get out of. So of course, Aaron Carter is very upset at Melanie Martin. They split up.
Melanie was also previously arrested for putting her hands on Aaron. And Aaron later revealed in a YouTube video exactly what Melanie had done to him.
My ex-girlfriend is now in jail. She ripped my trachea out. She ripped my arms open. She ripped my back open, and she punched me where I got my tooth pulled out of my mouth. So, and then hurt my trachea so bad I can't speak.
Fans and onlookers were quick to question the motives behind her swift and seemingly calculated move. Some even speculated that Melanie might have been one of those paid Hollywood handlers, a theory not entirely unfounded, given the dark and mysterious nature of the entertainment industry. This idea is often tied to the concept of people in powerful positions controlling others, using them for their own gain, and potentially disposing of them when they become inconvenient. And then there are whispers about powerful Hollywood elites possibly being involved in Aaron's death. For years, rumors have circulated about these elites allegedly protecting figures like Diddy and others, and the sudden mysterious circumstances surrounding Aaron's passing fit into a pattern that's often seen in Hollywood's darker corners. Could Aaron have been another casualty of an industry that allegedly uses people up and casts them aside when they no longer serve a purpose? The connections between Aaron's troubled past, the accusations surrounding Diddy, and the strange timing of his death have left many wondering if there's more to the story than meets the eye. Some fans suggest that Aaron may have had damning evidence that could potentially expose the leaks like Diddy, which is why he was targeted. The theory is that the feds are now gathering evidence for this, and that's exactly why his lawyers quit. They knew there was no way Diddy could get out of this mess. But what are your thoughts on this? Do you think Aaron Carter might have been targeted, not just by Diddy, but other powerful figures in the industry? Comment down below. And while we wait for more updates, make sure to like, subscribe, and watch our other videos for more deep dives that might shock you if you knew.
How Aaron Carter died. Everybody believed it to be an overdose.
Because he
looked really bad. Yeah, he was trying to raise like $100,000 so he could move to an undisclosed location because Tony and his family were conspiring against him.
At the same time that he's making these videos, he was actually speaking out against his own brother, who is Nick Carter. Right after Aaron Carter died, Backstreet Boys got back together, and Backstreet Boys is on the Sony label. Aaron speaking out about Diddy and Nick Carter could have destroyed Bad Boy and the Backstreet Boys reunion, which is all money for Clive Davis. So the theory is they had to shut Aaron Carter up because he was about to expose Diddy, because he was talking about his, and he was about to expose his own brother, who was about to blow back up as a Backstreet Boy because they were reuniting and going on tour.
Oh my God, it hurts so bad. It hurts so bad because there's like nothing I can do about it. I go on my Twitter and I see people saying, "You look like you have AIDS, you should go die." I don't understand how I dedicated 22 years of my life to my fans, and now they turn on me.
Do you regret ever getting involved in?
I didn't have a choice.
Aaron Carter's tragic end has sparked fresh debates about Hollywood's darker secrets, with many people discussing his potential connections to high-profile industry folks like Sean Diddy Combs. Aaron was found unalive in his bathtub, and while his passing was officially ruled accidental, talks about some foul play have stayed along, especially given Carter's outspoken criticism of alleged industry exploitation in the months leading up to his demise. What's more chilling is the timing of leaked allegations about Diddy, who has been linked to controversial parties of Hollywood. Recently surfaced reports claim that he sold explicit footage from one of these notorious parties for $50 million via the dark web. This footage is said to include appearances by major celebrities and has raised questions about what might have been at stake for other people. Now, before Aaron Carter was a household name, a teen sensation who shot to fame in the early 2000s with hits like Aaron's Party, Come Get It. By the time he was just 10 years old, Aaron was already a global sensation, following in the footsteps of his older brother Nick Carter of the Backstreet Boys. However, as the spotlight grew brighter, so did the shadows in Aaron's life. Behind the scenes, Aaron struggled with intense pressures. From a young age, his career was marred by family disputes over money, fame, and control. He accused his parents of mismanaging his finances, alleging they had squandered millions of his hard-earned dollars. As Aaron transitioned into adulthood, his struggles got worse. He battled severe addiction issues, which led to multiple rehab stints, and publicly discussed his mental health diagnoses, including bipolar disorder and schizophrenia. What set Aaron apart, though, was his willingness to speak out against the industry. Over the years, he made cryptic statements about powerful figures in Hollywood, suggesting he was aware of misconduct that the viewers weren't aware of. He even claimed that certain individuals in the industry had tried to manipulate and exploit him. These ominous statements added an air of mystery to his life, leaving us to wonder what Aaron knew and why he didn't reveal more.
I think Aaron, imagine being a child and constantly being told, you know, go on this tour, go do this, and we'll buy you a boat, or we'll buy you a diamond necklace, and he just wanted to be home with his friends and to be a kid. And I think that
Oh, they just
when
talking
he
about
turned
this.
18, he got to a place
He died.
where
He was connected to Diddy. He was
like,
one of
I'm
the
never
Backstreet Boys'
gonna let
brother.
anybody tell me what to do again.
And he
In
got
the months leading up to his
it was a
passing,
boy group
Aaron's behavior
long
and
time
social
ago.
media activity took a new turn. He posted about feeling unsafe while warning that his life might be in danger. In one instance, he reached out to Kanye West, offering support after Kanye's explosive
And
claims
of
about
course he
Hollywood elites
turned
and
up
their
dead.
alleged use of handlers like Harley
Because
Pasternak
of
to
Diddy.
control artists. Aaron's attempt to connect with Kanye
Wait, Diddy
seemed to
killed him?
reveal a sense of paranoia about how the
Let's just say
industry
he
operates.
died the same way
Aaron's
that
statements echoed
Whitney
some of
Houston,
Kanye's controversial claims. For example, Kanye alleged that
Kim
Pasternak
Porter,
threatened to institutionalize him and
Jamie
medicate
Foxx
him
didn't
into
die,
submission.
but Jamie Foxx
Aaron,
almost
in a
died.
now-deleted tweet,
They were
expressed
poisoned.
concern about similar tactics being
Oh,
used
so he was
against him.
poisoned by
These
Diddy?
strange things have fueled speculation
But
that
they don't
Aaron
have
was uncovering
proof. But
something
it's
far
just
bigger
really
than personal struggles.
funny
Adding to the mystery were
that
Aaron's
everybody
final
that
days. Friends and fans
threatens
noticed he was unusually
threatens
vocal and
to
withdrawn, oscillating
expose
between cryptic
him, they
warnings and
suddenly
pleas for
die.
understanding. His post seemed to suggest he was gathering evidence or preparing to expose something huge. When Aaron was found unalive in his home, these posts took on
He-
more
he-
weight,
said
that he was attached. Feel less like a
Yeah, he was
accident
attacked.
and
And
more like
Biggie
part of a
too.
big puzzle.
Yeah.
Now, fast forward to the bombshell
He said Biggie up. He said Biggie up.
Diddy to the Hollywood underworld. These recordings, which
Because
have taken the internet by
Biggie went to
storm,
California, and there was
reveal evidence of an
because of
organized
the,
ring
the
targeting young entertainers.
the beef,
The tapes
the
not only
Tupac
involve
Biggie
Diddy, but
beef.
also suggest that his
After
lawyer may
Tupac
have
died,
played
a lot of
role
people in
supporting
California
these activities.
faulted
What's strange
Biggie
here
for
is
that.
the alleged content
But it wasn't
of these
him, it was
tapes.
Diddy.
When they
You just
hint
gonna
that
walk in
secret
front of the
parties
camera?
were innocent starters were
It was
exported,
Diddy. It was Diddy that
prosecuted
actually
under the
did
guise
that
of
because
networking or
Diddy
big
set him
pushing.
up.
Aaron
Diddy knew
Carter's
that
name
they
is
were gonna
getting
come get
mentioned,
him.
suggesting he
Diddy
may have
knew
been
that
targeted
they
or
were
had
gonna
knowledge of the
try to kill
operation.
him.
Some folks
And he
believe
said, "Well,
Aaron's
man,
cryptic
you wanna go?
warnings
Go
and
ahead.
attempts to align with figures
No
like
problem."
Kanye were part of a desperate
But
effort
then
to
guess
shed
what,
light
though?
on what he knew before it was too
Eminem,
late. If you
Eminem
thought
might
the
be
leaked tapes
next.
and Aaron Carter's warnings were unsettling,
Because he
the
dissed him in
resignation
one
of
of his
Diddy's
songs.
longtime lawyer
He
adds a
said,
whole new layer to the
oh,
story.
yeah,
The
got so
lawyer,
many
who has
essays,
represented Diddy through
essays.
countless
What? He
high-profile
didn't leave out a
cases,
rapper,
stepped
leave
down
out a
just
P.
as
Diddy.
allegations surrounding the
Tupac and
leaked
Big
tapes
should be
surfaced.
living.
While
He
neither
said,
Diddy nor the
let me
lawyer has
start. I think he
commented
says,
publicly,
let me stop
this move
talking
has
off this
sparked
beat before
intense
KVD.
speculation. The
Keefy
resignation
D,
comes amid
get him.
reports of
Keefy D.
federal
Yeah,
investigations
Keefy D,
linking
get him.
Diddy to Aaron Carter's
Oh, Keefy
mysterious
D's still
passing
locked
and
up.
possibly
Yeah.
others.
He
Investigators
admitted
are
that he
allegedly
killed
looking
Tupac.
into whether Diddy's actions were part of a larger pattern of intimidation or worse. Sources suggest that Aaron might have been silenced to prevent him from revealing what he knew about certain Hollywood
Yeah.
elites. Diddy has faced legal challenges before, but this time the stakes seem much higher. Critics argue that the resignation could indicate a legal strategy shift or an attempt to distance the lawyer from a volatile case. Regardless, the timing raises serious questions about what might come next for one of the entertainment world's most powerful figures. Now, Aaron Carter's warnings and the leaked tapes hint at a conspiracy involving Hollywood elites. Over the years, various entertainers, including Kanye West, have spoken about threats and manipulation by powerful individuals. Kanye accused industry figures of using handlers like Harley Pasternak to control celebrities, citing threats of institutionalization and medication. Aaron wasn't alone in pointing fingers. The mysterious passing of Kim Porter and alleged threats against Jamie Foxx have fueled speculation about a pattern of silencing these whistleblowers. Kim Porter's demise has been questioned by people close to her, citing her knowledge of Diddy's illegal activities. Similarly, Jamie Foxx's recent hospitalization has been surrounded in mystery, with people suggesting external pressure. These events paint a different picture of an industry where power and influence often overshadow accountability. Aaron's warnings might have been the tip of the iceberg, pointing to a network that silences people who dare to speak out. The leaked tapes now serve as a potential catalyst for deeper investigations into these allegations.
Aaron Carter begged for help in front of the world. He begged for financial support to help get him a private security team to keep him alive. He said on numerous occasions, if anything happens to me, I promise you, I am not vital.
Silence taker for my brother who was a and they're after my life. My whole family is after my life, and they're setting me up. And Sony Records owes me $3.5 million, and they don't want to pay me. And it would be in their better interest, just like Michael told me. They owe me money, and they're trying to. And I'm begging you and I'm pleading you, help me raise $100,000 as soon as I can, so I can move to an undisclosed location where I'm safe. They had cops come and check for a rope in my garage, saying I wanted to hang myself.
As if the mystery surrounding Aaron's end wasn't enough, the actions of people close to him have added even more controversy. Aaron's relationships with his family and fiancée, Melanie Martin, were not stable. He had a strained relationship with his mother and siblings, often accusing them of betrayal and exploitation. His public feuds with Nick Carter in particular made headlines, with Aaron even filing restraining orders against family members. Melanie Martin, Aaron's fiancée at the time of his demise, has also come under scrutiny. Within hours of Aaron's passing, reports surfaced of Melanie arranging for moving trucks to collect his belongings. Her actions raised eyebrows, with many people questioning her motives and whether she was connected to some of the Hollywood handlers Aaron warned about. Critics also point to her social media activity, which has often seemed more focused on public perception than grieving Aaron's loss. While it's unclear how much Aaron's inner circle knew about his claims against Hollywood elites, their actions in the wake of his demise have only increased these suspicions. Melanie's behavior, in particular, has led some people to wonder if she was supportive of Aaron or if she had her own agenda. As new information surfaces about Aaron Carter's demise, fans are coming together to voice their concerns and demand justice. One fan commented it's like he was the early Justin Bieber before Justin Bieber. They both probably could have related to so much trauma. Only thing different is Justin is still here. Another user wrote Aaron did not take himself from this world, someone else did.
When I moved back to Colorado, I get my guns back and my 12-gauge shotgun and all the snakes in the grass. You're mine.
So, many people are saying that Aaron's incident was already planned, especially after the leaked tapes connected him to Diddy in a way that many believe could have led to his elimination. The idea that Aaron's struggle with addiction and mental health may have been used to cover up a darker truth is gaining traction. Some fans are even theorizing about how Aaron's demise might have been manipulated to shut him up. One user pointed out all these poor innocent children victimized by Diddy. He's destroyed so many lives. I really hope he never gets out. I hope they jail all the people involved. This theory ties into the notion that Aaron's passing wasn't just an overdose, but a way to eliminate someone who might have known too much. The speculation surrounding Aaron's incident has ignited a firestorm of conversation. People are questioning everything from the official cause of his demise to the role that Hollywood elites might have played in silencing him. With the viewers pushing for answers, this could soon become more than just a celebrity tragedy. It could become a movement to uncover the truth behind the industry's darkest secrets. So, where does this leave us now? The case is still under federal investigation, and sources indicate that the probe is growing, with the potential to uncover a bigger web of corruption involving powerful Hollywood figures. Investigators are also looking into Diddy's role, especially in connection to Aaron's passing. The question is, what will the investigation reveal, and will the truth ever fully come to light? The resignation of Diddy's lawyer, paired with the legal pressure, suggests that something far bigger may be at play. If federal authorities begin to tie Diddy to Aaron's mysterious passing, it could trigger a chain reaction, one that not only brings Hollywood's dirty secrets into the public eye, but also raises questions about the entire entertainment industry's ability to silence those who threaten its power. As this investigation goes ahead, many people are left wondering, was Aaron Carter silenced to protect powerful individuals, or was his demise a tragic consequence of his struggles with addiction? The leaked tapes could be the key to unlocking the truth, but there are still so many unanswered questions, and with Hollywood's most influential figures being involved, it remains to be seen if we will ever get the full story. Aaron's story is already very heartbreaking, but it's also a wake-up call. His life, filled with promise and talent, was marred by darkness, and now his passing has sparked a chain of events that could expose one of the secrets in the entertainment world. So, what do you guys think about the leaked tapes and the growing connection between Aaron Carter and Diddy? Could Aaron's passing have been orchestrated to silence him? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. And be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications for more of the latest celebrity tea. In a surprising move that sparked courtroom speculation, one of Sean Diddy Combs' top defense lawyers, Mark Agnifilo, recently exited a court hearing amid the proceedings. Agnifilo has long been associated with complex cases, from high-profile clients to intensely scrutinized defenses, making his unexpected departure notable. While it's not uncommon for lawyers to withdraw under particular circumstances, courtroom exits like these raise questions about potential conflicts within Diddy's defense team, potential disagreements over legal strategy, or unforeseen dynamics in a case under intense media spotlight. This development could imply deeper tensions in Diddy's legal battle, one that might shift his defense strategy as the remaining lawyers adjust to a case suddenly short of one of its lead voices.
Combs referred to as, among other things, freak-offs. Now, you can be a freak and it's not illegal, but you can't force people to do shit. And this is what I'm getting at. When you have a lot of money, and you have no accountability, and you want to do whatever the you want to do whenever you want to do it, I think he can go a little bonkers.
You ain't been calling me and hanging out the way we used to hang out.
I mean, he's complaining to a teenager that you don't really want to hang out with. Look, I mean, he didn't do this, just so you know, he didn't do this. He did not do this. He doesn't have, oh my God, look at all that baby oil. He didn't do this. He didn't have all these bottles of baby oil for nothing.
And we'll fight every day until we don't have to fight anymore.
That means he's out of money.
He's not afraid of the charges. There's nothing that the government.
That's just dumb. He's not afraid of the charges? Wouldn't you be afraid of the charges? Where are you? You're in Rikers Island. You goddamn well better be afraid. They just executed 2 search warrants. They've got obliterated serial numbers on firearms. They've got videos and baby oil. You know, what he needs is somebody to tell him what the truth is. You are absolutely, you're going to prison for the good portion of the rest of your life. I guarantee you, they've offered immunity to the people around him so that they testify.
Mark Abnifilo, one of Diddy's main defense attorneys, has represented numerous controversial clients and brings years of experience in high-stakes cases, including those involving racketeering, trafficking, and white-collar acts. Agnifilo's prior involvement in cases like NXYVM, where he defended Keith Raniere, later convicted of trafficking and racketeering, has drawn scrutiny, but it has also proven his ability to navigate complex legal scenarios. His connection to Diddy's case underscores the significance of the charges and the level of defense required. Agnifilo's presence indicates the seriousness of Diddy's defense and the legal skill required to counter high-stakes allegations, especially when a defendant's past, public persona, and prior associations are scrutinized alongside the case. Does Agnifilo's walkout signal potential cracks in Diddy's defense strategy, or could it be part of a larger plan?
And the point person behind that request and Diddy's team is defense attorney Mark Agnifilo. If that name is familiar to you, it may be because you've heard it before. He's repped several high-profile defendants, like the Nexium cult leader Keith Raniere and Roger Ng, a former Goldman Sachs banker convicted of bribery and money laundering. We'll get to those cases in a second, but first, a bit about Agnifilo's history. He received a bachelor's degree in philosophy and political science from Connecticut College in 1986. In 1990, he received his Juris degree from Brooklyn Law School, and while there, even received the American Jurisprudence Award for Outstanding Performance in Trial Advocacy. Starting in 1998, Agnifilo began his work at the U.S. Attorney's Office in the District of New Jersey. There, he worked as the chief of Violent Crime Unit and specialized in cases involving murder, money laundering, extortion, and drug trafficking. During his tenure there, Agnifilo became a nationally recognized expert in sophisticated criminal prosecutions and the RICO statute, the very same statute that Diddy is now charged under. Agnifilo stayed with the U.S. Attorney's Office until 2006, when he began work at the law office of Benjamin Grafman, who, by the way, repped Diddy in his trial regarding the New York nightclub shooting.
Legal analyst Bruce Rivers has weighed in on the potential consequences Diddy faces, focusing on the implications of federal sentencing guidelines for RICO, Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, and trafficking charges. These guidelines are known for their severity, particularly when defendants face multiple allegations that create a pattern of organized acts. Rivers noted that if Diddy were found guilty of these serious charges, he could potentially face life in prison with no opportunity for parole in federal cases. The gravity of this situation shifts the case from merely a celebrity trial to a moment where the very freedom of one of music's biggest icons hangs in the balance. Rivers' take emphasizes the prosecutorial strength of RICO cases, where conspiracy can suffice to convict, making Diddy's situation more precarious.
And separate from the freak-offs, Combs, among other things, threw objects at and dragged victims at times by their hair. And you keep in mind, these victims are going to come in and testify. Combs and the victims typically receive IV fluids to recover from the physical exertion and drugs. I don't want to get too bad. You're going to some more. I mean, they also have 1,000 bottles of baby oil. You know, they got terabytes and terabytes of videos. You know, remember I was saying they got all those electronics? Somebody like this guy wants to preserve that. I guarantee you, it's all there.
The RICO charges against Diddy form the core of the prosecution's case, encompassing multiple allegations under a statute typically used to combat organized acts. RICO laws allow prosecutors to argue that various alleged wrongdoings, such as trafficking, misconduct, or forcing, were interconnected within an organized framework, potentially creating a daunting situation for Diddy's defense. This strategy gives prosecutors a broader field to connect evidence, making it difficult for defendants to focus on disproving individual accusations without addressing the larger alleged organization. For Diddy, this means his defense must dismantle the prosecution's narrative that an organized framework underlies the allegations, which include alleged trafficking and possible organized wrong acts. How might Diddy's defense approach dismantle a case structured around Rico's broad scope of interconnected wrongdoings?
Do you have a shower cap?
Will stand trial in May on his sex trafficking charges. The judge at a hearing in Manhattan set the trial date, also discussing
get
the
one.
gag order imposed on prosecutors
It would
and
come
the
off in the
defense,
water.
telling them not to discuss the case or provide any material about the case to the media, to the public. They contend that the government leaked a damaging piece of evidence potentially against Holmes when a videotape from 2016 was played on CNN earlier this year. That video shows Sean Holmes and his then girlfriend Cassie in a hotel in Los Angeles. It had been secret, private for many years, but then it came to the forefront and was played publicly on CNN. The defense contends that that tape was leaked by investigators. Prosecutors say they have no knowledge of any leak, and they refute the allegation that they were involved in any leaks. The judge says he will consider potentially having an evidentiary hearing to get to the bottom of that. That won't happen for some time. First, the defense and then the prosecution will submit paperwork outlining their positions on this.
Since the start of the investigation, Diddy's legal team has maintained a firm stance, denying every allegation. Lawyers like Mark Auntie and Teddy Geragos have taken a strong public position, arguing that Diddy's situation lacks the physical evidence typically required in severe cases. They argue that the charges are based largely on circumstantial evidence and character accusations, which they claim are inadequate grounds for conviction. This strategy aims to reduce the case to a matter of he said, she said, while questioning the credibility of allegations and witnesses. These denials attempt to redirect public perception by framing Diddy as a victim of circumstance rather than a central figure in organized acts. Will the defense's aggressive denials sway public opinion and potentially jury perception, or does the prosecution's case hold stronger grounds?
Secret tape recordings in Diddy's homes. Diddy appears to be a voyeur that likes to spy on people on his hidden cameras, which are wired in secret places all over his mansions. Little Rod's lawsuit revealed that Mr. Combs had hidden cameras in every single room of his home, including in the bathrooms and shower heads. The evidence revealed that Diddy had recordings of several celebrities and artists engaging in illegal activity. These individuals were recorded without their knowledge and consent. Mr. Combs possesses compromising footage of every person who has attended his freak-off parties, so the entire hip-hop industry could implode before our very eyes as the feds review the evidence. It was revealed that Diddy allegedly has freak-off footage of Beyonce.
Defense attorney Teddy Geragos has drawn notable comparisons between Diddy's case and those of Harvey Weinstein and R. Kelly, both high-profile cases that similarly faced intense public scrutiny and controversial narratives. However, Geragos emphasizes differences, pointing out that Diddy's case reportedly lacks certain concrete physical evidence that played a role in securing convictions against Weinstein and R. Kelly. By making this comparison, Geragos aims to preemptively address and counteract parallels, distinguishing Diddy's defense from the outcomes of other recent high-profile cases. Her comments underscore the defense's intent to frame Diddy's allegations as largely circumstantial, drawing a line between perception and evidentiary reality. Does Geragos' comparison help or hinder Diddy's defense, given the intense public focus on high-profile cases in recent years?
It's not all the time they say this, but they say this is going our way. Not the bad. They say we have it. We got a lot of people who are going to talk and say that this is what Diddy was about, and some people may pass it off as hip-hop culture, but it is a series of felonies and RICO. What do they have wrong?
They did say in court today, they've talked to 50 witnesses. We said the same thing. We've been doing a parallel investigation at every single step of the way, talking to every single there's the same kind of universe of people here that he's been around. We're talking to people to show that we have a case. He's fighting, he's innocent, and he's going to be able to show it.
Innocent means he didn't do any of the wrong things. Not guilty means they can't make the case,
He's
right?
innocent.
So you think he did none of these things? He was never present in any of these activities?
But a lifestyle and being present in activities doesn't mean he committed a crime.
Unless those activities in that lifestyle are criminal.
But those activities in the lifestyle is not criminal. What was notable today, what my partner Mark said in court, is they never once said that these women didn't consent to what happened. Not once.
Legal experts outside Diddy's defense team have shared their views, suggesting that if Diddy is convicted, he could face a lengthy sentence due to the severity of the charges and the federal sentencing guidelines for trafficking and RICO charges. Experts point to the combination of factors involved, particularly the allegations of misconduct and organized rude behavior, which amplify the severity of potential outcomes. Their public statements shape how the case is viewed, adding a layer of professional perspective that frames the trial as a high-stakes moment in celebrity legal history. These external analyses put added pressure on Diddy's defense, as such expert opinions can influence both public sentiment and potential jurors. Does the involvement of legal experts affect public and jury opinion? And can Diddy's defense effectively counter these influential statements?
And turned raunchy. People were getting high. There were girls swimming topless, young-looking girls that were, not dressed. We moved to another part of the house so that he wouldn't be exposed to what was going on. In later years, Diddy implemented a curfew for children.
The kids had like an hour left. So get extra comfortable, but this thing turns into something that we know you don't want to come to.
I think he's a monster. This week, Houston-based Tony Busby says more than 120 people are coming forward with claims Diddy sexually abused them.
Our youngest victim at the time of the occurrence was 9 years old. We have an individual who was 14 years old. We have one who was 15.
Did Diddy assault you in any way?
When you say assault, I don't know the exact definition, but he put his arm around me in an uncomfortable way.
Diddy is now behind bars facing federal charges of sex trafficking and racketeering. He denies all claims of sexual abuse, including against minors.
The gravity of Diddy's case has made it a point of focus for legal analysts who highlight the role misconduct and organized acts charges play in celebrity trials. These experts argue that cases with RICO elements, especially when involving high-profile figures, create a precedent for how aggressively the justice system approaches alleged wrongdoings in entertainment. In this case, public opinion is heavily influenced by analysts discussing potential outcomes and scrutinizing the defense's response
This
to
phone
severe
just
allegations.
disappears like this.
For Diddy's
I don't
team,
understand
such
this shit.
external commentary complicates jury
How this phone
and
could
courtroom
just
strategy,
disappear.
as high-profile cases already struggle to maintain objectivity among jurors. Media coverage centered on expert assessments amplifies this challenge, potentially framing Diddy as already culpable before any trial proceedings fully unfold. Defense teams in these scenarios often attempt to combat such influence by focusing on dismantling specific elements of the prosecution's narrative, especially those that could sway jurors on emotional grounds rather than factual basis alone.
Height of his career, still very much so an icon and influential figure. So she's just a young girl from Northern California who's gonna believe that he had done something to her like this. So she didn't tell anybody. She did not hire an attorney. All she did was make a police report in the hope that maybe the police would try to investigate and come up with anything. But she said she kind of felt from the police that they were disregarding what she was saying, even without saying Mr. Holmes' name. So she didn't feel any confidence that revealing his name would have done anything.
Sure. I mean, but there's a police report.
Yeah.
I mean, that fact in of itself is a big deal because when you're talking about going back in time and talking about these allegations from other alleged victims, there's not a lot of police reports, but you guys actually have one. And is that going to be revealed? Are we going to be able to see it?
Yes, as soon as I file my lawsuit in civil court, I will be attaching
For braids and
criminal
locks.
complaint that was made. I'll attach the number so
Swim caps.
everyone can see that
That's for
this
hair.
is a real number and can go to the
That's
police
protects your
department
hair.
there and request their own
Especially
copy of
the
that police
black
report
hair.
that was made back in 2018.
All kind of stuff at the beauty supply for
Obviously,
free
so
hair.
we want to follow up on that.
That's where
Did
you find
Mr.
the
Holmes have any reaction? Do you know if he was interviewed? I mean, he was named
Never
in the
know,
police
they might have
report.
some
I
caps.
don't think so. Based on what she said, she really felt that the police were trying to bury this and disregard
Jesus,
her claims
where could
and not
the
really
phone be?
investigate, which is another reason why a lot of victims don't report these things to the police. We have to
Where
address
could
the
that
elephant
phone
in the
be?
room is that we have victims,
That
especially
just
women,
irks
who
my
go to the
soul.
police who are typically men who don't actually investigate these things. They victim blame, they victim shame, And women don't feel safe or even protected to even make these claims because they don't think they'll be taken seriously, nor will their claims be investigated.
Legal experts assert that if Diddy, Sean Combs, is convicted, he could face a life sentence under federal guidelines due to the severity of his charges. The case includes allegations of racketeering, trafficking, and transportation for purposes of prostitution, with each carrying lengthy potential sentences.
I can't
The
pull
most
one out of my
severe
ass.
charge, trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, has a mandatory minimum of 15 years and can result in a life sentence, especially in federal cases where penalties tend to be strict and cumulative. Moreover, analysts note that the defense might face hurdles even if they establish reasonable doubt for individual allegations. The compounded nature of RICO charges often allows prosecutors to argue that even loosely connected allegations contribute to an organized structure. This approach limits the defense's ability to isolate incidents, as prosecutors frame them as elements within a broader,
That sounded
calculated pattern.
nasty.
The combined influence of expert statements and public sentiment ultimately presses the defense to adopt innovative
Is that
tactics
boo-boo?
to counter the prosecution's narrative
Somebody
effectively.
farting?
Knowing each aspect of their case might shape broader perspectives on accountability in high-profile cases.
Some of these stories, because I think it's important to point this out. When you highlight and you talk about some of the charges that have been leveled against them, and you see some of the stuff that's being said about them. Look at this right here. Former Danity Kane singer Aubrey O'Day writes, I never thought I would see this day. She told TMZ. We all buried this inside of us in order to be able to keep going. And not just me, but victims you don't even know yet. We're all processing what that type of vindication can actually feel like now. Every conversation I've had with victims last night has been beyond moving on all levels. That was Aubrey O'Day. You know 50 Cent was gonna make sure his voice was heard. Clowning P. Diddy. Taunting him basically, because he's long taunted P. Diddy for years over the harrowing allegations against him. And what does he say here? This is yesterday, 50 Cent. Here I am, keeping good company with the Drew Barrymore TV show. And I don't have 1,000 bottles of lube at the house. 50 Cent was referencing the over 1,000 bottles of baby oil and personal lubricants for the freak-offs that the indictment revealed were allegedly found during the raid of Diddy's homes in Los Angeles and Miami back in March.
The indictment also details allegations of a criminal enterprise, where Diddy allegedly orchestrated activities involving the mistreatment of guests and even obstruction of justice. Legal analyst Ely Honig explained that RICO charges combined with trafficking accusations create a formidable challenge for the defense, as each charge compounds the potential sentence. Diddy's detention at the Metropolitan Detention Center, MDC, in Brooklyn has placed him in challenging conditions that contrast starkly with his previous lifestyle. MDC, known for its restrictive environment, enforces limited freedoms and austere living conditions, creating a demanding setting for high-profile detainees. For Diddy, this experience likely involves both psychological and physical adjustments, as he navigates life in a facility designed to limit outside contact and maintain strict security protocols. His detention reflects the seriousness of the allegations, as defendants held without bail are generally considered a potential flight risk or danger to society.
There is a reason that people say you don't want to catch a federal case. You have a federal case, the feds bring you in, you've been indicted. More often than not, I mean, what did you say, 95%? They're gonna get you. You're gonna be convicted of something. And that's what Diddy is facing.
Unlimited resources. It is hard to match that if you are a defendant in a case.
But it has been done, as we told you at the beginning of the show. Lorian did, so it can be done. But can it be done in this particular case? We said that Diddy has incredible resources that will help, but if the case is as strong as it appears at this point, or at least as the feds have presented it, you think there's no chance. But maybe they're not presenting exactly
Where's the other
what they have at this point.
Well, the thing is, it's usually, in terms of public perception, the strongest the day the indictment comes out because you haven't heard the defense.
Public reaction has also been intense. amplified by comparisons to other high-profile cases involving celebrities, adding to the pressure on Diddy's legal team to dismantle the interconnected allegations. Federal guidelines offer little flexibility for plea bargains in cases involving coercive trafficking, making it likely that, if found guilty, Diddy could face substantial prison time. The case will test how far his defense can go to counteract federal prosecutorial power in a high-profile context where public perception and legal realities clash. Federal sentencing guidelines for RICO and trafficking charges present significant challenges, as convictions for these acts often lead to extended or life sentences. In Diddy's case, the potential for a multi-decade or life sentence underscores the stakes of the trial, especially since RICO guidelines include cumulative sentences that account for interconnected activity. Legal experts have emphasized the rigidity of federal guidelines, which can leave little room for leniency in cases involving organized acts. Diddy's defense faces an uphill battle, as dismantling each charge or reducing the narrative of organized wrongdoing will be essential to avoiding the full extent of federal penalties. Can Diddy's defense counter the federal guidelines and mitigate the potential for a harsh sentence if convicted? That's it for today's video. Stay tuned until next time.
This thing has been plugged in all this time and it didn't charge at all.
To be released on bail in
This
his
is
sex
ridiculous.
trafficking case. He's been in jail since his arrest in September, and today's hearing is happening as Combs' lawyers are
Damn
accusing
it.
prosecutors of manipulating a disturbing video, one that you've probably seen. It's the one that shows him brutally attacking his then girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, in a hotel hallway back in 2016. CNN's Elizabeth Wagmeister is live in Los Angeles. Elizabeth, does the Combs team have a strong case here to make, especially in light of these recent allegations that he's been making calls from behind bars that could be seen to influence maybe witnesses?
Look, Brianna, so Combs' team says that those allegations about those phone calls and tampering with witnesses from behind bars, they say that that is not true. They are denying all of that. There have been filings flying left and right. Today, we've had 2 new filings. Last night, there was an additional filing where they spoke about that video that you just referenced, Brianna. So Combs' team, they are working very hard to try to get him released. As you said, this is going to be his 3rd bail hearing. We'll see a 3rd time's a charm, but right now what we see here is some screenshots from that disturbing video that our team broke here at CNN. Now, what Combs' team is saying in this filing is that prosecutors, they claim that they submitted a version of that video that our team released. Now, we have not seen that alleged video that prosecutors submitted to the court for these bail proceedings. We don't know what was in it. But Combs' team is saying it's edited, that they left out some of the material, that it's out of order, and they are taking issue. Now, I want to give you part of what Combs' team said in that filing, Brianna. They say, quote, the video is not evidence of a coerced freak-off and sex trafficking, but rather a sad glimpse into a decade-long consensual relationship between Mr. Combs and Ventura. So they are categorizing this as a sad moment within a consensual relationship. I think what you saw, Brianna, what I saw, what the world has seen now, is that video depicts a horrific violent attack against a woman. Now, we do not know what happened behind closed doors. The footage that we have seen occurs in the hallway of that hotel room. But what happens in the hallway of that hotel room, according to the footage that our team obtained and released earlier this year, again, is Combs dragging Ventura, kicking her, throwing a vase towards her, a glass vase towards her. So we will see what the judge has to say. But right now, Combs in a courtroom, the 3rd attempt to get out before his criminal trial. Remember, Brianna, his criminal trial is set for the spring of next year, and he has been denied bail twice. He is trying to get out as he awaits that trial.
Yeah, that may be a tough sell, but we'll see what the judge says. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the report. Horace?
Let's discuss some of the details with Joey Jackson. He's a CNN legal analyst, a former prosecutor as well. Joey, thanks so much for being with us. This is Sean Combs' 3rd try to get out on bail. Do you think he has a better chance this time around? So he may, Bar. It's good to be with you, and here's why. You heard
Okay, this is enough.
prosecutor, Bernardo Yolanda, is joining us now to break it all down. Bernardo, always good to see you. Let's start with...
Hold on, let's play that again. Footage of Diddy in his cell trying to sleep. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to me.
Ain't Diddy in his cell, nigga, please.
What's sad is that was footage of Diddy actually at home.
No shit,
It's not in
Sherlock.
jail. So the same things that were going on in different rooms at Diddy's house are most likely going on in different rooms where Diddy is now in jail. That's the sad part about that little video.
Ilana is joining us now to break it all down. Bernardo, always good to see you. Let's start with the latest on Sean Diddy Combs. This is yet another attempt to get out of jail on bail, sex trafficking case. The presiding judge says he will make this decision on Diddy's bail request in the coming days. Combs has already been denied bail twice. What is the court potentially considering in this particular request?
Yeah, so I was inside of the courtroom yesterday, and I was also inside of the courtroom when he made the second bail request, attempt at bail. So in terms of yesterday, I think things went in his favor. I think he...
All right, y'all already know what to do. Drop your city in the chat, let me know where you at. Drop your city in the chat, let me know where you at. Drop your city in the chat and let me know where you at. And hit that like button or hit the thumbs up button. For some people like, I don't see the like button. There's a thumbs up button on whatever social media platform you are on. Hit the like button, hit the thumbs up button.
There's a strong chance that he actually will be granted to be released on bail. In terms of what the judge was looking at, the judge was looking, of course, at the dangerousness factors and also whether he's a risk of flight. But the bail package was different this time. The bail package consisted, of course, of the $50 million bond, but also 24-hour security. And for Sean Combs to actually reside in New York City, where he'll be in an apartment in the Upper East Side, where there'll be 24-hour security by this firm that is hired by Sean Combs. Also, in addition to that, the people will have to be, that will visit him, will have to be approved by the U.S. Attorney's Office and also pretrial services. But what made this attempt different is that, remember, the CEO of Abercrombie and Fitch, that he was granted bail and he has similar charges as to Sean Combs, and he was granted bail and is actually has been released. So I think he has a better chance this time around with him being released under the services that was proposed by the defense.
All right, so Troy said, I cannot believe they let him out. They did not let him out. What's up, Magnum ICU? They did not let him out. They are considering letting him out. So what actually is happening, because this is like an ongoing story like every day. So what's going on right now is Diddy is still in jail, but his defense team is preparing a different, it's not really new, but a different bail package that will put him in a position where, you know, they have to sell this to the judge, right? So they're trying to find a way to sell this to the judge. So what they're saying is, hey, Diddy either has purchased or has already, you know, had an apartment in the upper east side of New York, I think, Manhattan. And if he was to get bail, he can reside in that apartment. It's a 3-bedroom apartment. But this is what I said. I said this earlier today. So listen to this. This is what I said earlier today.
Let's get into it. Currently, we are 4 and 5 hoping for
Here we go. Listen to this for a second. This is what I said.
You know the funniest thing about this whole Diddy case? He wants to be on house arrest. Diddy, where was the majority of your crimes being committed at? At your house, stupid. And then at the same time, they found tunnels under your house. So you expect the judge to give you house arrest so you can go down in your little tunnels and go back to having Diddy parties under your house. Tell the guards that you'll put out your mixtape and let them bring some dudes to your cell and y'all can have a Diddy party in jail.
So I was like, there's no way in this world that they are going to give this man bond
to go back to what he was doing. Because if anybody just thought about it, where was the majority of Diddy's crimes being committed at? At his house. He committed the majority of his crimes in his own home during these Diddy parties. So why in the world would a judge send him back to the place where he committed all the damn crimes at? Well, apparently, Diddy's defense team understands that and said, Judge, maybe the reason why the last two judges turned down their bail package is just that. They're not going to let you back into the same house or the same mansion that has tunnels up under it. Oh, he's stupid or something? No, you stand in jail. So now what they're doing is saying, okay, Judge, how about we set him up in another apartment and like away from his mansion? Yes. We admit that there are tunnels under his mansion. Because we already proved that already. There's tunnels under his mansion and there's a whole bunch of crazy stuff going on under. I get it. But instead of sending him to the mansion with the tunnels, how about we set him up in a apartment in the upper west side of Manhattan or east side, whatever. And in my opinion, that was very genius. Because in my opinion, that's one of the main reasons why they didn't let him out in the first place. So his defense team is actually doing something that his other defense team wasn't able to do. Because if y'all remember, Diddy fired his old defense team. If y'all remember that, he fired them folks. And this new person, Shapiro, I think his name is actually, no, not Shapiro, somebody else. He's actually doing a better job. With all that being said, it's a possibility
He's on the
that
OJ
they are
case.
preparing this apartment for Diddy to move into. And this is really scary. Why? Because he may actually get it. And the reason why it's so scary is because thousands of people, maybe hundreds of people, may actually be affected negatively because of that, including us. Including us. And I'm just gonna say it. I just went and bought a new not pow pow, but blah 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 blah. Just for any other reason, but for that reason too. Because if somebody comes knocking on my door or
Nigga,
something
ain't
crazy
nobody coming
happens,
to kill you behind no
I am
Diddy.
now
Come on
going
now.
to wage war within these walls. Just in case something stupid happens. So here's what it is. All right, let's keep going. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. What's going on, caffeinated?
Joining me now is Maria Cruz Melendez, the defendant and former federal prosecutor who knows the case, who's been reading the documents. All right, Maria, why is having this pushed again? I mean, it doesn't, right?
Yeah, I think this is an important issue for the judge to determine.
And excuse this little stupid music in the background. I have no idea why there's dumb music behind this situation. So excuse the music. I didn't. Some of these people are just, they just put music behind any damn thing. So excuse the music because it sounds so stupid.
At the end, I think it's really difficult.
Don't sound no different than you talking.
Put someone to detain a defendant pre-trial. At the end of the day, particularly with a case of this severity, the judge is weighing whether or not he obviously thinks that the defendant is going to flee, in this case Combs, or whether or not Combs is a danger to the community, right, as a whole. And so both sides put very passionate arguments forward. And obviously, whenever there's a situation.
Drop popcorn emojis in the chat. 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 Drop popcorn emojis in the chat.
Information and legal arguments, the judge has to consider those things, right? That's what the judge does. you read through it. I did. A lot of the arguments made by the government is consistent with the arguments they've been making since the beginning. In fact, they're leaning very heavily on the fact that in this type of a case, the presumption is a rebuttable presumption, but the presumption is that the court should detain folks. And so what the counsel has to do is rebut that presumption and present evidence that the government has a wrong.
Yo, this music is driving me nuts. I apologize for this stupid music. It's driving me nuts.
Just shut up
Listening to
and
it.
talk and let the thing play.
I didn't put it on there.
What the government is attempting to do now is to not only say he's a risk of flight and that he's a danger to the community, but that
Whoa! No! No! No!
Oh, hell no.
No!
Get out of here.
Just said, I heard this morning, listening to Miss Jack Wright, that Big CC is in the hospital with pneumonia.
Man.
Do y'all know who Big CC is?
Man.
Show y'all a picture of him. Do y'all know who Big CC is? But do y'all say yes or no? Do y'all know who Big CC is? Shout out to Caffeinated for the $5 super chat. Okay. Big CC. Hold on. I'm gonna play this and I'm gonna look up because I hope it's not true, man. Yeah, big homie CC. Come on, man. Bruh. Give me a up. I sent you her handle on IG. See, this is what I'm saying. Why this man does not need to get out on bail. Hold on. Send me something. I know he can get bail now. Watch him beat the case. Let me know. Why is that? Hold on, y'all. Somebody said, all right, hold on. A whole lot of stuff is coming in all at one time. Let's play this video and
both sides have put very passionate arguments forward. And obviously, whenever there's a situation where you have new information or new arguments, the judge has to consider those things. Right? What did you make of the paperwork? You read through it. I did. See, a lot of arguments made by the government is consistent with the arguments they've been making since the beginning. In fact, they're leaning very heavily on this type of a question. It's a rebuttable presumption of the presumption or and so what defense counsel has to do is rebut that presumption, that evidence that the government has a wrong. What the government is attempting to do now is to not only demonstrate that he's a risk of flight, that he's a danger to the community, but that continuously, since including even the investigation, Combs has been obstructing justice. Right.
Magnum, I see you. What do you I don't see nothing. Magnum, I see you. What did you send me? I don't see anything. You said, everybody hit the like button, everybody hit the like button. Let me look, I'll send you the exact video. Yeah, you didn't send me anything, Magnum, I see you. And then, I don't know. Well, send me what you got. Because I don't have nothing. I don't see nothing. And I don't see nothing. Okay.
And there's been this whole thing. I was there in court on Friday, and they've been saying, the prosecutor said, look, he's been doing these three-way calls. He's communicating with people, witnesses, people that he's trying to influence. He's calling somebody, they're calling somebody. It's against the rules. He's borrowing other people's phone cards. All of that. That is a big no-no.
So right here, I want to stop right here. What's going on, Miss Nana? Right here, they're saying he is borrowing. What's going on, Almighty Toronto? What's going on? He is borrowing other phone cards or whatever. Hold on, I was supposed. Y'all got me all sidetracked. Hold on, I was supposed to be looking up big homie CC. Hold on, y'all got me all confused. Hold on one second. I want to show y'all who big homie.
Okay, that's full.
Alright, hold on. I gotta find a video. So, okay, here's Big Homie CC right here. Here's Big Homie CC for anybody who is like vehicle having a shovel and a grave. Outrageous, man. Like, I've never seen them like in to go on a big platform and then say people names. So put a one in the chat if you've ever seen this guy before, like this the fat guy.
Yes, we have.
Put one in the chat, you know you recognize this guy. Crazy. So did anybody see that video? A dude on the bike getting smoked? Yeah, that's what was that him? They nailed him. Oh, y'all know. Okay, so this is Big Homie CC. Alright. So that is Big Homie CC. According to Magnum ICU, she just sent me a video. According to Magnum ICU, she is saying that he is presently in the hospital suffering from pneumonia. So if this is true, Diddy or Diddy's people done got a hold of this man somehow. So I need to figure this out. So here's the video of Jaguar Wright. Okay, so give me a second. I gotta look this up. But apparently, Big Homie CC is possibly, because I'm just getting this from somebody in the chat. Is possibly in the hospital suffering from pneumonia. And for those who don't understand the significance of pneumonia, where's the video? Here's what this means.
Chris and Klaus were up.
Hold on. Evans is Diddy's.
Sean, but I also knew he didn't have to send Chris to California. I wondered if he realized that he sentenced him to his death. But when I tried dating someone else, they would end up dead from pneumonia.
Whenever she would try to date someone else, they would end up dead from pneumonia.
Yeah, he sentenced him to his death. So when I tried dating someone else, they would end up dead from pneumonia.
What?
I knew someone was behind this. This was not a coincidence. He gets jealous of a guy and then they die from pneumonia. I could do that. If I am going to out of this alive, I'm gonna have to do something to make him stay away from me. I had a plan for the same thing. I would get into the vault and get a couple of the tapes, get some pens, make copies. This was my way out. Some of the tapes have things I would never have expected. The gay part is the one thing, but as young boys like Usher, Bow Wow, Justin, I would have never known. Things were okay for a while. I started dating him. It was almost normal, but I got serious with someone. Then
guess what happened?
my boyfriend died of pneumonia.
So this is what I'm saying. So if Big Homie CC is now in the hospital for pneumonia, how did they get to him?
How? Justin, I would have never known. Things were okay for a while. I started dating him. It was almost normal, but I got serious with someone. Then my boyfriend died of pneumonia. That's what she said. I'm not feeling very well. Thank God you think I'm good this weekend so I can rest. Well, why can't I get my doctor? Why don't you pick up the phone? Oh no, I called Sean from my bedroom. When I picked up, the air superiority in his phone that let me know it was too late for me. He spoke confidently.
No, pneumonia, not AIDS.
Into the phone. Hello, I screamed at him. You bastard. There's literally nothing I can do. I can only ask, did you ever love me? Instead of answering the question, he responded, the most important thing to me in the world is loyalty. I gave you everything. You went to someone else. You left me just like everyone else did. And you were going to expose me? I shouldn't have threatened him. I should have just published the book. I'm going to die. Like Heavy D,
As I sat here waiting for this ambulance, I'm writing this chapter and praying that I make it to the hospital. I don't feel like writing anymore. I may not be around to see it print. It's okay. I'm sending it out. He won't get away with it. And that's how it ends. The end.
He sent out a group text. He got me.
It's true. Chris and
So, the reason why I played that is because Kim Porter died of pneumonia. Kim Porter's love interest, after she left Diddy, died of pneumonia. A guy before her love interest that she was just dating casually, allegedly died of pneumonia.
You don't even have it right.
As the pace of global commerce it's transforming how we buy and sell, which creates more tax complexity. Enterprise systems simply weren't built to manage tax at a global scale. So what's the answer? Vertex, a compliance platform to simplify tax complexity, giving businesses more transaction transparency, more automated reporting with improved accuracy, and more confidence.
There is a place where magic seems to hide around every corner. Vanishing levels of born in twinkling suns, where enchanting adventures await all to explore. Where is this real-life winter wonderland? By the lakes, Coeur Lane's Holiday Light Show. Be the first to see our all-new grand floating Christmas tree with holiday getaway starting at only $246.
I think Heavy D died of pneumonia. Like all these
Dude, you don't have none of your facts.
people died of pneumonia. If y'all remember,
Andre Harrell.
the comedian, Jamie Foxx, almost died of pneumonia. Jamie Foxx survived.
True.
So all these people are dying of pneumonia, and now some in the chat just told me that big homie Cece, who I just showed y'all a minute ago, I'm just gonna say may, because I don't know, be in the hospital from pneumonia.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Bruh. I'm like, how is he getting from jail? And then they talk about letting this man crazy. Yo. All right, let's get back to this, because that scared the shit out of me. Bro.
Yes and no, in that if the goal is to obstruct justice, then yes, that's a big no. However, from the defense's point of view,
I'm fast forwarding a little bit. This music is not even
to the judgment is to raise, we'll be able to put in a ruling on that. But also, I don't think that the judge is necessarily on whether or not the decision comes down before Thanksgiving. I think the judge is more focused on what.
So she may not get a ruling before Thanksgiving. It may be like probably next Monday, probably.
One of the things we heard on Friday in the court paperwork is that it was a team has said that he the courthouse and the jail to make sure that defense counsel and Combs have enough time to prepare for trial. Right. As you mentioned, defendants do it all the time. And
hold on.
look,
Hold on, I think you back up. Sorry, I messed it up.
time or access to prepare for his trial. There's a lot of charges, there's a lot of accusers, but other people do it just fine. Is there any truth to the defense saying that he doesn't have the access and what he
They're saying, does he not have the access to all of the needs of his attorney by being in jail versus being at home? Like, is it unfair for him to be in jail and try to fight all these lawsuits?
get ready? So I think it's fair to say that obviously we have
Facts, exactly, Rico.
more access if you were out on bond. However, there are so many different ways that the court can make the defense counsel available to the defendant. There are situations in which a judge will allow meeting
me the timestamp. Wait. I thought you sent me the timestamp. Magnum to you. It started in the beginning. Hold on, let me. I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna look up the timestamp.
Things happening at various locations, whether it be the courthouse or the jail, to make sure that defense counsel and Combs have enough time to prepare for trial.
Right.
As you mentioned, defendants do it all the time, every single day. Any incarcerated defendant has to work with their counsel to prepare for trial. So I don't think that that's necessarily something that's going to sway.
And the whole thing with the raid that happened in his cell with the legal notes, the handwritten notes that were taken, there's been a lot of back and forth about that. Really quick, your take on that?
Well, I think the judge is going to have to really hear the facts on that. But what's interesting is they were able to use that fact.
Okay, found it.
Wow. Jag, you also sat down with big homie CC. Yeah. What's your thoughts on big homie?
Good man.
And it's, yeah, he knows a lot.
He was recently poisoned. Again.
He told me something about that.
Godspeed. I've been praying for him every day, and I'm asking everybody involved with this platform, watch this platform, all members, please pray for Big Homie CC. He's putting his life on the line, exposing the secrets of the transferring agenda to help save lives. You know, I'm looking forward to working with him more in the future. We both want the same thing. We just want everybody to get home safe.
Right. There's an interview we did with him. It hasn't dropped yet, but he talks about demonic forces and how they truly exist.
They do.
Right.
I don't know what's going on. Hopefully they're talking about he was poisoned a long time ago, but the way Jaguar responded, it seems like she's saying it just happened. Beyonce's bodyguard, Ray J calling her out, Uncle Ron, rumors of Trump, Diddy latest lawsuit. Who? I don't see anything about Beyonce. Oh, this is interesting. What is this?
To say that that had anything to do with Little Kim would never sexualize her own daughter like that. Shout out to your wife.
This is Envy. DJ.
Maybe Rotten help. You turned your daughter into a snack for perverts.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that. So, yeah, I agree with that. That part right there, she was talking about DJ Envy, and she allowed his daughter to prance around like little Kim on Halloween. I think I still got that video. No, I think I erased it. But this big CC situation just scared the hell out of me because if he's him and he's this big tough dude and he knows how to look out for me and they still got him, that scares the shit out of me because alright. So I don't know, but let's just keep going. Dang.
And the fact that Combs had made representations that he had written legally.
Yeah, Whitney Houston. Yeah, they know how to get to people.
So, and made it clear that this was legal communications. And then it turned out that his lawyer had to explain, looking back at the evidence, it's not actually true that the word legal is written all over the paperwork beforehand. And so what the government did was use that as another way of showing that Combs is still not following the law and is not listening to his attorneys.
All right.
Fact-driven,
Of the defense's argument.
fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
A third time just might be the charge for P. Diddy's bond motion. I just got out of court, and let me tell you why I think he's going to get a bond. Reserve decision. You said you're going to get a decision very soon, okay? But the
like a lot of the defense's arguments, and they were good arguments. The judge said that by Monday at 12 noon, he wants to see both sides issue additional briefing on this question of whether or I see it now. You talking about Uncle Ron. So I'm about to play that now. Thank you so much, Magnum. I see you. You're so dope. I'm playing in a second after this. Now, the statements that Puff Daddy has made in the public, in social media, as well as in talking to witnesses and text messages are allowed or not. The governor was arguing that he's trying to influence jurors and he's trying to witness tamper. And the judge questioned, really? Are you sure? I looked at some of these messages. This happy birthday post from his family that's posted on Instagram. Yeah, a juror might see that, but does that mean that a defendant's not allowed to wish himself happy birthday on Instagram? So, I'm about to play y'all a video of another bodyguard that allegedly got poisoned. But before we play that, let's play this. We'll be right back. This is getting crazy. Thank y'all so much for showing me stuff, because this is crazy. Solution that will help every. Be right back with the Jaguar rights situation. I just came up with a solution that will help every woman watching, regardless of age, regardless of background. See, in my 7 years of coaching women, the number one thing that I hear in my coaching sessions is her issue or tumultuous relationship with her mother. So what I've done is come out with a card game that will actually help mothers and daughters come back together. We have to get to the source of a woman's pain, her inadequacy, her insecurities, and heal that little girl inside of her before she goes out in the world as a woman. I call like mother, like therapy in a box. Therapy in a box. It's 50 questions for the daughter to ask the mother, questions that you always wanted to ask, and it's also 50 questions for the mother to ask the daughter. But when you're able to ask the questions that you always wanted to ask to your mother without her getting upset, without her putting rank on you, the lines of communication are now open. And when women are finally able to forgive their mother, relationships outside of the household would then blossom. Because for most women, there's a hurt little girl inside of her who never had an opportunity to be seen or heard. But all when you buy my new Like Mother, Like Daughter card game, order it now. The link is under this video. Click the link and let's start here.
Said turkeys can't fly. Is it because they're thick and juicy, engineered for pieces instead of flights? Could it be their necks, as aerodynamic as a spatula, hardly built for the skies? Or if their feathers so flashy they'd rather work the catwalk than be bothered with takeoff? Whoever said turkeys can't fly never understood power. Air power. Pneumatic vacuum elevators. Home elevators powered by air.
Black Friday lasts all week long at Aaron's, with up to 40% off select products all through the store and at Aaron's.com. You don't need to credit, and approvals take 5 minutes. Black Friday is better at Aaron's.
All right, y'all. Christmas is coming up. Christmas is coming up. Make sure to order your mother-daughter card game so you can play with the whole family, and you can play your Deep Discussions card game with the family also. This Deep Discussions card game is not just about dating prospects. You can play this Deep Discussions card game with a family member, because all it really helps you do is understand the other person's and their pathology. Pathology is their how they grew up, right? So if you want to understand your sister better, because you and your sister don't get along, you want to understand your you want to know why your uncle is so this or so that, you want to know why your family member don't like you or whatever. Y'all have a conversation with each other with this Deep Discussions card game. And it's a couple specific dating questions. You can take that out. It's 81 questions on this card. You can play this
Thanks up the card game and just stack the cards in the middle of the table and say, hey, everybody pick a card. Let's have some fun. And you'll pick a card and boom. Just like I'll pick a card right here. Watch this. Describe an example of a toxic relationship you've been in and how long did you stay? You can play that with family members. Another question is, when a man and a woman are walking up a flight of steps, the man walks behind the woman. Why? You see how I just grabbed two games? They're all dating cards. Dating cards. You can play this with family members on Thanksgiving. Another question is, if I ask your mother, why can't you seem to get it right in regards to relationships? What would your mother say? These cards will be good just for Thanksgiving. So Thanksgiving is this Thursday. Buy my deep discussions card game, open up the card game, and while y'all eating and say, hey, y'all want to play a fun everybody? Sure. Open a stack of cards, sit it in front of everybody, and all right, cool. Pick a card. Boom. Have fun. It's for family and not just dating prospects. Buy your deep discussions card. It's 81 cards in this card game, and buy your mother-daughter card game before Thanksgiving, and it's about 100 cards in this card game. Buy a card game and get it for Thanksgiving. Because you got to be around all these toxic people on Thanksgiving, and this will be a good way to be a buffer and to make things fun instead of awkward. Oh, I was gonna play this.
To a more serious topic. No, it's all good. But Uncle Ron, Beyonce's ex-bodyguard, threatened to expose them. Yeah, threatened to expose them. I believe in 2023. Is deceased. He's passed away.
Allegedly, that's what they are saying.
Allegedly, that is what they are saying.
Hit it like that, y'all. Hit it like that.
But he died from that pneumonia.
Yes.
You know, just like Kim, just like Brittany Murphy. That pneumonia ain't no joke. Every time somebody gets to telling the truth about someone,
Moving on to a more
I
serious
want to play it again.
topic.
you know me, I'll be having a
This
little
song,
fun.
Oh no, it's all good. But Uncle Ron, Beyonce's ex-bodyguard,
And Diddy.
threatened to expose them. Yeah, threatened to expose them. I believe in 2023. Is deceased. He's passed away.
Allegedly, that's what they are saying.
Allegedly, that is what they are saying. What are your thoughts on that?
Y'all hit the like button. Y'all see this big old screen that says hit the like button. Ain't no y'all hit the like button. Hit the like button, y'all.
Would you shut the
Y'all
fuck
take
up,
screen time.
man?
Y'all hit the like button. Hit the like button, y'all.
But they said he died from that pneumonia.
Pneumonia.
Yes.
You know, just like Kim, just like Brittany Murphy. That pneumonia ain't no joke. Every time somebody gets to telling the truth about someone, whoever's been lying,
They died of pneumonia.
they just say a little prayer and then the pneumonia comes and then yeah. A lot of people been getting that pneumonia. I'm surprised they didn't say that Leo got that pneumonia, but you know he went over that boundary. But the thing is, they say he went on his own. But there's two other things that I considered as I speculate.
What you call it?
Speculation. None of this is true. Yeah. But what if somebody told him he had to jump off? What if he would have rather jumped and be knocked out? You know?
That's a thought.
Or maybe imminent danger was there.
It's alleged that
only escape.
It's only a
right. It's alleged that he had
confused and just tuning in, somebody in my comments told me to check out a video, and I went and looked at the video, and I'll just play that one. Big homie CC, which is another bodyguard. So this is so Uncle Uncle Ron was Diddy's bodyguard. He's dead. And now there's a guy named Big Homie CC that was Diddy's bodyguard, and he's speaking out. And somebody said, because I don't know, he's in a hospital for pneumonia. Everybody's dying from pneumonia.
Well, Jack, you also sat down with Big Homie CC. Yeah. What's your thoughts on Big Homie? Good man. And this, yeah, he knows a lot. He was recently poisoned.
She said recently. She said recently.
Yeah, he told me something about that. God speed, I've been praying for him every day, and I'm asking everybody involved with this platform, watch this platform, all members, please pray for Big Homie CC.
Oh, somebody just said something. And TD Jakes
Had a stroke.
just had a stroke on stage. Put a one in the chat, y'all have heard that. Put a one in the chat, y'all heard that TD Jakes just recently had a stroke on stage out of nowhere. Put a one in the chat, y'all heard that. Because I'll look it up, y'all need me to.
Go look it up. You look at it.
Man, this is crazy. Put a one in the chat, you heard that TD Jakes just had a stroke on stage. This is nuts. All these people falling out. Because that's what I'm saying. Imagine if Diddy gets out of jail. People live on drop like flies. Bruh.
Behind all the holiday magic is you. Max, what makes you, you.
Alright, let's keep going.
Report on this docket. Incredible. Yesterday, finally. Witnesses, the First Amendment right to that on Instagram to explicitly affect the jurors. But more recently, this morning, a filing by Combs' lawyer, heavily redacted, about the apartment that he's proposing to move into in the
And when somebody says heavily redacted, you hear the word redacted, that means in your testimony or on a docket, it's blanked out and nobody knows what is said because they have to black certain things out on dockets and paperwork in order to protect people. That's what redacted means.
thing to move into in the Upper East Side. Thing to move into. I redacted about the move into in the Upper East Side. We can't really tell. It's more than half.
It's not an umbrella hat. He just holding an umbrella, y'all. The umbrella pole is by his neck. Y'all tripping. That's not a hat.
The jurors. But more recently, this morning, a filing by Combs' lawyer, heavily redacted, about the apartment that he's proposing to move into in the Upper East Side. We can't really tell since more than half of the letter is redacted, but from it one could surmise that he thinks he's getting out. And he's responding to something in the government finally, and he's saying we're going to check out the place and we're going to give you a report. So this could happen at any time. There could be a...
So this is the apartment that we're talking about. They're checking out the apartment to make sure it's okay, like he's about to get out.
Finally, and he's saying we're going to check out the place and we're going to give you a report. So this could happen at any time. There could be a ruling put into the docket by Judge Subramanian saying probably not, if it were to go that way, not to release him right away. But they'd have to check the apartment, he'd have to come, and I'm not sure why it's so cloudy here. But watch this space. We're working on a sequel to Did He Do It? And so there's that.
So this is one of the places where I get a lot of my information from. A guy on Twitter called Inner City Press. He's like outside and he be inside or whatever. So he shares, I would say, the most commentary on this situation than anybody else. So I believe what he says. Oh my God, this is getting crazy. If this man gets out, like, I'm gonna be scared to go to a damn restaurant because I'm gonna get hit with pneumonia.
So we are still waiting.
Why the fuck would you be scared? You ain't nobody.
We're still in the process of trying to figure out if he is going to get a bond. More things were filed yesterday by the federal government opposing the bond. More things were filed by the defense saying, please give us a bond.
How about we meet up at a coffee shop and play this fun dating card game? We'll have fun and see if we're compatible all at the same time.
Ooh, what's the name of the game?
It's called Deeper Discussions.
I'm down.
Meet you at 6.
Fellas, buy this card game. Ladies, buy this card game. Buy about 2 or 3 card games. The main reason why people can't stay together isn't because they don't like each other no more. It's actually because their present family issues come up or their past family issues come up. But when you play Deeper Discussions, you'll be able to understand a person's family issues up front.
This game can be played with either 2 people or an entire group. So have fun.
Question number 1. Name a time when money was the main factor while a relationship went bad.
Deeper Discussions Dating Edition. Again, these cards are a potential girlfriend, a potential husband, a potential wife. Especially these cards are so soft and silky, by the way. Like
they ain't gonna get wore out.
Durable.
A dating card game for introverts who have a hard time asking the much-needed compatibility questions. Deeper Discussions, the card game.
All right, somebody said they want to know about TD Jakes. I'm gonna go back to the video of this lawyer in a second because it's so much stuff going on. I want to share this for y'all. All right, so this is TD Jakes. Oh, TD Jakes. Hold on a second. All right. Share my screen. Everybody hit the like button. 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 All right, here we go.
Oh Lord, that's gonna be such a taste of the mouth. I'm going in peace.
This is sad. Really getting there, goddamn body. So that's that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But that's what's going on with TD Jakes. Man, it's because they let that Abercrombie Finch guy out possibly. This is crazy.
So we are still waiting. I guess it's Did He Watch 2024. We're still in the process of trying to figure out if he is going to get a bond.
What's up, Tanya G?
More things were filed yesterday by the federal government opposing the bond.
more things were filed by the defense saying, please give us bond. Interesting from the defense, it's never good when you find yourself citing Donald Trump, but you're basically saying, because one of the things the government is mad about is like Diddy won't shut the fuck up. Like Diddy talks entirely too much, and they're saying that he is engaged in this full-blown effort to try to influence the public. So his social media campaign, if you will, his TikTok campaign, if you will. So he's going out of his way to try to convince people that he's not an awful person. That he's not a monster inside of our head. Here's the problem with that on both folds. One, if you remember, Diddy's the dumbass lawyers who asked for the gag. And they're the ones that said, we don't want the government or anybody talking about the case. So it's sort of like, you asked for the gag order, now all of a sudden you're mad that you can't talk. And then going.
That's what I'm saying. So Diddy run around trying to gag everybody else, pause, but he want to keep talking.
I'm back from Diddy's side. The United States Trump case had a very specific finding. And one of those findings was very clear. The finding was when you're fighting for your life, when you are fighting for trial, when you are innocent until proven guilty, you have a higher degree of scrutiny. You have a higher ability to be able to talk shit. Like literally, if you're whooping my ass, I should be able to talk shit to every punch, man. You ain't so bad. You ain't so bad. Every time you hit me, I should be able to talk shit. And that's what Diddy's lawyers are arguing in the United States versus Trump. It's like, look, if the government's coming after me, you shouldn't be able to tell me to keep my mouth shut. You shouldn't be able to tell me to shut the fuck up. That's their argument. On the flip side, Diddy's lawyers are saying it's not the fact, it's not just the fact that he is talking. It's not just the fact that he won't shut the fuck up. It's the problem is he just won't follow the rules. We don't mind that he's talking until we set a rule that says you can't talk. And so Diddy's just like, I want to talk as much as I want to talk, and I'm going to do whatever I want. And the government's like, you can't do that. You're in the Bureau of Prisons, and there's rules, and you won't follow the rules. And Your Honor, if you let him out of jail, he will continue to not follow the rules. A caveat that nobody is talking about is the acting, or not the acting, the U.S. Attorney for Manhattan, Damian Williams, has stepped down. Stepped down. Bullshit. That's like getting fired on your day off, Greg. He was going to get fired. He was appointed by a Democrat, Joe Biden, and now the incoming president, Donald Trump, is going to be able to appoint his own U.S. attorney. So I love the whole, I'm taking it upon myself to step down. Bitch, you about to get fired. You ain't stepping down, you leaving. Sort of like if your girlfriend says you're going to break up with you, she breaks up first. Anyway, it's going to be interesting to see what happens if the judges listen to all this stuff. But if you listen or read any of the prosecutors' filings, they went all in. They're talking about the Diddy situation with Shine. They're talking about the fact that he beat the hell out of his housekeeper. They're talking about the fact that he intimidated. They're talking about the fact that he drags kick screamer. They're saying if you let this dude out, he gonna whoop some people's asses.
Our community is fueled by invention. For decades, we've been changing how humanity works, travels, lives. Why not change how much we waste? With the RePlus initiative, King County is transforming our throwaway economy, addressing everything from the processes that define it to the laws that shape it to the businesses that can change it. Because if anyone can rethink waste, it's us.
Dear Santa, I've been trying really hard to make the nice list this year. I've done all my chores, so if I could, I want to give my gift to Mom. She loves Sherry's berries. Could you help me get her some? Oh, and some flowers too? That would be the best gift for me. Thanks, Santa.
Find the perfect holiday gift at berries.com.
And then they also went, the last thing they went so far as they're saying it, they're like, look, Judge, you remember that thing you got mad at us about writing, about looking at his legal documents? There ain't no doubt in our mind, maybe we shouldn't have done it. But that dude went back and wrote legal on every document thereafter because he can't follow the rules and he tries to do everything he can do to get an advantage. Sounds like the government's getting as much as they can get. So who knows what's going to happen? Who knows if he's going to get a bond? Take that, take that, take that, take that, take that, take that. Take it.
No, we're not taking it. No, sir. Don't be telling nobody to take it. What's wrong with you?
The judge said, I'm looking at these text messages with the witnesses, what's tampering here? And so he's going to have additional briefing on both those issues. But what really swayed the judge is the argument that's been made.
He's not the president yet. Clifford said, I believe he's going to get out because Trump is not the president. Trump is not the president right now. He's not the president until January. So Trump is not the president. He is not the president. The president, he is the president in January. This is not even December yet, so he's not the president.
From the beginning, but now after 2-3 months, there's been discovery produced, and the defense has some of the discovery, including what they characterize as Brady evidence showing that the alleged sex trafficking victim, Puff's wife, and a relationship that was almost 11 years that ended. They discussed some of the text messages about the ending, and the defense lawyer's point is, look, when they broke up here, she's not talking about, hey, you made me a prostitute and you forced me to do this and you forced me to do that. That type of sex trafficking claim is nowhere in the evidence, according to the defendants. I think the judge was looking at some of the evidence and he was going along with that, and that's what's leading him to say that, hey, why under this set of conditions can't I give this guy bail? If you look at what's happened in this case, in the past couple of months, they said that this guy is this guy is this guy is that. Okay, where's the evidence? Other than a video showing him brutally beating his wife in a hotel lobby, and other than you saying that he's breaking prison rules by using three-way calling, what else is there? Really? What else is there? Because they have not identified a single other witness or video showing violence, showing really anything. Will they? Maybe. But for now, I think the judge is going to give him a bond because it's been 2 months. And it looks like Puff is a freak and a wife beater, but that's not a no bond type of situation.
There are more potential victims against Diddy that you'll be representing soon?
Yes, I have a case that I'll be filing.
Hello, YouTube. It's Auntie Mickey. Everybody sleep. And I had to knock out this video. It's almost 2 a.m. Yes, I'm a vampire. And I haven't had any sleep. So, pray for me. I'm going to come to you with chapter 6 from The Pursuit of Portia by Portia Williams. How I grew into my power and purpose. It's a long chapter as well, and I'll try to get through this as fast as I can. While you're here, before I get started, hit the like button. Like, share, subscribe, whatever. But please hit the like button so it'll circulate through the algorithm. Okay, here we go. Chapter 6. It's ruined. It's ruined. I screamed through hot tears. I didn't want to cry on my wedding day, but here we were. What am I going to do? I don't know, Lauren said honestly, looking at the 8-inch yellow stain on my $25,000 Nina Tornai ruffled trumpet wedding gown. Stop. I don't know, Lauren said honestly, looking at the 8-inch yellow stain on my $25,000 Pina Tornai ruffled trumpet wedding gown. The very first wedding gown I had ever tried on. I had just taken it out of the protected dust bag, and somehow, after transferring it from the bag to my body, it had gotten soiled. There's something on my dress, I said as the bridal suite's butlers came rushing in to see why I was screaming, just hours before I was set to walk down the aisle and marry Cordell, the love of my life. What is it? What is it? No one could tell me, and no one could calm me down. Not even when Lauren told me to tuck it under, girl, and let's go. You're getting married. It's not like you don't have a second dress for the reception. You'll be fine, girl. Surely I couldn't get married with a yellow stain on my dress. I hoped, deep down inside, that this would later be a good luck charm. Something I could maybe look back on and laugh about with Cordell on our 20th wedding anniversary. But fortunately for both of us, after 2 years of marriage, he'd never even hear this story. Portia, this is your wedding day. It's about to happen. It's a stain on your dress, not on your day, Lauren told me in her calming and steady voice. She was right. This stain wasn't going to ruin my day, especially after what it took to get here. At 29 years old, I had ignored my gut, that divine intuition trying to protect me from dangers unseen, so many times during our courtship and our engagement that today had to be perfect. For instance, when Cordell told me that he had used his ex-fiance's ring to create my emerald cut engagement ring, I wanted to cut my finger off. It burned so bad from the faux pas. It wasn't even my style. I remember thinking, you're actually telling me this? You're admitting that you traded in your ex's ring for mine? Even though Brandy had given the ring back, there she was again, popping up in the middle of our covenant. Yeah, I got a good deal on this ring, he tried to persist, not really realizing the gulf. Right, I love it, I lied. I should have asked Cordell why he would even think to give me someone else's engagement ring, but I couldn't. Even though I was so far from the woman I used to be, and God had given me strength in so many areas of my life, I still wanted to do anything to please him. How could I share my truth if it meant it might hurt the feelings of the person I loved? I hadn't learned yet that holding someone accountable was the very definition of love, but I'd soon learn how to do just that. I tried to fix it like I always did with things in my life. We spotted this yellow diamond ring in a random jewelry store in Atlanta that I may or may not have scoped out beforehand, and he bought it for me. I wish Brandy was the only hurdle we had to clear, but she was just the tip of the iceberg. I had nearly called off everything, the wedding and our relationship. It didn't matter that I had already reserved the venue, and it didn't matter that I had already purchased the dress. Well, two dresses. One for the outdoor terrace ceremony and another for the reception. Cordell had sprung a prenuptial agreement on me close to the wedding. Without warning or even a prior discussion about it, he had a lawyer draw up the terms and conditions of our marriage. In black and white legalese. Stop. In black and white legalese, Cordell made it very clear that he didn't think we were equal partners in our marriage. In legal terms, he saw me more like a housemaid. You see, Cordell didn't want me to work. He wanted me to sell my business, my daycare, which I did. He wanted me to be a kept woman. And because I really trusted him and thought he had my best interest in heart, I eventually let the daycare go. This business I had built from the ground up. He even wanted me to get rid of my penthouse condo. But I had convinced him it was such a great investment that I'd rather just keep it. As accomplished as I was as a single woman, owning my own home and owning my own business, I didn't hold worth in that. I didn't see the true value in what I had accomplished in my 20s. Being a wife meant so much more than all of that combined. Being a wife felt like my purpose. It felt like I was born to do it. I was born to embody that role, So when he asked me to walk away from who I once was, it didn't feel like much of a sacrifice. I believed I was walking into my destiny. My purpose in life was to be his wife. I was walking into God's promise. I was walking into security, into love, into comfort, into care. I believed everything he told me, and it felt like an even exchange. Not to mention, I wouldn't be walking away from my daycare completely, we decided. Eventually, I had planned to open up another daycare with Cordell's support, and I did. Sadly, that plan fell through when a developer ran off with $170,000 worth of Cordell's principal investment. So I couldn't blame him when he wanted to hold off on the idea for a while. But looking at the prenup before we walked down that aisle, it wasn't adding up. So I walked. I never had a problem with walking away from Cordell. I was just terrible at staying away from him. After our standoff, which lasted a couple of days too long, Cordell told his attorneys to rip the prenup up. Instead of a legal document detailing how he'd provide, Cordell promised that he'd take care of me. I just remember feeling like, wow, this man really loves me. He wants to be my partner. After all the prayers, after God told me that Cordell was my husband, I was finally ready to walk down the aisle to become his wife. I was ready to become the woman I knew Cordell wanted me to be. I know that sounds strange to put it that way, that I'd turn into someone else for my marriage, but I wasn't just doing it for Cordell. I was doing it for God. In finding my spirituality in my late 20s, I went from always wanting to please a man to wanting to please God. After so many years giving power to men and getting abused, I gave my power to God and found so many joys. My way of being a good wife for God was to be a good, submissive wife. Being submissive to Cordell was number 2 on my list, behind loving him. Cordell was the vessel to live out my covenant with God. I knew Cordell would disappoint me with the red flags I had ignored, but I felt that through God, I would find the strength to overcome those disappointments, and we'd work them out together. What I didn't realize is that for us to overcome those disappointments, Cordell needed to be equally yoked, so that through this relationship with God, he would never want to betray me. We were speaking 2 completely different languages, but because the picture looked how he wanted it to look, we went along with it. Cordell was a good man. He was safe. He was a provider. He was respectable. He was strong-willed. He knew what he wanted, and he wanted me. He wanted me to be the mother of his son and to create our own family with our own children. The assuredness, or should I say, the vision that he had for our lives was intoxicating. It was a sheer fairy tale. Cordell paid for our $3 million wedding. From the wedding planner to the venue to my dress, which was made in Florida, so he flew my mom and I back and forth to a number of times to get it tailored. Stop. Cordell paid for our $3 million wedding. From the wedding planner to the venue to my dress, which was made in Florida. So he flew my mom and I back and forth a number of times to get it tailored. To the bridesmaids' dresses, to flying his family in and some of my family into Atlanta to witness our nuptials, to the fireworks at the reception, to our Mexican honeymoon. I thought that because he wanted me to have the wedding of my dreams, he'd be the man of my dreams. When you meet someone you can so clearly envision a life for you, it's easy to follow their lead. It's actually comforting because you no longer have to work so hard at life when someone claims to have a blueprint for you. Be a kept woman, a modern day housewife, and a mother. I had won the lottery. I had always felt that motherhood was my highest calling, that having a child would save my life and give me a deepened purpose that would not only force me to value his life, this life, stop. I had always felt that motherhood was my highest calling, that having a child would save my life and give me a deepened purpose that would not only force me to value this life just a little bit more, but also allow me to pour myself so deeply into someone else, growing them while growing myself. Motherhood felt like my priesthood, and if Cordell was offering me any easy path to my divine, I felt foolish not to take it. Becoming a mother to Cordell and Brandy's son was probably the best part of my wedding day. Although I hadn't really spent time with his son before, we walked down the aisle. I'll never forget that moment when we were about to take family portraits on our special day. Cordell, looking at his son, said, "You can call her Mom now." From that day on, he called me Mom. You have to understand, I always longed to be a mom, especially after having an abortion. It felt like an opportunity to make it right. I couldn't wait to move his son into our house. I couldn't wait to look for his furniture and buy his favorite snacks and take him to practice. I was so serious about being a great mom to Cordell's son, I started going to counseling. Because he was calling me mommy, I sought professional help because I wanted to make sure I lived up to that title. I didn't know how to fully be a mother because I had become a mom overnight. I hoped going to a family counselor would help me better understand my emotions in my new role as a step-parent, and I encouraged Cordell's son to go as well so he could understand his emotions with suddenly having another mother, especially since his own mother was living in Los Angeles. It felt like this moment in my life, becoming Cordell's wife and a mother, was ordained. I had lived life. I had overcome my own battles with falling out of love with the essence of life. I had battled losing myself in men and sex and alcohol and work. And when I decided to become a better version of myself, to choose the highest form of myself in order to meet God's vision for me, the very next year I met Cordell. What I didn't foresee is that the devil knows God's plans too. And perhaps I didn't realize that just because something, or rather someone, had the right timing, it doesn't mean it was divine timing. I was just too immature in my faith then to truly discern the difference. Still, I had unwavering faith. In that moment, I was marrying the man of my dreams, and no prenup and no yellow stain was gonna get in my way. Back in the presidential suite, I took off my wedding dress, handing it over to my bridesmaids, who began working at it, trying to remove the stain as best they could, only to create another stain. Thankfully, Cordell distracted me. "This is for you," the wedding planner said, handing me a small ring-sized box. Immediately, I knew it was a wedding gift day. Stop. Immediately, I knew it was a wedding day gift from Cordell. He had already bought the crystal Christian Louis Vuitton that would carry me to the glass altar, which was surrounded by cascading crystals and flowers. Inside were a pair of diamond earrings. It was the second time I'd cried that day. A few minutes later, however, the wedding planner came back and handed me another bigger box. "This is for you, too," she said with a very wry smile. When I opened the second box to see a bracelet that matched the earrings, it felt like confirmation. This day was going to be perfect. Cordell loved me, and after working so hard to create a legacy for myself, it felt nice to choose to be a part of someone's legacy. "See, I told you, don't let anything ruin your day," my mom said reassuringly, acting as my strength. "Look at these earrings. Look at this bracelet. This is your day to be a wife. and to be celebrated. As night fell on the third floor terrace of the St. Regis, Atlanta, on May 21st, 2011, my brother Hosea walked me down the aisle in front of about 2,000 guests. The stain that we worked so hard to get out had been replaced with a watermark, now conveniently tucked neatly underneath the billowing fabric. I looked around at the guests sitting on the silver chivari chairs and saw my mother's family, Cordell's former teammates, and so many people in Atlanta who had raised me. Although my dad wasn't there, we brought a picture of him to the venue so he could see his baby girl marry the man of her dreams. My mother, on the other hand, was seated right in the front row. I was so enamored with the idea of my wedding day finally becoming a reality and how picture perfect my wedding venue looked through my crystal dotted veil, complete with a princess style tiara, that I didn't let my mom's face affect me. My mom is one of the few people in my life who doesn't have to say anything for me to know exactly what she's thinking. Looking at my mother while holding hands with Cordell, all I saw was a dark cloud over her head, and it stayed there for the entire ceremony. I can always sense whatever energy she's putting out, whether she's trying to hide it or not. But I felt in my heart that she was completely unsure about my marriage. I knew how much it had taken her to offer the encouraging words to me earlier. She was the calm beneath my wings, but that didn't stop her from seeing the train wreck before it happened. But, as any parent knows, you have to let the bird fly. I knew her hesitations and how hard it was to admit them, considering I loved Cordell. Hell, she loved Cordell. We all did. People always ask, why would you ever put up with a controlling man? Well, they don't start out that way. That's not how a controlling man operates. They have to possess you first. They do that by getting everyone around you to rally for them, because then you focus and concentrate on being in love with them. Cordell always treated me like a princess when we were around my mom, and if he treated me like a princess, he treated her like a queen. On Sundays, after we sat side by side, holding hands, listening to my mom preach at church, he wouldn't want to leave my mother's house after Sunday dinner. My mom had this beautiful yellow couch in her house, and after dinner, instead of just cozying up beside me on the couch, he sat on the floor, right up under me, rubbing my feet. To the naked eye, it seemed like Cordell worshiped the ground I walked on. And after years of being treated like I was replaceable or so easily discarded, it felt like I had finally found a man who saw me for who I was. But along with seeing how Cordell cared for me, my mother had also noticed other little things that made her anxious. Of course, like any mother, she didn't tell me her reservations until I left Cordell the first time. She wanted me to find out for myself. I wouldn't learn until later that apparently her motherly antennas started to rise when Cordell pushed me to give up my penthouse. Initially, I was okay with that because Cordell had promised we'd build our dream home together. But thanks to my mother's side eye, I decided to hold on to the condo, asking him to cover the $4,000 per month mortgage instead. My mother told me later that she also didn't like when he sort of pushed me to buy a new car that I didn't necessarily need. My car at the time was leaking oil. Now, I had a really beautiful Lincoln SUV, but it was a bit older, so it leaked oil sometimes. I know nothing about cars. As long as it takes me from point A to point B, I can honestly care less about what goes on under the hood. But the fact that the truck leaked oil was something that really irritated Cordell to the point where I didn't understand why it was such a big deal. He complained about it so much, he eventually reached his own solution. He'd buy me a new car. Instead of taking me to the car lot and letting me pick out what I wanted, Cordell bought a car that he loved. Although I felt that Cordell loved and cared for me, even in the most ordinary instances, I struggled to find my voice. I struggled to speak up for myself. I struggled to say, you know, babe, maybe we can get something that's more my style. I didn't want to sound ungrateful or spoiled, so as with my first engagement ring, I just accepted it with a smile. After we exchanged heartfelt vows, sealed our covenant with God, lit a unity candle under the glass altar, and fireworks went off atop the St. Regis, another surprise to me on my wedding day. My mom was right there helping me back to my hotel room to change into my second wedding dress. This time, I slipped into a form-fitting corset with a matching skirt to make it easier for Cordell to find and throw my garter. She was right by my side, calming me down, and even leading the family into taking shots of Hennessy. I told myself that it didn't matter how anyone else felt that day because my wedding day was a dream. It was a beautiful day. It was unmatched. It was that beautiful, even if it was simply the most beautiful fairy tale. I should have known that something wasn't right. After spending a second night in the St. Regis, soaking up every last minute of our fairy tale wedding, Cordell and I went our separate ways. Portia, I need you to go home and grab a few things before we go on our honeymoon. Why don't you go home and grab some things as well? It sounded like a good plan to me, especially since we only lived across the street from each other. I felt fine wading my way through the lobby, pressing P in the elevator and waiting patiently for the elevator to reach the top floor to my penthouse condo. But as soon as I stepped inside my unit, reality had set in. It felt like I had walked into a funeral. I knew that my aunties used to say that when you get married, it's almost like the death of your single life. But it felt like something else was happening here. It felt like I had walked into a dead person's home. It felt like every part of me was lost, and I was literally terrified I'd be gone forever. What the hell did I just do? What did I just become a part of? I just walked away from everything. My business, this condo. Am I going to be okay? I just up and married this man after only a year and a half. And I'm a mother now? I put my hand to my chest to try to steady and calm my breath, which I just couldn't catch. It felt like I couldn't breathe. And because it felt like I was choking, and anxiety took over my entire body. Was I going to die the day after I got married? I couldn't breathe. I put my back against the wall and slid down slowly to the floor, crying hysterically. And the tears fell and fell and fell hotly onto my cheeks, even running down my neck. They wouldn't stop. They just wouldn't stop. Although I knew I was losing who I was in this relationship, I often felt more than happy to give it away. During this moment, however, it felt like the Portia, my Portia, that was still happy to be who she was and live how she wanted, was crying out, begging me to see how important she was, how valuable she was, how necessary she was. She didn't want to give up. She didn't want to hide. She didn't want to whisper her real thoughts while saying what she wanted to hear aloud. She wanted to stay. God, if I thought you said this was my husband, stop. God, I thought you said this was my husband. Why am I feeling like this? God, God. When I once felt so close to him, I could simply close my eyes and hear from him. But this time he felt so far away. I couldn't hear his voice. So I shook it off. It felt like a switch, like a light switch had shut off. Stop. It felt like a light switch had shut off. That's how easily Cordell changed from being a doting, attentive fiance to a mean-spirited, controlling husband. It didn't take long to learn who Cordell really was. Although he had made a reputation for himself in the NFL as a player that could excel at any position, running back, wide receiver, quarterback, at home, his versatility and willingness to change ended abruptly. It was Cordell's way or the highway. He told me we were building a home together, but in reality, he was building a fortress. He had to approve every single thing we bought for the house: the sheets, the food, the curtains. Being a young wife, I assumed every wife compromised with her husband, and they created a household together. What I didn't realize was that Cordell, in his need to have the final say on every small detail, was going to step further. He controlled what he had in the house. Stop. He controlled what we had in the house, who came into the house, and what they did while they were there. I mean, if I had guests over and they didn't use a coaster, he'd freak out. And I'd have to spend the next 20 minutes ensuring that there wasn't a ring on the table that he bought. His high expectations created this atmosphere of unattainable perfection for me as a wife and a mother to his son. I had to be the perfect Portia in order to avoid his iciness, which cut me deep. But I tried. I gave it my all because I didn't just commit to Cordell at the altar on my wedding day. I committed to our God-ordained covenant too, which meant I felt God was at the center of my relationship. So letting this marriage fail would not only be disappointing myself, I felt it might be letting God down as well. I respected the covenant of marriage so much, I would do anything to keep our family together. Because honestly, if it was up to us, I would have left Cordell 6 months after walking down the aisle. Real talk. But while I was learning, stop. But while I was leaning into trying to be the perfect wife, stop. But while I was leaning into trying to be the perfect wife, keeping the house clean, making sure food was on the table, and making sure his son was taken care of, Cordell was always there to remind me that he had bought everything, as if that would make up for everything he lacked. The irony was that if I wanted to, if he had allowed me to keep my daycare, I could have helped support our family too. When Cordell bought our house, I was thrilled, especially after he revealed it was a wedding present for me to celebrate our love. But what was truly the surprise was that the house that he had said he stop. But what was truly the surprise was that the house that he said was for us didn't have my name on the deed.